Good evening, everybody, and welcome to day 2, rounds 2 and 3 of this annual NFL Draft Miss, so to speak. This is the annual Sports with D-Crom rounds 2-3 NFL Draft live stream. I'm your host, David Cromwell, and I am joined today by an old friend and colleague from our First Stop Fantasy.com days, Mr. Vick Singh. How you doing, Vic? Welcome to the program.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on, everybody? Nice to have you. Nice to be back with you and talking with you, man. People who love football, it's just the best.
Yeah, this is easily our annual football festivus, and we got to get this year out of the way, but next year cannot come soon enough for most football fans, so to speak. We got to get through the season, of course, but for some reason, the draft is it somehow is my favorite event on the NFL calendar because it's where we know. Because it's the day where fates are shaped, so to speak, more than any other day.
Yeah. And people have a lot of control over their own destiny, too. You know, you do the homework, you trust the right people, you try to build a culture, try to build chemistry, and it all just depends on days like today. And tomorrow, you know, this is where the bulk of the roster is made up. People love round 1, and it was heavily watched yesterday. I saw. Yeah. You know, almost 12 million people watched it, which is crazy numbers. But, you know, that's just day 1. That's just 1, maybe 2, 3 players on a team max. We're talking about really filling out the rosters now. And it's these type of players that can really make or break a team and help determine how quick it is a rebuild. Is it a restart? What's happening with your team? What's happening with your culture? And we're going to see there's a lot of new teams with head coaches. And I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, the Eagles got a new head coach. We'll see what happens with us. And it's just a big risk, but at the same time, Tom, one thing I'll let you know is it's fun, man. And it's fun for the kids and it's fun for the families. And that's really my favorite part is just seeing that hard work really rewarded.
Yeah, and it's fun for the dogs, too. Trevor Lawrence's dog, Justin Fields' French Bulldog Uno, the dogs and the cats. But unfortunately, my cat, he's crawled around this unofficial draft headquarters of mine all the time. I had to put him in my bedroom, unfortunately. I just couldn't have him distract us. So
yeah, that's dedication, man. My dog's passed out like right next to me. So
yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Dogs are this is maybe one area where dogs are easier to manage than cats, so to speak, because cats always jump and mess around
he'll be all up in your gear and stuff. Nah, we can't be like cut short because your cat's getting wild.
Yeah, totally. And first, we are about just a little over a half hour away from rounds 2 and 3, but let's recap the first round. What teams do you think did great last night?
Well, you know, I got to give the Jaguars some credit, honestly. I'm just thinking going down the draft order.
Of course.
Really like what the Jaguars did. And bringing in a teammate of his with him to help build that culture. That's like what we're talking about, right?
Yeah,
Urban Meyer, new coach. The Jaguars, I had Jag season tickets because they were dirt cheap. It was $400 for season tickets to Jags games. My best friend's a Colts fan, so we were going to see the Colts in Jacksonville. It was $200 just to see the Colts for one game. So we're like, hold up. Why don't we just get season tickets for an extra $200? So I would go see games all the time. And those fans are dedicated. They love the Jags. They really want them to be good, but you got to give them something to root for. So now with Urban Meyer, number 1 pick, new running back, and they already have a great running back. I mean, there's going to be a new culture and there's going to be a new establishment there, and we're going to see what the Jags have, and hopefully it's going to be something good and fun to watch for everybody. It'll be good for the league.
Yeah. I am 100% not a fan of taking running backs in the first round. And the Jaguars already have an excellent running back on the roster, James Robinson, but our job covering the whole league and not as cheerleaders for teams, so to speak. Whether you work for a major media outlet or host a podcast or live stream like this, we have to consider all points of view in the decision-making process. And I definitely understand that point of view. Urban Meyer wants to establish a culture there, and bringing in somebody with Trevor Lawrence, who Trevor Lawrence knows very well and has worked with the past 3 years. he is expecting them to come in and demonstrate to all the players in the locker room, this is what a Jacksonville Jaguar under Urban Meyer looks like, and smells like, and works like.
And we'll see. I mean, the Jags have nowhere to go but up. Actually, this is crazy. That's the first time they picked with the first overall pick. Did you know that? You always think the Jags are so garbage, but that's the first time they had first overall pick. So hopefully they knock it out the park.
Yeah, even Tony Baselli wasn't the first overall pick. And by the way, Tony Baselli should be in the Hall of Fame already.
For sure. Cosign.
Yes, and
so let's go down. It's the Jags, and then who's number 2?
The New York Jets with Zach Wilson. And
what do you think about that? How you feel about that? You a Wilson fan?
I actually like Trey Lance and Justin Fields better than Zach Wilson personally.
Really? Okay.
Because the Jets do run that Shanahan offense. And to play devil's advocate, apparently Zach Wilson was Kyle Shanahan's favorite quarterback in the draft too, which is why they explored as high as 2 and saying, hey, are you keeping Darnold? You want him down? No, but the Dolphins at 3 obliged, and they went with the next best guy on their board, which was Trey Lance at quarterback. But I personally liked Trey Lance better because he plays in a pro system. And Zach Wilson, it's an alarming mystery how he functions when pressure is in his face. He had like the best offensive line in college football. He was barely hit last year, and he's going to get hit a lot, and how he responds to that pressure is going to be his biggest test early on. Justin Fields and Trey Lance would have been much better options because Zach Wilson, his injury history with that shoulder and his petite frame, can it take a pounding in the NFL? Lots of people have doubts about that. And Trey Lance and Justin Fields have better body types to withstand the punishment.
Well, that's why they traded up and got Elijah Vera Tucker, is because exactly what you're talking about. You're trying to build that line to protect your guy so he's not running for his life. We're seeing ghosts, So at the end of the day, they're getting the job done the way they need to get it done. Okay, you went with Zach Wilson. That's your guy. All right, that's fine. Now build the team around it. You dropped the offensive line. All right, and now we got something going here. If he's playing next to already a good Mekhi Becton, I think that could be the beginnings of something that's kind of working for them.
Yes. Elijah Vera Tucker was the dream scenario for them after getting the quarterback that they wanted. And it was given the capital they had, and they were more than justified in making that move by surrendering both their 3rd round picks. They have 2 second rounders still, I think. And just their 2 third rounders to move up and get the guy they wanted to protect it. And they could double dip at offensive line tonight or trade down from 34 and recoup some of that value that they surrendered in the trade up for Elijah Vera Tucker. And they're like the first team to watch. Jaguars are going to stay put at 33, but the Jets are getting a lot of calls, as Ian Rappaport reported. But I really love what the Jets have done so far. They didn't pick the quarterback I would have taken, but at least they're protecting him. And Joe Douglas, their GM, he's from the Baltimore tree. He wants to build an offensive line, and he wants to give Zach Wilson as close to an offensive line as he had at BYU as possible. So I would expect even more investments on the offensive line or weapons in this draft. Or Javonte Williams, if the Jets stay put at 34, could be a good pick for them.
They definitely are in need for a running back. Definitely in the market for a running back.
Yes,
but I like your point about Joe Douglas and building that. That's part of that culture thing we're talking about.
Yes.
Go to Baltimore, you learn, build from the offensive line. They win a Super Bowl. Go to Philly, right? Joe Douglas is in Philly. What do? Build the offensive line. That year, our offensive line, even though we lost our starting left tackle, Jason Peters, for the season, it didn't matter because we had the people step up and do what they had to do.
Yeah.
And it was really remarkable, and now he's trying to do the same thing there with the Jets, and that's exactly what you need to do. It starts at the trenches. You get the players to get to the quarterback and to protect the quarterback, and the quarterback's the most important person. So that's why you build those trenches.
Yeah, and on to the 49ers, and I expected that it was for Trey Lance all along because it was reported before the 49ers made that big move up the board from 12 to 3 was that new GM in Atlanta, Terry Fontenot, had a crush on Trey Lance. He was in love with Trey Lance. And I expected the 49ers jumped ahead of the Falcons to get him. But these past couple of months we were hearing Mac Jones. I have nothing against Mac Jones personally, but he's Andy Dalton 2.0. You don't trade that much capital to draft Andy Dalton 2.0. You do it to draft a guy who could be, as Willie McGinnis said, the black Josh Allen, so to speak. And Trey Lance is much more accurate than Josh Allen was in college. Yes, his accuracy needs to be more consistent, of course, but he's not Josh Allen bad when he was at North Dakota State. And his decision making wasn't erratic like Josh Allen's was in college. He's far ahead of the game coming into the NFL than Josh Allen was. And in that Kyle Shanahan offense, he played he ran a lot of play action at North Dakota State, back to the defense under center 40% of the time, compared to all the rest of quarterbacks in this class who spent like 50% or less of the snaps under center in college. Trey Lance is a tailor-made quarterback for Kyle Shanahan, and the Niners, as Kyle Shanahan did last night, it was Trey Lance all along. All that Mac Jones stuff was clever nonsense coming from everybody, and they just kept it to themselves to add a little entertainment, so to speak. But some people would rather take Justin Fields, but if there's any team that could accommodate Trey Lance into their scheme better than others, it's easily the 49ers.
They're going to get a package for him and work it out for him now. The thing about the Niners now is the Patriots did take Mac Jones. So what's happening with Jimmy G? Because if the assumption is that Jimmy G is going to finish out the season for the 49ers right now, then that means Trey Lance is going to be sitting on the bench, which I actually am not against. Okay, I'm actually one that thinks there is some value that can be found in learning behind a consummate professional and learning how to do it right. And the window's still open with Jimmy G if you believe that their defense is going to be as good as it was without Robert Saleh, which is a big, we'll see how that goes. But at the end of the day, the window, it can still be open with Jimmy G. I don't know if the window is as open if you start Trey Lance immediately, but some people believe that he needs that experience, and we'll see what happens in the future. But I say sit him for a year, let Jimmy G do his thing. Maybe a quarterback gets hurt. If you need to make an audible, you make the audible and you make the trade and do it.
Yes. And But if I'm the Niners, I would hope to get Trey Lance in this year in case you hit a rough patch and Jimmy G isn't lifting the boat, so to speak. And the 49ers front office is convinced that Jimmy Garoppolo was the main reason they lost Super Bowl 54 a couple years ago, because he just couldn't get the points on the board to go pound for pound with Patrick Mahomes and overshooting Emmanuel Sanders on that deep ball. Left a solid taste in their mouth, and they want a guy with upside, not a guy who caps the ceiling a little bit in Jimmy G. But this is, but you bring up a good point. This is a lot of people believe Trey Lance, especially who didn't play at all, who only played one game last year because of COVID-19, only played one full season in college. He's going to need some time to marinate on the bench. And if he has to sit 7 or 8 games this season or the full season, so be it. Because that'll get him ready long term. If Patrick Mahomes sat a year, you can do the same thing with Trey Lance this year and jettison Jimmy G after this year and add that contract. And having Trey Lance on the rookie contract makes it much easier to re-sign guys like Nick Bosa and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk when their contracts come up.
Love me some Ayuk. That's a boy. Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, they have a good roster, good young roster. They're going to have to sign these people. You got to have a rookie contract, keep that window open. Yeah, I'm with you 100%. And talking about the people sit on the bench before they play, another one I'd tell was Aaron Rodgers. He waited 3 years. You talk about being patient, guys. A guy like Carson Wentz, he wants out of Philly because of drafting Jalen Hurts. But a guy like Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre, they had that relationship, and he sat on the bench for 3 years and he stayed patient. And then when it came time, he did his thing, and we call him a GOAT. And now we look at Patrick Mahomes, we call him a GOAT, and he sat on the bench and waited too. Yeah. Even Tom Brady didn't start immediately as a rookie.
Yeah. Drew Bledsoe. But, there is something to be said of learning from a guy who's been in the fire, so to speak. And Trey Lance, even though he might not start right away, Niners fans have to be very excited about him, though. I just love his ceiling with Kyle Shanahan. And from one Kyle to another, Kyle Pitts, arguably the best tight end prospect in a generation to come in the NFL, the best since Mike Ditka or even further back. Kyle Pitts, putting him in that offense with Julio Jones. They're doing the due diligence to see if they could unload him, but it's unlikely they're going to be able to because of the contract and their cap issues. But put him with Julio Jones and Calvin Ridley you might have the scariest trio of weapons in the National Football League. And as long as the offensive line does their job, the Falcons could be winning a lot of games next year on the back of that offense.
And Matt Ryan, at the end of the day, he is a good quarterback. He is a good quarterback.
Absolutely. I love Matt Ryan.
And a lot of people, they maybe feel some type of way about him because of what happened in the Super Bowl and what happened since then, because he really hasn't balled out like that per se, like how they were doing that year. But adding a guy like Kyle Pitts to the scenario will really make it easier for him. And he can get rid of the ball. They need to protect him. They need to be able to run the ball, though. That's going to be the thing.
And speaking of running the ball, if the Jets don't take him, I expect the Falcons would take Javonte Williams. Yeah, Mike Davis is no slouch, but it's important to have two running backs in this league. And he and Javonte Williams having a 1-2 punch to take the pressure off the passing game and open up the passing game, which Arthur Smith would like to do, like he did with Derrick Henry in Tennessee, opening up the passing game for Ryan Tannehill. He's probably going to want to do the same thing with Matt Ryan in Atlanta. Javonte Williams would make perfect sense for the Falcons at 35 if the Jets if the Jets decide to pass on him.
Yeah, that's a good talented running back, and both those running backs out of UNC are good. So there's a lot of good talent in this round. That's
a lot of good talent on the board, and we have a little over 20 minutes until round 2 begins.
Let's burn through some more of this. Let's burn through some more of this real quick. Some of these picks. Let's talk about fire.
Let's talk about your Eagles doing a small swap with the Cowboys to leapfrog the New York Giants for Devontae Smith.
Love it.
Yeah, that was like a clever move by, like, as I said last night, the Cowboys and the Eagles say the Giants, hey, go bleep yourself. We're not going to let you get the guy you want. The Cowboys say, we're not going to let you get who you want. And the Eagles say the same thing, but they probably did. The Eagles probably didn't tell the Cowboys who they were trading up for because but no, but still, they wanted to like screw them over. You
always want to keep one up the sleeve.
Yeah.
And that's what the Eagles were putting out smoke too, actually. They were saying that we're going up for a corner, or Kwity Paye even. Yeah, there was a lot of now what I don't even mind that. I love him using Kwity Paye, but he wanted a receiver all along. It was going to be Devontae Smith all along. That's what he wanted. And that third-round pick that they traded to the Cowboys to move up in front of the Giants, that's a third-round pick they got back from the Colts for the Carson Wentz trade. And don't forget that they moved back originally from 6, and they got a future first-round pick for next year. So in all reality, we got a first-round pick for next year and Devontae Smith, the guy we wanted all along.
Yes, and Devontae Smith, he automatically becomes the wide receiver 1 on the Philadelphia Eagles, correct? Jalen Reagor was always like more of a wide receiver 2 to me.
He needs more time to develop. Reagor needs more time to develop. He needs more confidence. And I'm not going to lie, it's hard playing in Philly. A guy like Reagor comes in, very talented guy, never been hurt in his life. That's why we drafted him. He didn't have injury issues. Came in immediately, got injured. Guy like Justin Jefferson's balling. He's hearing from Philly fans left and right. This dude's a bomb. This dude sucks. He's not as good as Justin Jefferson. It makes it hard on you to actually succeed. That's what happened to Nelson Aguilar. That's what's happening to JJ Arcega-Whiteside. It is a tough place to play. That's why Carson Wentz left. I mean, you just have to be cut from a very different cloth to be able to thrive in Philadelphia. And I like Devontae Smith for that reason. He's very professional. He works super hard. He will win everybody over. He'll leave it all on the field. That's exactly what Philly people love to see. And they're so ecstatic about it. I've never seen them praise Howie. And they're finally giving Howie a little bit of credit for the way that he executed this.
Howie Roseman, he's a mixed bag as a GM, but in reality, I wouldn't be surprised if Nick Sirianni had a lot of input into this pick because this was the first pick with him as head coach. And even though the GM is the same, the head coach has to set the tone too. The first pick under Nick Sirianni, this is what a Philadelphia Eagle under him as head coach, Nick Sirianni, this is what an Eagle looks like. It's Devontae Smith. They set a new culture to that because the Eagles are in the midst of a roster transition as we speak.
Yep, absolutely.
And when you look at the Bears with Justin Fields, and I am sporting my Bears gear along with this Chad Bailey Broncos fan. I'm equally fans of both. I was despondent last night when I found out the Broncos passed Justin Fields because they were concerned how that he might not be able to function consistently at a high level at altitude because of his epilepsy, and took Pat Surtain the second instead. But the Bears, just a couple minutes later, made my night by trading up Justin Fields, because I said if the Broncos don't get him, the Bears have to get him. And they did. And Bill Belichick wasn't allowed to lay a single hand on him. And the city of Chicago, like, he might already be the best quarterback in Bears history without even throwing a pass based on his talent alone.
Yeah. Well, the Bears don't have a great tradition of quarterbacks, but they do win games. And with that defense, if it stays in place the way it has been, the offense needs to step its game up. You got too much investment in that offense to be. And you have offensive head coach. It just doesn't make much sense. It's very stale right now. They need to really step it up because it could end up in Doug Peterson's situation. That's not what they want.
That's like the Bears organizationally. I just hope they don't screw this up. The pressure is on them right now. Like I said last night, their priority now has to be getting another pass catcher and an offensive tackle for Justin Fields tonight. And they got to focus on trying to re-sign Allen Robinson long-term and repair that relationship right away.
Pay that man.
And they said, Andy Dalton's our starter for now, but I don't buy that. I think Justin Fields is more than good enough to win the job at camp and start week 1. But here's what the Bears have to be thinking. The price they paid to move up wasn't exorbitant, but it's still but it wasn't cheap. And the Bears have to try to focus on recouping some of that value, whether by trade back out tonight or say go into the summer. Nick Foles, Andy Dalton, and now Justin Fields all in the same quarterback room. Have them compete in the summer, and then after training camp, trade one of them. Even if you got to trade Andy Dalton because he'll fetch you more picks, more than Nick Foles, so be it. Trade him. Like, if you look at the Broncos, if either Teddy Bridgewater or Drew Lock suffers a season-ending injury to trading cap, unload Andy Dalton to the Broncos.
Yeah. They got 3 quarterbacks right now, so we'll see what happens. And at the end of the day,
one of them trade one of them at the end of the day.
Yeah, they'll have to. And honestly, I'm kind of bummed. Not bummed the Eagles got Joe Flacco, but I wouldn't mind Nick Foles getting traded there just to be a backup to Jalen Hurts. I think that would have been a good veteran.
Foles makes much more sense for the Eagles, but his cap number makes it difficult to trade him, as Ian Rappaport alluded to this morning.
That's true too.
And Joe Flacco, I can't believe that guy hasn't retired yet.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he's a Super Bowl quarterback. I mean, he's a Super Bowl winning quarterback. So you can still learn something from him as a backup. And I did want to make one quick point. I know we got a limited time to burn through the rest of these picks before we start the real draft today. But one thing about the quarterbacks and Joe Flacco and Nick Foles, people who won Super Bowls, is everyone wants a mobile quarterback. Everyone wants a Justin Fields or Trey Lance. But Russell Wilson and Patrick Mahomes, I'll give them credit, athletic quarterbacks that won Super Bowls. But look at these guys. Nick Foles, Joe Flacco, Big Ben's a big guy, pretty athletic. But Tom Brady, I mean, it's kind of the pocket passer Peyton Manning. It's the pocket passers that are getting the trophies, and that's what the thing's about at the end of the day. So,
yeah. Speaking of Tom Brady, the new GM for the Broncos, George Payton, probably watched the Bucs go against Patrick Mahomes and give Patrick Mahomes the most miserable day of his life so far in his NFL career in the Super Bowl. And he say, I want my team to beat the Chiefs that way, as opposed to trying to be like the Chiefs. And he would have taken Fields if it wasn't for the epilepsy concern. Don't get me wrong, but based on his moves so far, including drafting Patrick Surtain the second yesterday, if you look at this Broncos defense on paper, if healthy, they could be a top 10, if not top 5 unit next year. And if you start Teddy Bridgewater week 1 with those weapons on offense, and he makes just a couple good plays a game and doesn't make any mistakes, you've got a potential wild card playoff season for you, like a 7th seed, so to speak. Is that wishful thinking, or is that totally within the realm of possibility?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. That's a competitive division. That's a super competitive division. So that's what makes it so difficult. But we got extra game and we got the extra seed, so anything's within the realm of possibility. And that's what makes the draft so exciting, is that during the draft, your team has a shot to win the Super Bowl. You have that belief, you have that hope, you have that spark. But At the end of the day, we see the same teams going over and over again, winning and being successful, and that's because they have that culture, they have the system, they have the mechanics in place. And the teams that are mediocre often stay mediocre, and it takes something really significant to turn that whole ship around. And it doesn't make it easy when you're in such a competitive division.
Yes, heck, as great as Justin Herbert can be, it wouldn't surprise me if he constantly struggles to dethrone Mahomes in the division. Exactly. It wouldn't be that much of a surprise if it becomes super difficult for him. And but the point is, looking at not only George Payton but all the rookie GMs. They wanted to set the tone for their franchise. Brad Holmes with Penei Sewell, and Scott Fitter in Carolina, J.C. Horn.
Love that pick too.
And obviously George Payton with Pat Surtain II, who is as close to high floor, high ceiling player as you could get. That is a single at worst, double at best. I not saying I agree with the decisions, but if you want to talk about setting foundational picks, all the guys that those rookie GMs pick are like one of the are among the best possible kinds of players you want to start out your regime with.
Absolutely. And speaking of the Chargers and Justin Herbert, I mean, talk about being in a good spot. They didn't even have to move or anything, and they got a guy that
Rashad Slater
needed. At the time they absolutely needed it. They didn't have to pay anything extra for it. They stayed patient, stayed zen with it, and he fell right in their lap. And that's one of my steals of the draft from last night is they got exactly what they needed. A guy to help protect Herbert, keep him from running around, protect him, and just keep him safe, keep him up, and keep the backup from coming in.
Oh, absolutely. And by the way, I live in Evanston, Illinois, home of Northwestern University, where Rashad Slater and Greg Newsome II played their college ball. It was a proud night for my hometown yesterday. See both those guys get into the National Football League and are going to play prominent roles on two very good football teams in the Chargers and the Cleveland Browns. And another team that I really like, I really love what the Baltimore Ravens did. They finally got Lamar Jackson, a legitimate wide receiver one, and Rashad Bateman out of Minnesota. Jacob Infante, who writes for the Draft Wire, he says that Rashad Bateman, when he watches him, it's like Allen Robinson 2.0, and that is the kind of receiver Lamar Jackson absolutely needs. He can't just have all the zoomies all the time. Zoomies are great. You need zoomies in the NFL like Marquise Brown, but they can't be your wide receiver. When you can't rely on Mark Andrews to save the day for you, each day and lead the passing attack, you need a guy who can take the load off of Mark Andrews' shoulders in the passing game. Rashad Bateman's that guy, and they got one of the highest upside players of the draft at 31 in Odafe Jason Owe. Odafe is his real name, and he said he wants to be called by his real name, and I applaud him for that.
Oh, yeah.
Odafe, yes, he didn't total a lot of sacks at college, but he's a constant disruptor and a freak athlete. He could be Danielle Hunter 2.0 under Wink Martindale. They by trading away Orlando Brown, who it was going to be difficult for them to re-sign him anyways, they were able to address two of their most glaring needs in return, and they could still get a solid developmental tackle later tonight. Ravens, as they always do, they knocked it out of the park last night, I thought.
And what the Ravens are so good at, just to piggyback off you, is having an identity. Getting a guy like Bateman is like, that's a Raven. You know, that's the type of guys they like to have. So it's a good job doing that, and they're always good at that. That's why they're so successful. Yes,
and the Ravens were one of the most outspoken franchises in the wake of the George Floyd murder last year. And Rashad Bateman wore the number 0 at Minnesota last year as a symbol for zero tolerance for racism. And they have a culture of guys that like to speak their minds. And Rashad Bateman is a Raven, not only in the way he plays, but in what he does off the field too. Works hard and is not afraid to take courageous stands for his community.
Yeah. You're talking about a team that Anquan Bolden chose to go to. And that when Anquan Bolden chose to go there, I was like, that's a Raven. And that's exactly what the Ravens are so good at, is getting those hard, rugged receivers that can get it, run it, make those hard-nosed plays, and just be a security blanket for a guy like Lamar. And he really needs that, and that's very good. They're helping build around him. That's exactly what they got to do.
And I also really like what the Minnesota Vikings did. They do not have a second round pick this year. They trade all the way back. Yes, they were interested in Elijah Vera-Tucker, but and they would have loved to take him if they could, but they were like saying, hey, we love Elijah Vera-Tucker. Come and get him. Come and get him. And the Jets gave them both of their third round picks tonight to give the Vikings more darts to throw at the board, which is what Rick Spielman likes. And George Payton might do the same thing tonight for all we know. The Vikings are one of those teams that love to accumulate assets, and they did an excellent job, and they were still able to get a tackle that I thought should have gone well before 23 in Christian Darrisaw. With Darrisaw, he went to Virginia Tech, and he is like another offensive tackle that went to Virginia Tech, Dwayne Brown.
Oh, yeah. And, the Colts a lot of Colts fans were kind of bummed that he got past them. So
yeah. They like Kwity Paye, though. They really did.
I do, too. I love that guy, so yeah. I'm not mad at it either.
Yes. And but the Vikings able to get all those picks in return and go down and get an absolute steal with Christian Darrisaw was one of the more brilliant moves of the night, along with the Bears trading up for Justin Fields.
Vikings always executing so well. They've been knocking drafts out the park lately. So they're doing a good job.
Yeah. The Vikings they're known for drafting. They're known for drafting very well, and they started off with Mike Zimmer, the Mike Zimmer Spielman partnership by taking a super high ceiling player, but also a high floor player in Anthony Barr. And I'm not saying I agreed with his decision once again. I think I would have still gone with Fields, but George Payton picked a player that has a high floor and high ceiling in Pat Surtain II. So Broncos fans, I understand you're disappointed about the quarterback, but but you got to be patient with George Payton. He has gone. He helped oversee a lot of successful drafts in Minnesota, and he. It could very well draft some more good players tonight for the Broncos. The draft is key. The Vikings know that, the Ravens know that, and that's how George Payton wants to run things in Denver these days.
And right between those picks between Paye and Darrisaw, what about the Titans making a risk on Farley?
Caleb Farley, yes. Caleb Farley, he is so talented, but that it is super risky. But some teams thought he would fall out of the first round because of those medical issues. But here's the tricky part of this year. Because of COVID, scouts weren't able to go on the road as much as they usually do. And thus it was very hard for them to obtain a lot of the information. As a matter of fact, they're still obtaining medical information on these players right now. That's how different this year has been. And if you draft a player with a concerning medical history and he flops, clubs are going to get fully blamed for it because of the lack of intel this year. And because of that lack of intel, I think the Titans were willing to roll the dice on a high ceiling player in Caleb Farley, who just was snaked, that I was so happy to actually hear him go in the first round. He deserved it. He was supposed to be Cleveland, gets diagnosed with COVID, has to watch the draft alone, and he has his dreams come true last night despite it all. I can't think of a more deserving a young man to have some positivity in his life that Caleb Farley had yesterday, to be honest.
And the Titans are absolutely always willing to take a risk on a player who has an injury. That's part of what they're known to do. They done it last year in the draft, they did it the year before. They will take an injured player because they're willing to bet on the rehab and the hard work and the dedication they have to really come back and rebound and be better than they ever were. So I think Farley definitely has that in his DNA. And regardless of if he plays immediately or if he has to take his time, just get it right, take your time doing it. And when you come back, just ball out. And they really need that need. They let a lot of corners walk in the offseason.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And another pick that I liked yesterday was the Washington football team taking Jamin Davis, the linebacker from Kentucky. And the University of Kentucky has a history of sending productive linebackers to the NFL. Wesley Woodyard, Danny Trevathan, and now Jamin Davis. He could be the best of those three in the long run. And putting a guy like Kidd, who he astronomically shot up draft boards after his pro day, and he exploded onto the scene this past season in 2020 with a 100-plus tackle season, his first full season as a starter. Put him behind that defensive line. He could lead the league in tackles this year as a rookie.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get past the defensive line first, though, is the thing. I mean,
of course, they keep it clean, but you still got to be able to make the tackles, and Jamin Davis can do that.
Yeah, that's a very, very talented team, and Ron Rivera always likes prioritizing his linebacker position. So, with the Carolina Panthers, you saw Thomas Davis and Luke Kuechly. They were eating those tackles up, so we'll probably see the same thing going on with Jamin Davis as well.
Oh, yes, and the Miami Dolphins, speaking of taking risk on an injured player, I like the risk they took on Jalen Phillips. This guy is one of the more inspiring stories in this draft as well. Musician. He decided to go to UCLA because his grandfather runs the music department there.
Wow.
And he has 3 documented concussions. Their doctors say quit football. And he went into a semi-medical retirement to try to pursue a musical career, but decided to get back into football. And he absolutely balled out last year in Miami in place of Gregory Rousseau, who went 12 picks after him, who balled out the year before. And the Dolphins, the team, it is Kurt Backyard, took a chance on him after flaming out with the Kyle Van Noy experiment with Jalen Phillips. They could get a super productive edge play out of him in his rookie season, given how insanely talented he is, super high floored, super high ceiling. If his health checks out, that could be a major steal.
Yeah, and he gets to stay home in Miami too. I love that. That's always
he doesn't get to pay state tax.
Oh man, I mean, it is. I live in South Carolina, so we got kind of a weird feeling about people living in Florida and people from there. But I wouldn't mind going to school in Miami, getting drafted by Miami. That's got to be an amazing feeling, and I'm sure he's going to be loved by those fans immensely.
Yes, and the biggest head scratching pick last night. What was the biggest head scratching pick to you last night?
Ooh, okay. Well, kind of out of left field. What about the Oakland Raiders, man? I'm not
Las Vegas
the player.
Raiders.
Las Vegas Raiders.
Las Vegas.
But could you get that same player? Maybe trade back a little bit, get the same player. Could you make the most out of that?
Yes,
did someone else are targeting
absolutely.
that?
Alex Leatherwood had mixed grades from around the league, as Daniel Jeremiah himself said last night.
And at the same time, they prioritize those big tackles. Though that's what they want.
Do.
Is big offensive linemen, and trading Trent Brown away, they need to figure something out to get that same type of body type in there. So.
And especially with Derek Carr, because when Derek Carr does have an offensive line in front of him, as my friend Nick Kendall would say, he turns into a pumpkin under pressure, Derek Carr. Derek Carr, I have nothing against him. He's a very solid above-average quarterback, top 12 quarterback, top 12-50 quarterback in this league, but he needs an offensive line in front of him or else he's unable to execute because his athleticism is very limited.
Mm-hmm. So we'll see what they do. And the Raiders always want to prioritize running the ball too. So.
Leatherwood. When you look at that body type, those long arms, he definitely looks like a Raider that wants to.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a guy who wants to drive people off the ball and run the ball. And they're going to be running the ball a lot with Josh Jacobs and Kenyon Drake this year.
That's a great running back combo, and that's a great. Look at that roll tide. They got a little culture going there too. They got a little roll tide backfield, and then they draft Leatherwood. I mean, maybe Gruden's onto something. But he's really got to turn it around. I mean, he's got a lot of slack, and they have a big contract with him. But he's got to do something too. Speaking
of the Raiders, there is a buzz that Mike Mayock might be on the way out.
So we'll see. I mean, that's supposed to be the draft guy, but a lot of people have been kind of questioning the way they've been drafted.
Yes, there's a difference between being the lead draft analyst for NFL Network and being a GM. Two extraordinarily different worlds. Daniel Jeremiah sets up a general board. Boards across the NFL, 32 completely different boards.
Yep.
That like for example, I have here if you take Daniel Jeremiah's top 150 players, McShay's top 300 players, NFL teams don't have all those players on their board alone. Some boards are as small as 75.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everyone has a different look at it, and you can watch a player, you can watch two players, and we can watch the same one, and come out with completely different things. So we value different things. And each franchise values different things. So it really depends on what you prioritize. Like for the Eagles, we need wide receivers that can block. We are so predicated on the outside runs. We need wide receivers that can block. So that's why Devontae Smith, undersized guy, but he can block though. He puts his effort and he can actually do the thing. And that's what we always kind of prioritize. And everyone's got kind of these small little traits that they kind of really, really prioritize and put value in. And that's what helps them have an identity as a franchise and as a team.
You said it. And let's talk about before we're about to kick off round 2 here. Let's talk about some of the great players that are still left on the board. Trayvon Merrick, arguably the best safety in this crop out of TCU. He's a very high character player. Began as a freshman special teams leader as a freshman, was given the team special teams award as a freshman, then went all the way up the ladder to become a leader on that defense and winning the Jim Thorpe Award last year. I expect him to be off the board very, very soon. And but this is a name that many are surprised fell. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah from Notre Dame, the defensive chess piece. And Albert Breer wrote in a column today that he heard that one of the main reasons why he's falling is that teams looked at how the Cardinals had a hard time finding a home for Isaiah Simmons last year, who was a better prospect, and he says that that's why he's falling. It's going to be very interesting to see how far he falls, and wherever he falls, a team is going to have a very, very specific plan on how to use him.
Well, he's super athletic and he's very aggressive, and I love the way he really puts a licking on people, and really, really fun player to watch, really high on a lot of people's boards as far as player goes. But always there's a difference between a player and the scheme and the fit, and you really just got to make it match. But I wouldn't mind if Philadelphia took a chance on him, honestly. Another guy I'm keeping my eye on as far as Philadelphia goes, Asante Samuel Jr. I mean, There is a great history with Asante Samuel in Philadelphia, so to bring that bloodline back in there, and that's a huge need for a lot of teams, is a good secondary player. This guy has experience. He's played against some of the top talents. And we'll see if there's somebody who's willing to take a chance on him. And there's a couple other good corners on the board too, but that's one guy I got my eye on.
Yes, we got to look at. We're going to see a big run on tackles early here and corners as well. But look at the tackles still left on the board. Tevin Jenkins, the butt whooping bouncer in a nightclub, if you know what I mean. If Mike Mayock was still on NFL Network, he would use the bouncer to the nightclub analogy to describe Tevin Jenkins. He just annihilates you. And he's got shorter than average arms, but I think that his arms at his pro day were long enough to function at a competent level at tackle. But he's sliding due to injury. Dylan Radins out of North Dakota State, his arm length could get him drafted earlier. I wouldn't be surprised if the Bengals scooped him up with their second-round pick. And he protected the blind side of Trey Lance in college. So that's another guy I had. But two guys falling due to medicals. Azeez Ojulari, the edge from Georgia, because of his knee issues. Landon Dickerson out of Alabama. If it wasn't for his extensive laundry list of injuries, he could have been a first-round pick. He is like as a center guard prospect as you could have in the NFL, not Quentin Nelson.
And, the Eagles, they don't mind taking a risk on somebody like that, let him rehab a little bit, get back into shape, and learn behind the guy like Travis Kelce. Because you got to remember Jeff Stoutland, our offensive lineman, our offensive line coach used to coach over at Crimson Tide. And even when Doug Peterson left, there was a thought he would go back, but luckily we retained him as one of only two coaches we retained.
Jeff Stoutland, Mike Munchak, arguably the top two offensive line coaches of the National Football League today, because Dante Scarnecchia is now retired. But another player Jeff Stoutland might like is Creed Humphrey, the center from Oklahoma. And I have my eye on him because I interviewed his agent on my podcast a couple months ago, Ken Sarnoff. Ken is a Chicago-based agent, and Ken also represents Christian Darrisaw. So Ken was a happy man last night. He's going to be another happy man tonight.
Get your 3%, bro. Get it.
Yep. And obviously it's going to be interesting to see how these running backs go, because after Javonte Williams, there's just a massive drop-off after Javonte Williams. And if the Jets stay put at 34, I would expect they had to consider him, or the Falcons at 35. I expect him to be gone within the first 5 picks of this round. And if not, it's going to be fascinating to see. And Another guy I look forward to getting drafted, like Quinn Miners, who actually toured up the Senior Bowl from Little Wisconsin Whitewater.
Wow.
Like a small school guy who didn't even play because of COVID this year, but worked hard, showed up at the Senior Bowl, and made himself a lot of money down there. I think we could hear his name get called the second round. Heck, the Green Bay Packers, they lost Corey Linsley in free agency. If he falls all the way to them, they need a replacement at center, and he's a hometown kid. That would make a lot of sense.
Makes sense. Oh, don't forget my guy. Another guy I really enjoyed watching his tape was Dwayne Eskridge, man.
Whoa, another
smaller
frame
star, guy,
yeah.
But big dude. Like he will truck stick you, he'll run past you.
Yeah,
really love his slant route. I love watching him play.
Yeah, Dwayne Eskridge, like several players in this class, was a track star in high school, and I believe he played running back in high school as well. And that athleticism and speed are what a lot of teams are looking for at wide receiver, thanks to the revolution the Kansas City Chiefs have shown the league in recent years. But another intriguing guy is Christian Barmore of Alabama, the defensive tackle. Yeah. This is a weak defensive tackle class, and Barmore, I believe, easily has the highest ceiling of all those guys. But it's character issues that are sliding him down the board. And Albert Breer also said this today. The fact that the Ravens passed him over twice is alarming the rest of the league, because the Ravens know that Alabama program almost better than almost any other team, equally as good as the Patriots, because of Ozzie Newsome's ties to the program, having gone to school there. Christian Barmore, some people say he will go to the Jaguars at 33, but a lot of people are saying he's going to continue to fall. And in a weak defensive tackle class, arguably the defensive tackle with the highest ceiling might not even be the first defensive tackle off the board. That's going to be another thing I'm going to be paying attention to so far.
But watching him play, though, I mean, he can play, though. I love watching him.
He can. Yeah, and I think he's a Philadelphia native.
Well, here we go. And
Kyle Pitts is also a Philadelphia native. So,
and we would definitely would have taken him if we had the chance. Trust me, I think we would have taken him over Devontae Smith if we had the chance. Yeah.
And the Jaguars with the 33rd overall pick, let's talk about their options now. You got Trevor Lawrence, you got Travis Etienne. From most of the most people believe they're going to take a corner here. The name that is getting louder and louder for them is Tyson Campbell out of Georgia, who is rising up the boards. Tyson Campbell, he's more of a traits over tape prospect. He didn't have the most impressive tape in college, but in the second round is where you take risks on those corners that you'll promise. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have had success with that by picking raw guys from college that didn't really have the best tape, like Carlton Davis or Sean Murphy-Bunting, but they groomed them to become very solid starters. And the Jaguars probably believe they could do the same with Tyson Campbell, who was a high school classmate of Patrick Surtain II in Florida. And they were hang on, I gotta get my notes here. Tyson Campbell was part of the top 4x100 relay team of the nation, and his teammates in that relay: Patrick Surtain, Anthony Schwartz, who is a wide receiver prospect from Auburn, who could go tonight as well, and those were three of the guys on that relay team.
Oh my gosh!
So it's that track athleticism that might be and that speed that these teams are probably looking for.
Yeah, and everyone's so fast. You want someone who can mirror that and keep up with them down the field. So we'll see if that's someone that they keep an eye on. As far as cornerbacks go, I'm a big Melifonwu fan. I really like it.
Yeah, if the Seahawks, if he's there where the Seahawks are taking, if they can't trade back, take him.
Oh my God, that's such a perfect fit. Speaking of perfect fits, here's Roger Goodell announcing getting booed without a tie on.
Yeah, I see Drew Pearson, who was just enshrined in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, long overdue. Drew Pearson. Sorry, I know you're an Eagles fan.
Why is Ronald Isley there? Let's go. This is a star-studded cast they got up there.
Yeah, glad we're able to get back to some degree of normality with the draft this year by having legendary players from each team. See you, John Randall. Remember watching you all the time with the Vikings back in the 1990s. He's going to announce the Vikings picks tonight. He's going to be a busy man. He's going to have 2 third-round picks. But he doesn't have a second-round pick. Anthony Munoz, arguably one of the best left tackles in NFL history. top 5 of all time. People thought that he wouldn't survive in the league because of knee issues, but proved them all wrong.
Good.
Whoa. Franco Harris. Star-studded cast of deeds.
Legend.
And they're wearing their gold jackets too. And speaking of gold jackets, we're going to see the deceased newest members of the Pro Football Hall of Fame formally get enshrined this Saturday night after rounds 4 through 7 conclude. So that's something I definitely am looking forward to, seeing guys like Bill Nunn, the legendary Steelers scout, get enshrined. Alex Karras, who had to wait a long time, and who is the actor who started one of my favorite movies of all time, Blazing Saddles, after his football career. So, and it's going to be a wild festivities in Canton this summer with the classes of 2020 and 2021 getting enshrined simultaneously.
That's crazy. That's awesome. Well, I usually go up to Canton every year up to Ohio because the flights from Myrtle Beach are pretty cheap. But we might do it. We might need to do that this year.
I went to
2-1.
I went to Canton a couple summers ago to see Chap Bailey and Pat Boland, Tony Gonzalez, Ed Reed get enshrined.
Oh, that's
and
nice.
Gil
That's
Brandt.
nice.
Can't forget Gil Brandt, the Godfather himself,
Legend.
who helped set the standard for the modern NFL drafting and scouting processes. All right, the Jaguars are officially on the clock. Yeah, and if they do go corner, Tyson Campbell is a name, but they could also go Asante Samuel Jr. They already got Shaquille Griffin as a cornerback 1. If you want a guy who can play the slot, you need a good slot corner. Asante Samuel Jr. could be that guy for them.
For sure. And let's see what the Jaguars do right here. I wonder if they're going to take their time to milk the clock here with this time.
Yeah. And another name that many people believe is a perfect fit for them is Pat Freiermuth, the tight end for Penn State. They're unsettled at that position. Give Trevor Lawrence another option in the passing game to go along with DJ Chark, Laviska Shenault, and Marvin Jones, and James Robinson or Travis Etienne out of the backfield. He's going to have a lot of options, but I would also be considering offensive tackle here because Cam Robinson is on a franchise tag and he might not be there after the 2021 season. You have to keep protecting Trevor Lawrence in mind this year.
Got it. If you cannot afford for Trevor Lawrence to have any type of setbacks as far as health or injury goes, that's the last thing you need right now. So do whatever you got to do, protect him, run the ball like crazy. Let him just manage the game and feel it out and get acclimated to the speed and the windows of everything. And after that, then let him loose and let the training wheels come off a little bit. Hope you play good defense. That's always been Jaguars football, is play good defense. So let's see if they can bring that back.
Yeah, that's why Christian Barmore has been floated here as an option for them. And Tavid Bryan, the defensive tackle they took in the first round of 2018, he might not even be on the roster this year. He's flamed out so quickly. So if Urban Meyer wants to take a character risk on Christian Barmore, he's more than welcome to here. But Tyson Campbell is the guy that a follower of mine who has inside connections to the Jaguars building says is going to be the pick here.
All right.
And he's going to get a shout out if he's right, but nonetheless, he's a great follow for all football fans. Interesting. And NFL fans have to be very interested in what the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to do under Urban Meyer and Trevor Lawrence in this new era.
I love seeing Peter Schrager on the screen. I'm a big Peter Schrager guy.
Yeah, Peter's one of the more underrated insiders in this league. He broke one of the bigger stories of the past couple years. I think he broke the Marcus Peters trade, I believe.
Nice. And there's Shad Khan and the owner of the Jaguars, one of the minority owners. I think might be the only minority owner. I don't know if there is another.
There's some Jews, several Jews that own teams, and Jews like to consider themselves a minority. And I'm Jewish, and I understand that. But there's something about Shad being Muslim. And speaking of Muslim, Robert Saleh, the first Muslim American head coach in NFL history. Awesome. And I think he was the best head coaching hire this cycle. The Jets have to be very excited having him in the building. He and Joe Douglas are going to do a fantastic job with that organization, I think, because they're going to establish identity. Yeah, the Jets, they've lacked an identity for so long. They finally have some people in the building to provide it.
And that's why I love football. And that's why football's so amazing. Is because here you go, you got this like old rich white guy who owns this team, who's willing to hire this Muslim, the first Muslim coach, who now drafts the guy from BYU to be the face of the franchise. It's just amazing.
And not only any owner, Woody Johnson was the ambassador of the UK under the previous administration.
Exactly. That's hilarious.
And I think Jamal Adams didn't want to play for him because of that.
Yeah. And that's just the beauty and the layers of America and why football's so great. It brings all these things together. It's for a common purpose.
Yeah, absolutely. But if the Jaguars want to go BPA here, they could go Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah or Trayvon Merrick here. They need a safety. Trayvon Merrick would make perfect sense here, I think. But I understand they want to go upside, but I would like I like to keep things conventional, but I understand being bold as well. Tyson Campbell would be a Super Bowl pick, but it's a little too early for my taste. Trayvon Merrick, you have to Trevor Lawrence is as high floor of a pick as there is. Travis Etienne as well. Make another high floor pick here with Trayvon Merrick or somebody like that. You want high floor players that provide that foundation for your new identity going forward. You started with Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne, Trayvon Merrick, an exceptional hard worker and team leader who paid his dues on special teams. He would be perfect here, I think.
And they need help in the secondary too. It looks like the pick is in for the Jags. It'll take them probably about 14 minutes to roll it up there, but secondary is a need for them. They've kind of been bleeding there for a while. So let's see if they can get someone established back there. They were trying to plug and play Sidney Jones, the next Eagles castaway. But he played well while he was healthy, but he couldn't stay healthy. So
yeah, that's the knock on him. Yeah. They need more help in that secondary. They're going to address secondary. I would go Trayvon Merrick here, but the intel has been suggesting if they go that direction, it's corner and Tyson Campbell. And it's going to take a while to march these picks up at Vic. I don't need to relay rules during a live broadcast, but we're not tipping any picks here. No tipping picks allowed.
That's totally fine. I'm not about that game. I stay off Twitter during the draft. It's like the one time I keep my phone down.
Same here. Yeah, but during this time, the picks come in. Heck, it's very possible that the Jets have already made their choice, and it's not going to be read for another 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, you got to milk out for that. That's where capitalism comes into play. You got to get that commercial money in.
Yeah, and the Kevin Hardy, the former Jaguars linebacker, coming up on the stage to announce the pick. Let's go live. Duval! I love that.
It's awesome live, too.
Tyson Campbell it is. The Georgia cornerback who we just talked about. And credit to my man on Twitter, @E_Dilla, E_DILLA. He's got sources in that building, and he's proven right. A big shout out to him. If you want to know anything about what's going on in the Jacksonville Jaguars organization, and you're going to be plenty interested in the Jaguars, as we alluded to, go follow E_Dilla on Twitter, man. He's got those sources within the Jaguars. He nailed it. Bravo, E. Dilla. Thank you for all your hard work, getting us the information ahead of time.
And Tyson Campbell, he's a good player. He's got good speed on him. It's just a matter of when the ball is actually in the air and we are in the sequence of this play, can you make the play without getting too handsy?
And that's exactly what Carlton Davis and Sean Murphy Bunting struggled with in college, or players like that. And Todd Bowles fixed it for them. And the Jaguars are betting they can do the same with Tyson Campbell, as I said. And now the New York Jets. If you keep this pick, I would go a bookend tackle to go across from Mekhi Becton, or I would go Javonte Williams or Elijah Moore. Elijah Moore, the wide receiver from Ole Miss, would be a great weapon for Zach Wilson in the passing game, because you got Denzel Mims, who may break. I hope breaks
I
out
love
this year.
Denzel Mims.
Huge fan.
Denzel Mims.
He stole the soul at the Senior Bowl last year, and a very nice kid as well. And you brought in Corey Davis, but Corey Davis, can he continue that progression he made last year is still a question. You need another weapon. Elijah Moore would make a lot of sense here too. But if you want to go edge, you can go Azeez Ojulari if you want to take a risk here. You can, or if you want to go corner, you could go Asante Samuel Jr. Robert Saleh's system is essentially zone coverage, click and close, guys guys make a play on the ball. Asante Samuel Jr., just like his dad, could do that for you.
But the Jets have so many holes they need to fill, so it's really hard to pinpoint exactly.
Absolutely, and they still may trade down. The pick isn't in yet, so they receive calls. But if they keep this pick, I would expect another offensive skill player, offensive lineman, or edge would be my guess. But that's just a guess given the needs of the roster. But Joe Douglas, he's going to take the best player on the board. But I wouldn't be surprised if he double dipped at offensive line because of because coming from the Ravens and Eagles, as you said, he wants a rock-solid offensive line, a brick wall in front of Zach Wilson, because that's why he was able to be so great last year at BYU. And he knows he might not have similar success at the NFL if he doesn't get good O-line play.
And another position
they're not trading. They're not trading. They're keeping the pick.
That's good to know. I wonder how many offers they got and what type of offers they got, because I'm sure there's plenty of teams hungry right now to move up and get the guy they got their eye on. But honestly, right now, if I was the Jets, I would take a hard look at Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Oh, absolutely. If Robert Saleh, if there's any, there are very few defensive coordinators or defensive-minded head coaches who could come up with a plan for a guy like that. It's Robert Saleh.
Mm-hmm.
Look at what Robert Saleh, what he did last year. He got a 6th-ranked defensive performance out of an injury-depleted team down to 2nd and 3rd stringers. That's how good he is at what he does.
Yeah, that's if you need a guy that kind of needs somebody who can help hone him and put him in the right spots, that's a guy you can count on. And if he's a great value at that position, I wouldn't be surprised if that was somebody they would look at. But like I said, so many holes, so many things they got to look at, so many positions they need to fill, and it's just really hard to know exactly what you want to prioritize, what you want to base it off of. But if Saleh wants to go off of what happened with the 49ers, then you got to build it off of that defense. And it has to really start with those linebackers and a strong front four.
Yes, you need a solid front seven to execute that Robert Saleh defense. Robert Saleh, I'm not sure if he's directly from the Vic Fangio tree, but the kind of defense he runs has a lot of similar concepts that Vic Fangio likes. And if you want to, that's that kind of defense that is sweeping the league right now. Little to no blitzing, get pressure with 4, and have amazing cover guys throughout your secondary, your nickel and dime packages.
Definitely. And another thing about it is that there's so much competition in that division right now because everything's up for grabs. Yes. The Bills kind of are the clear and away favorite, but Patriots are retooling. The Dolphins, they got so much capital. They got so much promise coming up. The Jets are kind of sitting there like, okay, well, let's really start it from the ground up. Let's really lay the groundwork there, because it's not like they're in win now mode. They're not in win next year mode. It's really going to take some time to plug all these holes and build it from the ground up. So take your time, take the best player available. I love me some Lavernius Coles. That dude's a monster.
Elijah Moore from Ole Miss. Great pick, Joe Douglas. You got 11 personnel package now in that offense with Elijah Moore, Denzel Mims, and Corey Davis. Excellent pick. Elijah Moore should have gone last night. He broke A.J. Brown's record at Ole Miss last year for single season receptions with 86 last year. This guy is a playmaker, man. Several teams had him as the 4th best receiver in this class, and they were shocked that he fell this far.
Well, that really did take best player available because they got a guy already in Jamison Crowder that's very similar. So that's going to be
Crowder's
interesting.
older, and you need a younger guy.
Yeah, you definitely need a younger guy. Do not sleep on Crowder, though. The guy had a career year. He's 27 years old. He's really entering his prime.
Yes, but that gives you a surplus guy to potentially trade.
Maybe.
Yeah. But the Ravens also.
I love Elijah Moore, a good player, but I don't know about the fit. But they did take the best player available, which is what Joe Douglas does.
Oh, and the deep threat. Daniel Jeremiah says he's Tyler compares him to Tyler Lockett in his analysis here on the television. And Zach Wilson, what impressed the Jets about him is his ability to throw that deep ball, and you have a deep ball target now in Elijah Moore who can stretch the field. You got your field stretcher now. He's more of a field stretcher than Crowder. Crowder's that underneath slot receiver guy. Moore's a field stretcher.
That would probably help him. Denzel Mims with Elijah Moore with Crowder in there. They need a tight end too.
The Atlanta Falcons about to make their pick. Either Trayvon Merrick would make a lot of sense here, get that defense some more help, or Javonte Williams, get him and Mike Davis in that backfield and take the load off that passing game. Either one of those two would be my top two choices here. What do you think?
Right now, I think the most important thing for them is to make sure that they're not rushing this, because right now I would trade out, honestly. I feel like right now there's the best time to trade out because people are going to be really desperate. They're going to see there's going to be a run I think there's going to be a run on receivers here coming soon. So anyone who wants to grab up and get that guy that they really want, right now would be a time to trade back and get the best pick that you can potentially get. Because the thing with the Falcons,
the Broncos have moved up. The Broncos have moved up.
What did I just say?
I think it's Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah or Javonte Williams here, because if you look at the Broncos running backs, Javonte Williams, Melvin Gordon is coming out of contract next year. Royce Freeman's just a guy coming out of contract next year. George Payton and the Vikings, they love drafting running backs on day two. And Javonte Williams, I think, could be the guy here, either him or Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, because those are one or two players the Dolphins want.
Well, they did exactly what they're supposed to do, because that's exactly what I said they should do. Trade back, get the value you want. Someone is desperate. I wonder what the haul was they got. I'm interested to see what this is. Came up 5 spots. That's not too bad. They probably didn't pay too much.
Yeah, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah or Trayvon Merrick, because Kareem Jackson is coming out of contract next year. Pair him with Justin Simmons. Broncos could go any possible way here, but they probably believe. Or you could go Dylan Radins and pair him at right tackle with Garrett Bowles, because you can't trust Juwan James to stay healthy. All options on the table here, but they probably knew the Dolphins were going to take this particular person they're about to take.
Offensive line wouldn't be a bad look either for you guys. Gotta keep Teddy Bridgewater up.
Yes, I think Teddy Bridgewater wins the starting gig by week 1. Do you?
I'm with you there. I'm a big Teddy Bridgewater guy.
All right, let's here's the compensation. They just gave up the Broncos received the 6th, and they gave up their 4th, and they got a 6th back.
That's not too bad.
They just swapped a 4th and a 6th. Not bad at all.
That's not bad. That's not too bad at all.
Because the 4th round, that's where the picks become a super mystery that rarely hit. Perfectly reasonable price. Perfectly reasonable price. And this could be the Broncos could look to move down to recoup some of that value in the 3rd. Don't be surprised there.
That wouldn't be a bad move.
Billy Thompson, legendary Broncos wide receiver, announcing the pick.
What do you think about Goodell's chair thing? Is that your?
Awesome.
Are you finished?
Here we go.
Okay.
Javonte Williams it is. Broncos get their bell cow back to run the ball. This is going to be a run-first, defensive-oriented team. This is a typical George Pate move. They traded up to take Dalvin Cook in the second round. Does the same for Javonte Williams, and he goes by the nickname Pookie, so we'll call him Pookie. What makes Javonte Williams what makes this an appropriate pick at this juncture of the draft?
Well, first off, he's a physical runner, and that's exactly the type of style that Denver's always valued. And pair him now with guy with Melvin Gordon. I mean, you guys got kind of a very serious thing going here, especially because you have a need for running back since Phillip Lindsay left. That was kind of a good complementary back you guys had for a while. You need to fill that void. Javonte Williams is a different type of running back, though. Physical, low to the ground, will truck stick you, will run hard to bring down. Yep. Don't want to call him beast mode, but he kind of got that keep your legs turning type of mentality, and you love to see that in a running back.
Yes, and he played He played linebacker most of the time in high school. Linebacker most of the time in high school, and only started playing running back as a senior. And he won the North Carolina State title in the 4x100 meter relay as well in track. And
North Carolina boy.
University of North Carolina records in 2020 for total points in a season with 132 total touchdowns last year. I think adding to take Javonte Williams, and that's why the Broncos leaped over them. So typical George Pate move. And some people say, running back. Javonte Williams is a running back that's worth taking in the second round. Royce Freeman wasn't worth day two. Javonte Williams this is completely different. Completely different. The Vikings have he kind of said Javonte Williams to be his Dalvin Cook.
Wow. Okay. Well, at the end of the day, regardless,
I'm not comparing him to Dalvin Cook. I'm just saying he's trying to be the focal point of the offense. The focal point of the Vikings offense is Dalvin Cook. George Payton sees Javonte Williams as Dalvin Cook West.
Run the ball. Yeah. Run the ball, and they gave up very little in competition. Like they didn't really give up too much to move up.
They just gave up a fourth. They just gave up a fourth from game to 6. It was just a swap. Big deal.
That's totally fine. That's a great move right there. And now the Dolphins are going to pick before my Eagles, so we'll see which direction they're going to go here.
Yeah, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah would love him here. Absolutely love Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah here.
Yeah.
It's perfect fit for the Brian Flores teams. Or Trayvon Merrick. Get Trayvon Merrick there.
Oh, that secondary is already nasty, dude. Are you trying to make them like the craziest thing ever seen before?
You can't get enough bodies there, man. Elite secondaries are part of the game. You got to stop these passing attacks.
You're not wrong about that, though. That would be a great, smart pick right now, especially because you never know with injuries what could happen. You got a strong secondary all of a sudden. You got, who knows, a practice squad player out there, and he's getting burned left and right. At least that's what happened to my Eagles. Oh, the Isley brothers are coming up.
Yeah. Awesome. Javon Holland, the safety from Oregon. He's the first safety off the board. And Javon Holland, he spent his childhood in British Columbia because his father was a longtime CFL player. And he opted out to COVID-19 last season. But I believe he had a breakout campaign in 2019 as I try to get my notes here.
We're here for small business every day.
Yeah, opted out.
He just has 19 passes and 9 interceptions in just 60 games. He was a production machine, and Flores or that Bill Belichick school, they value production in college.
And we were talking about their secondary, how they need to, want to make sure you got good depth there and do everything you need to make sure you're solidified. And that's exactly what the Dolphins are doing. They're going to be a competitive team. They're going to be a really competitive team. And they see what they have in front of them. You got a team like the Buffalo Bills, like to stretch the ball down the field, like to go deep to Stephon Diggs, like to play the intermediate with guys like Cole Beasley. You need to make sure you can defend all levels of that. So getting another addition to the secondary, which is already very stout, good move. And that's just exactly what they need to keep doing, is build that back up, because they're starting with the front and the back, and now they need to fortify that middle a little bit, get some linebackers going in there.
Yeah, the Eagles their pick, and I think tackle would make sense here because I'm not. Andrew Weedman said that he's happy with the left tackle situation. Are you happy with the left tackle situation, or do you think you might need an upgrade at the other tackle spot opposite Lane Johnson?
Well, the thing is, we already have a first-round pick invested in Andre Dillard, and then we let Jordan Mailata play it out, who we're taking a huge chance on, a former rugby player from Australia. He actually played pretty well for a guy who's never played professional football before in a structured setting. He got his first snaps, the past couple of years, and he actually played very well last year. So I am actually cool with left tackle. Right tackle, I could see maybe a backup for Lane because he does stay, sometimes injured or suspended, and he's getting a little older in the tooth. They're an awesome player when he's on the field. If we needed one spot on the offensive line right now, it'd probably be a combo guard or center because we don't know how long Jason Kelsey's going to want to play. He's contemplating retirement every offseason. Brandon Brooks stays kind of injured, even though when he's on the field, he's absolutely exceptional, but missed the past 2 seasons now. So a guard center combo is probably, if we're going offensive line, the best move. But honestly, I think they're going to be looking at corner right now.
Corner? Yeah, Asante Siabi or safety. Trayvon Merrick. Get Trayvon Merrick. This is perfect for Trayvon Merrick.
Because Rodney McLeod is one of our starting safeties. He's probably going to start the season on PUP. We went and got Anthony Harris as a free agent, which I think was an amazing signing for only $5 million on a 1-year deal. That's pretty good. But we need someone to help complement that safety position because McLeod might be out. And we also like playing 3 safeties. Sometimes, in our old regime, we took a linebacker off the field and added another safety. And so having a safety that can both cover and maybe come in the box would be beneficial. So I'm going to say someone in the secondary right here if I had to pick.
Yeah. Yeah, so
someone cool announces our pick.
Yeah, back to Javonte Williams. Do you see him splitting carries with Melvin Gordon this year?
I'm interested to see what they do in the red zone and in the goal line because Melvin's usually pretty good at that setting, but I think that's something that Williams will excel in actually.
Or they could maybe spell Williams at the goal line with Melvin Gordon and have Williams as the main back between the 20s, so to speak.
But you're absolutely right. You need to have 2 running backs that can go at all times, maybe even 3 right now.
Yes, absolutely. But and you need a long-term lead dog, though. And Melvin Gordon is gone after this year, and so is Royce Freeman. They needed a long-term guy, and the Vikings are known for making early day 2 running back investments. Another tradition George Payton has brought to Denver.
Broncos have always had a great tradition of awesome running backs. I miss those old school days of
Terrell Davis.
Oh my God! Even after them,
now your Eagles are about to make a pick.
Let's do it.
Let's wait.
Crazy Eagles fans.
The Patriots have moved up to 38 to make a pick with the Bengals.
I'm scared. Oh, Mike Golick, let's go.
Oh, he slimmed down.
A lot.
Wow.
Holy cow.
Yeah, wow.
You're a different person.
Yeah. Yeah, baby.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Devontae Smith.
So with the 37th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select a guard from Alabama,
Landon Dickerson. You said a typical Eagles move, a guy with a checkered injury history, but amazing tape. To marinate 1 year behind Jason Kelsey, and he'll hopefully be healthy and rear to go come 2022.
There you go, man. What were we saying? Like combo guard, someone who can play the inside of the line, and he can learn for a year and get healthy and get acclimated. Jeff Stoutland is going to make a great player out of him.
Yeah, absolutely. And let me get Landon Dickerson up here just
Well,
Yeah,
number one,
Justin
he wears
is.
69. I mean, you got to love that.
Yeah, proud tradition. Evan Mathis in Philadelphia. He give him that number again.
You
He
know
could have
your
a nice
Philadelphia
career.
offensive lineman. Respect,
Yep.
brother.
Yep, and well, Evan helped the Broncos win Super Bowl
Oh,
when he was.
That's right. We gave him to y'all. Give y'all a rental.
Yeah, he started at Florida State, and he suffered season-ending injuries in both his freshman and sophomore and junior seasons. ACL tear in 2016, a right ankle in 2017, and a left ankle sprain the following year. Then he transferred to Alabama, and then earned second-team All-SEC honors in 2019, then won the Jacobs Blocking Trophy last year, which is the best O-lineman in the entire SEC, and the best center in college football with the Remington Trophy. But he suffered another torn ACL in the AFC Championship. The Eagles, but like you said, this is the kind of player they like to roll the dice on, and Landon Dickerson. And I'm sure Jeff Stoutland was begging everything in sight for him.
He really had to. They wouldn't have done that unless he went to bat for it. So he has connections with Alabama. Just really, really am not shocked at this at all. But I'm happy. I'm happy that
the Patriots traded away both their fourth picks for the 38th. Yeah, the Broncos gave up the Broncos gave up their only four to get Javonte Williams. The Patriots gave up both fourths. Yeah, teams.
But you guys got a sixth back.
Yeah, but that's the point. Surrendering your fourth round picks, especially in a draft with a narrow pool this year of only like 600 some players, is perfectly reasonable value, especially this year.
Yeah, that's great. They're getting the players they want right now. People are targeting it right now. Who do they want? Is the guy? I'm going to try to jump someone else and get him.
Yeah.
The New England Patriots select
Christian Barmore.
Wow, such a Patriots move. Oh my gosh.
Well,
arguably one of the biggest steals.
Bill Belichick, his relation with Nick Saban continues to pay off. He gathered probably more intel on Christian Barmore than most others, and felt comfortable in taking the risk despite some of those character questions that have been swirling in league circles. And Bill Belichick said, "Screw that, I can fix this guy." In typical Belichick fashion.
He's going to buy into the Patriots way. He's going to be an absolute monster for them. Very, very talented player. Really aggressive. Blows up line of scrimmage. Really hurts people when he hits them. I like that part about him. Look at his arms. He looks like a monster.
Oh, yeah, that length. Oh, yeah, alligator arms, as scouts like to say. Those long alligator arms. And a narrow defensive tackle class. The Bears have made another move up the board. The Bears have made a move all the way up. This has to be for a tackle. This has to be for a tackle or a wide receiver. The Bears are, Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy are swinging for the fences here. And let's take a look at the wide receivers, tackles. Tevin Jenkins or Dylan Radins, I think, should be the pick. If they
go receiver, Terrace Marshall is what I would go.
Yeah, but he's got injury questions. He's got serious, but so does Tevin Jenkins. But Dylan Radins, or De'Ami Brown out of North Carolina.
De'Ami Brown's not bad. Yeah.
I was about to say Pat Frymouth, but they drafted Cole Kmet last year. Oh, they gave up their third and sixth.
The third and their sixth?
Yes.
That's a little bit steeper than
what Denver paid to move up, but it's a bigger jump. They jumped from like 52 all the way to 39. It's a 13-spot jump. Broncos only jumped 5 spots.
Yeah. How far did the Patriots jump up?
Patriots jumped up 8. 8.
Okay. Patriots.
Bears. It's got to be wide receiver or tackle here. Got to protect Justin Fields or help Justin Fields.
Who's doing their pick?
Rasheed Davis on their Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah, legend.
To the Chicago Bears with the 39th pick in the 2021 NFL.
You got drip.
Select Tevin Jenkins.
Tevin Jenkins! Oh my God, that butt whooping bouncer to nightclub. He will bounce you out of that nightclub if you're misbehaving. Tevin Jenkins, love that, love this. Justin Fields, he's got a guy who's going to say, if you touch my quarterback, I'll beat your wife kind of guy, doesn't he?
The dude is wild, man. That he's definitely wild. He got that Richie Incognito vibe to him.
Oh.
The dude will threaten the school.
The Richie Incognito on the field type guy, not the Richie Incognito off the field.
Exactly. Yeah, just straight mauler. And that's exactly what you're saying. They needed a tackle, and that's what they went and got. The Bears are, they might say the GM might save himself. Pace might have a shot here.
Yes, but here's what this tells me why they went tackle, and they're not going to pick again till the 4th round, is that they're happy with the receivers they currently have with Allen Robinson and Darnell Mooney and Cole Kmet. And now his main mission, I think, is, look, I'm not going to take a receiver this year. We can wait till next year's best, and I got to re-sign Allen Robinson and then take another one next year. That's what he has to be thinking. Don't you think so?
Yeah, and they say that Tevin Jenkins now, he gave up 3 sacks and 1,400 snaps. That is crazy production.
Yes, and I believe Charles Leno, who is a league average, and Tevin Jenkins on the opposite side. Protecting Justin Fields is more important than getting a weapon. Bears made the right decision here.
That was awesome.
The receiver board's there, and the Falcons are now in. Trayvon Merrick, I think, makes a lot of sense for them here. They need more help in that secondary. Badly.
They were getting shredded
Trayvon Merrick. Get Trayvon Merrick. And trade 5 picks back, still get him. Great.
They definitely need help on the defense side of the ball. I mean, Kyle Pitts is kind of a luxury pick for them. Great pick. Love the player. Definitely a luxury pick for them. They needed to build that defense. That's the reason they lost games, not their offense. And honestly, Matt Ryan, how many years do you think they got when Matt Ryan with a window for him? Maybe another 3 years max, 2 years?
Yes. They could go with Dylan Reid as a naked Caleb. You're right.
Oh, it's nice seeing the troops get some burn here.
Absolutely. And even the Space Force. The Space Force, I think that was it's worth the Space Force absolutely worth keeping.
I'd join the Space Force.
Yeah. Yeah. Some people wanted Biden to abolish the Space Force. Not going to happen.
Let's hear it for our incredible military.
Yay!
Let's go, military.
The vaccination process. Keep that in mind. They're helping us get through COVID by helping out vaccination sites like the one I went to.
That's awesome.
USA, absolutely.
Oh, this is great. This is why I love football, man.
Okay, with the 40th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Richie Grant.
Richie Grant! That is Dave Brugler's favorite safety in this draft. He absolutely tore it up at the Senior Bowl. Richie Grant out of UCF. And Richie Grant, oh my God, Daniel Jeremiah brought up a great point about him as a tackler, and it's not that he's just an outstanding tackler. Look at the improvement.
Ooh, look at that form.
Yeah, and look at the improvement he made in his tackling. He had 20 missed tackles in 2018 and 2019 combined, and last season he only missed 2 tackles.
He has amazing form. I mean, he really knows how to just wrap the guy up from the back of his legs and scoop him up again.
Look, you heard the numbers I just read. He missed 20 tackles combined in 2018, 2019, and he only missed 2 last year. That improvement alone speaks to his work ethic.
That's amazing. And he had 3 picks last year. I mean, that's really, really good.
Yeah, I wonder why Trayvon Merrick is falling. Maybe Let's see if I could get some answer.
Yeah, let's see if we get some intel on that, because you're absolutely right. People were slating him for maybe even going in the first round, and now people are taking same position players ahead of him. So could be something going on there. Now the Lions pick
the
is
Lions.
in, right?
I think you got to get a weapon here. You got to get a weapon. You got your Penei Sewell to go with Taylor Decker to protect Jared Goff, and now you got to get Jared Goff weapons. You have nobody in that wide receiver room. And let's take a look at the best. Yeah, Terrace Marshall would make a lot of sense here. Yami Brown out of North Carolina,
Tylan Wallace is still available. People are hiring
Tylan
Wallace from Georgia.
Or they go with Dwayne Eskridge.
I like Eskridge. You know me, I'm a big Eskridge guy.
Yeah, Western Michigan.
Western Michigan?
He went to Western Michigan, and the Lions are probably more familiar with the programs in West that are more familiar and have more intel coming out of Kalamazoo than most other teams do.
Absolutely. That makes a lot of sense, honestly. If that would be a great fit, especially if you want to bite your kneecap kind of guy, that's a bite your kneecap kind of guy, Eskridge. I like that about him. Bust your ankles and bite your kneecaps with the boots in the open field. Exactly. He runs a great inside slant too. I love watching his feet. He's just a very shifty guy. Physical too. He's only, he weighs about the 200 something, but he doesn't even crack 6 feet. So he's a nice built guy.
Here's intel from a good friend of mine. People around the league view Treylon Merrick as very limited.
Okay.
Very limited. They view Javon Holland and Richie Grant as more versatile and multiple. People want multiplicity in their safeties these days. Just ask, tell that to Vic Fangio, Robert Saleh, Wink Martindale, any of the great defensive minds in the game today. Bill Belichick. Multiplicity is everything to Bill Belichick.
The ability to cover tight ends and running backs, and even if you have to cover the slot, and then also be able to tackle and be able to stop the run. I mean, you got to be able to do a bunch of things. Safety has become one of the harder positions to play right now in the NFL.
Yeah. Yes.
And it's harder to find those premier guys. You don't see them getting taken as early. Tyrann Mathieu and you don't really see that type of breed anymore, the Ed Reeds of the world.
Totally. Ed Reed was 1 in a million. How many weapons on defense can you see Ed Reed? Bill Belichick and Tom Brady, that legendary seed, you have to call out Ed Reed in every protection. How many safeties had been given that distinction by a quarterback in NFL history pre-snap? How many?
Yeah. Very few.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe right now, some safeties I would be looking at, like if I were defensively speaking, I'll be looking at like Jamal Adams. I'll be like, where is he at? Where's Jamal Adams at? That's the guy who can make a play on you in a moment's notice. Oh, let me some K Adams.
All right. Let's get to the Lions pick. Come on.
I can take K Adams all day.
Oh, K Adams, yeah, but I'm personally not the biggest fan of this part of the broadcast.
Yeah. I'm a big Cam Jordan guy, too. Cam Jordan's got great personality.
Oh, I love Cam Jordan. He's the man.
He's an awesome player, too.
Yeah.
What about the Saints? They picked DN yesterday.
Peyton Turner, yeah, he rose. He was another late riser that came up the board after that freakish pro day he had down at Houston. 84-inch wingspan. Can play inside, outside on defensive line. Stick him inside on rushing downs. Get him over the guard. He can make some hay.
Dude can make you miss in a phone booth. For a big guy, that dude can move.
Here we go. Lions pick. Levi Onwuzurike, the second D tackle off the board. Levi Onwuzurike from Washington, who I believe graduated. He might have been a high school valedictorian, and he had among the highest grades on this team. But Dad Campbell really going trenches, and Brad Holmes so far. Like I said, the first picks of your tenure as head coach, general manager, you
offensive line, defensive line.
or above all, you have to show what does a player on this team in my image look like and smell like. Lions, no wonder going through the trenches.
Definitely built through the trenches. I mean, look at him bull rushing, just overpower people here, and he's just blowing up the line of scrimmage. Can play over the center if he needs to.
Get out of my way! Hi, center. I'm gone.
Can shed the tackle. Very, very impressive. Very mature game.
Yeah, and like I said, he's a learned man too.
You can tell he has a very mature. He takes his time. He's not rushing anything. He's not just ballistic with it. This is a good pick. I really like what the Lions are doing. I'm a big Dan Campbell. At first, I was kind of worried about the kneecap thing, but I love it. Honestly, I like the Lions. I like what they're doing here.
Yeah, they're definitely branding themselves as a physical team that Dan Campbell wants them to be.
It looks like the Dolphins ran their pick in. I feel like the Dolphins are always on the clock.
Yeah. Oh, the Dolphins moved up. Oh, Dave Gettleman traded back again. Get that.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
With the 42nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Liam Eichenberg.
Liam Eichenberg. That is the offensive line protection for two. Now, Eichenberg, he's a Notre Dame guy. He's got a high floor, but my only concern is that length, that arm length, that could force him inside to guard. Their tackle situation still Hayes would have gone Dylan Radins, who's a much better bet to survive a tackle than Liam Eichenberg, but they probably liked his fundamentals better because those Notre Dame offensive linemen come and coached him very well. And Liam Eichenberg is a native Cleveland kid, so to speak.
Well, they traded Eric Flowers away, so that must be because they believe that they have somebody that can fill that slot. But with Eichenberg, good anchor, he can definitely keep his ground. He's not going to get overpowered too many times, but you can definitely even tell by watching him, the arm length, I see exactly what you're talking about. So they'll have a good plan for him and put him exactly where he needs to go, probably kick him inside somewhere. But if that's somebody that can replace what Eric Flowers did for you, who actually played pretty well, kind of redeemed his career a little bit, then that would be a good spot for him.
All right, so get this. We only had like 3 trades last night. 3. And tonight, let's see how many we've had so far. 1, 2, 3, 4 so far tonight. People are moving and shaking the board.
Well, it's exactly like you were saying.
We got a fifth. The Niners have traded out, and the Raiders are on the clock. I think they're going for Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. They want speed that defense, and they want a playmaker on that defense. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is the best player on the board right now.
Well, the Raiders didn't take the best player on the board last time, so let's see if they got something else.
Well, but they were rumored to have interest in Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. That was their interest. That was the buzz going around today.
I could see that. And exactly what we were saying earlier, not as much depth later on in the round, so you package that stuff to move up right now to pinpoint and target the guys you want to get right now that high on your board.
Yeah.
Yes. How far up did the Raiders move?
5 spots.
Okay, so they should be giving up somewhere around a 4th round pick, and maybe even get something in return.
Yes, the same amount of spots as the Broncos moved up for Javonte Williams.
So let's see what the difference is here and what they gave back. Also, Dallas is up next, so I'm always keeping my eye on what Dallas is trying to do. I'm very worried that they might actually stumble into success by accident, fail backwards into success.
All right, yeah. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah here, or if you want to go edge, Azeez Ojulari, although he's falling due to that knee issue. They signed Nick Martin to replace Rodney Hudson at center.
Nick Martin, I like that addition for them.
Yeah, that was for the better name. Yeah.
They could also use help at corner too. I mean, they're not really. They got a couple holes they need to fill, and that's talk about tough division. You know, we said that same division. Even if Herbert is really, really good, you still got to get over Mahomes. You still got to get over Herbert. And now it's like, wow, okay, if the Broncos defense is legit, now you got to beat Teddy Bridgewater and the Broncos. So, I mean, the Raiders really got to work that out for them. Las Vegas, they're going to have to – they really have to win. They have to make some splashes and just do something to shake it up.
They need something to say. But Owusu-Koramoah, I think, is the only player that makes sense from that vantage point to shake something up. You want a playmaker, but at Gus Bradley, Gus Bradley pounded the table for Derwin James when he was the Chargers defensive coordinator. I think he thinks that Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is his Derwin James with the Raiders. They rendered their 4th and 7. Similar swap as the Broncos made with the Falcons.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got to familiarize myself more with that Jimmy Johnson trade value chart. Even though it's somewhat outdated, it's very helpful. And you seem to be ahead of the game there, man. All right. So we got the Cowboys after the Raiders, assuming the Raiders do go Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I think Trayvon Merrick from what was suggested by Jonah Tolles, who's a big Cowboys fan and knows some people of that organization, Jonah Tolles from the Draft Network. He suggested Trayvon Merrick would be the top player for the Cowboys today.
Yeah, they need secondary help.
Here we go. Raiders.
The San Francisco 49ers have traded the 43rd pick to the Las Vegas Raiders. With the 43rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Trayvon Merrick.
Trayvon Merrick! Woo! So the Trayvon Merrick, they got it. Would have taken him had the Raiders not moved up. Makes sense. Trayvon Merrick and Jerry Jones, probably like this now.
Love to see Jerry Jones get screwed over and over.
Jerry Jones was upset that Surtain and Horn went before him last night.
And now he lost out on the safety he wanted. This is how we do it, guys. TCU, let's go. My wife's a huge TCU fan.
And like I said about Trayvon Merrick, people view him as a very limited, but Jonathan Abram seems to be a bust. Who they drafted a couple years ago. Now they draft Trayvon Merrick. Like I said, the Jim Thorpe Award winner last year. He was the special teams MVP of TCU his freshman year, so his leadership traits were evident right off the bat, and he's got amazing ball skills because he played wide receiver and corner in high school. So the Raiders, they needed a playmaker. I think they got one.
Yeah, and he plays in the Big 12, so he's running all over the field, having to cover all types of crazy route combinations, having to switch off because there's a lot of air attacks in that conference. So he's really knows how to play the ball in the air very well. He can stay with people. He knows how to read the defense and be in the right place at the right time. So I like the way he high points the ball, though. That's one of the things he excels at. Yeah, and that's what you need now.
That's from his wide receiver days.
Yeah, that's why it helps playing both positions as much as you can. He almost looks like a receiver.
Rappaport says he suffered a back injury.
Oh.
Wow. Back problems as well, but the intel I got, teams view him as limited. And here comes Drew Pearson. Calm down, man. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Drew Pearson, Hall of Famer Drew Pearson, that is, to announce the Cowboys pick. Let's go, Drew. What do you got this year? What do you got? Come on, baby. Come on, man.
Classic.
Home of one of the all-time greatest franchises in NFL football history.
Not going to get too many boos in Cleveland for the Cowboys.
On the shoulders of many great Cleveland Brown football players like Jim Brown, Leroy Kelly, Bobby Mitchell, Gene Hickerson, John Wooden, Gary Collins, Dr. Frank Ryan, and the great number 42.
Love this. Love this.
Gives people their flowers.
One of my favorite franchises for every team I supported. However, on behalf of the five-time world champion Dallas Cowboys, Hall of Fame honor Mr. Jerry Jones, Miss Gene Jones and the Jones family, head coach Mike McCarthy, all those players that played before me would be after me, and of course, the Cowboy Nation, with the second pick in the 44th round. 44th pick in the second round. The Dallas Cowboys select defensive backs from Kentucky. Kelvin Joseph.
Wow, two major character risks by Jerry Jones in this draft. Cowboy fans, don't be felling. When you look at Kelvin Joseph from Kentucky, some scouts believe that he cares more about his potential rap career than football. He's released like I'm getting to bear with me. I took a lot of notes, man. Thank you, Dave Brugler, for putting together the beast every year. It really helps. But tons of notes to take. Kelvin Joseph, he released 6 rap albums under the name YKDV Bossman Flat, and like I said, scouts are worried that his rap ass might see football. But not only that, there's more. He's from Baton Rouge, and he began at LSU in 2018, but he was suspended for the bowl game for a violation of team rules, and then transferred to Kentucky. And before this past season, that he had 1 foot out the door, and the coaches demanded that he stop playing this season because they didn't think he was focused. And his defensive coordinator, Mark Stoops, said, quote, "I just can't have him out there standing around." Jerry Jones, what are you doing with all these character risks this year? Micah Parsons, I know he could be the best linebacker in the NFL in 3 years, or could be entirely out of the league. Kelvin Joseph could be out of the league too, man. What
We're
are the
talking about
Cowboys doing?
culture. We're talking about culture, guys. Come on, guys.
Cowboys, I think, are having the worst draft of any team so far.
I love how you're just really piling it on the Cowboys. You just keep that up, man. This is great.
Sorry, yeah, well, but honestly, here comes the Jaguars pick. Our move would make sense.
Let's go, Jags.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Walker Little.
Walker Little, interesting roll of the dice there. Like I said, you got to protect Trevor Lawrence, and Walker Little just a couple years ago was considered a potential top 10 pick in the 2019 NFL draft, but he suffered an injury that year, and he barely played this year.
But big guy, 6'7", is what you want to see on an outside protector.
Yeah,
very agile, can get down the field.
Very promising.
Can get down the field really well. Really want to see him matched up against the smaller guys, linebackers and corners and safeties. Can overpower them. Kind of slight, though, still, for a big guy.
We've got our first special guest of the night. He is Mr. Mark Schofield of the USA Today Touchdown Wire. If you want to learn anything about quarterbacks or anything about football, schematics, X's and O's, follow him on Twitter at Mark Schofield. Mark, thank you so much for joining us.
What's going on, G-Crom? What's going on, guys? How are we doing tonight?
We're doing very good. Really liking what both of my teams have done so far when you look at the full scope of the draft. And Mark, I remember when I had you on my podcast. You said that Trey Lance and Kyle Shanahan were an ideal fit more than any other team in the NFL. And when the 49ers made that trade up after when it got out that of Terry Fontenot's interest and love for Trey Lance leaked out, the Niners jumped the Falcons, and I was talking to my friends, oh my God, it has to be for Trey Lance. I think they jumped the Falcons for him, and they gave us all that weird entertainment with Mac Jones, and but our instincts and what you said gave me the instincts to go with that, and we were proven right last night. How excited should 49ers fans and football fans need to see Trey Lance and Kyle Shanahan, and what makes him the hand glove fit out of all the quarterbacks in this class for him?
Yeah, I mean, I think football fans in general, I think 49ers fans in particular should be extremely excited about what Trey Lance can do in that Kyle Shanahan system, because when you watch Trey Lance at North Dakota State, you see a lot of under center concepts, a lot of play action concepts, a lot of quick reads and throws to the fullback if he's there, throws to the tight end on sail routes, on crossing routes. You see even wide leak, one of Kyle Shanahan's favorite designs. And I've told people, and I told you this, D-Crom, when I was on with you, buddy, if you want to get a flavor for what Trey Lance might look like in that offense, you can go to coachtube.com and you will see video breakdowns, video courses of North Dakota State's offense, how they involve the fullback, how they involve the tight end. And it's literally a one-to-one scheme fit from what Trey Lance was being asked to do at NDSU to what he's going to be asked to do with the San Francisco 49ers. And then there's the other component, which is now Kyle Shanahan has athleticism at the quarterback position. We all know his love for play action, for boot concepts, for moving the quarterback out of the pocket a bit. Now you've got Trey Lance, who is obviously a weapon with his legs, who is a weapon as a ball carrier. He'll have to learn to slide. He'll have to learn to protect himself. It's great that he was willing to run people over on Saturdays against, South Dakota State. That might not work on Sundays against, the Von Millers of the world. And so he's going to have to learn to take care of himself. But the Khalil Macks of the world. Exactly right, David. But he's going to have to learn to protect himself. But he'll unlock that extra element of Shanahan's offense. So I think if you're a football fan in general or a 49ers fan in particular, you have to love the potential here.
Oh, absolutely. And what I also like about the situation is that this is a guy that only started one full year in college at the FCS level. And many people believe it wouldn't hurt him to spend a half year to a full year marinating on the bench. And the 49ers, it looks like they are going to keep Jimmy Garoppolo. So if you have him spend half the year or the full year on the bench, is that necessarily the worst thing for him? Or do you want to get him out by week one?
I mean, I want to get him out sooner rather than later. I do think that this is an offense, as I talked about with you when I was on with you earlier, this draft cycle, an offense that he could run early. And when you see some of the sort of question marks about Trey Lance, there's a consistency with ball placement issue that I think is only going to be ironed out with reps. It's one of those things that I don't think he can sort of work out. I know he's doing great work with Quincy Avery, and I love Quincy. He's a fantastic quarterback mind, and I do believe that he's going to get that arm slot in a much more consistent way that's going to help him with those ball placement issues. But nothing can replicate, nothing can duplicate going out and throwing those seam routes that have given him trouble, those crossing routes that have given him trouble. So I want to see him on the field this year. Now, they don't have to rush it. Like you said, if they're going to hold on to Jimmy Garoppolo, if they don't feel he's ready on week one, you could start Jimmy. You could work Trey Lance in. You want to get this right. If you're going to give up those two future firsts to go get Trey Lance, you don't want to break him. You don't want to ruin him. You don't want to put him in a position where he hurts himself. So you bring him along at the right pace. If that means you bring him along slower, then fine. But I do want to see him get on the field because I think the things that he needs to work on can only really be fixed by doing it live.
Yes, and Mark, the big thing obviously on my mind is Justin Fields. And I was worried he would slide all the way to your Patriots. I don't mean to make you feel bad, but I wanted either the Broncos, and if the Broncos would have taken him, I wanted the Bears to move up and get him. And my wish we had it. For the record, the Broncos, the reason why they passed on him is because they consulted with some scientists and medical experts that said that because of his epilepsy, he might have a difficult time continuously playing at a high enough level at altitude. That was their reason for passing on him, for what I was told. I'm not saying I agree with the decision, but I am just reporting the facts and trying to paint a picture inside the mind of George Payton and the Broncos of why they passed on him. But they're not the only team that I was mystified by the best. I think the Panthers should have taken him, or the Lions even, for crying out loud, have him wait behind golf. The Falcons could have even used him, although the Matt Ryan contract is one thing. But the Bears, it's good to say that we might finally have NFL superstar quarterback play in the city of Chicago. We've almost never had that since Sid Luckman, for crying out loud.
Right.
What do you think of Justin Fields' fit with the Chicago Bears?
Well, I think similar to the discussion we were sort of having just now with Trey Lance, there's an opportunity for now Matt Nagy to be able to sort of unlock the potential of his offensive schematics, because when he had Mitchell Trubisky, he wanted to use him as an athlete. He wanted to use him as a runner. Trubisky started to do that, got banged up a little bit, and then seemed a bit more conservative with his willingness to run the football at times. And I think obviously when you think of Justin Fields, you see the athleticism, the 4.46 speed, the size, the ability sort of to make people miss at times in the open field. Now, he's maybe not the best quarterback runner of the group. I think Trey Lance is very good at it. I think Trevor Lawrence is very good at it. But Fields will give you that athleticism. But also, look, you could make a case that right now, Allen Robinson has the best quarterback he's ever played with, right? Even dated back to his Penn State days with Christian Hackenberg. Now, that's probably more a sort of indictment of the quarterbacks he's played with before when you're talking about a rookie being the best he's been with. But Justin Fields is a great talent. And like I told you a couple weeks ago, he's my QB2 in this class. I think it's more a 1B than a true QB1, QB2 situation. I love what Justin Fields showed over the past year or so, that first game against Clemson to the second game against Clemson, the growth and development he made, the strides he made at the quarterback position. I think there will be elements of the offense that will be familiar for him. Some of the concepts in the Ohio State playbook are right out of Matt Nagy's system, curl flat, some of the mirrored route concepts that Ohio State and Ryan Day called, very familiar to what Matt Nagy is doing. A lot of the option routes will be very familiar for him. Like all these rookies, though, he's going to have to get faster with reads and decisions. I mean, even Mac Jones, Trey Lance, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, they're all going to have to get faster because you're facing better defenses, faster rotations, crisper rotations, more complex coverages. But I have no doubt that Justin Fields can be a star in Chicago. And for Bears fans like you, for Bears fans that are watching, this is a time to be happy. And look, they're continuing to make some good picks because Tevin Jenkins is a fantastic pick for them. I'm very surprised he slid out of the first round, but to grab Tevin Jenkins there to help that offensive line, whether it's a tackle, I do think he can play tackle, but if you feel more comfortable sliding him inside, either way, he's got the mentality to be a stud at the NFL level. And so I think this is a great draft so far from Ryan Pace and company.
Oh, yeah, I love the Tevin Jenkins pick. And on to my other favorite team, the Broncos. I have a curious question about them. George Payton, it kind of seems like he's tried to create Vikings West in Denver, so to speak. Look at the moves they've made so far. Oh, good pick by the Chargers with Asante Samuel Jr. because that corner group is aging. Nice pick, Brandon Staley. And the Bengals, big reach with the Bengals at 46 with Jackson Carman. We'll get to that in a little bit, Vic. But, he's definitely trying to create Vikings West. Look at he's got upgrade secondary, bringing in Darby, bringing in Kyle Fuller, but Fuller's on 1-year contract. Bryce Callahan's always hurt, and they didn't want to draft Justin Fields for medical reasons, so they went with the corner and the defensive player with the highest lowest guys, Pat Surtain, and with Von Miller, Bradley Chubb, they had Draymond Jones, and Justin Simmons, who they signed that deal, and you got a good defense. Now you bring in Teddy Bridgewater, and you draft Devontae Williams, who he sees as his Dalvin Cook. Does it almost seem to you that he's building this team for Teddy Bridgewater to start week 1?
At least, though, even if he's not building it for Teddy to start week 1, he's put in a position, an opportunity to build around the quarterback position. So whether it's Drew Lock or Teddy Bridgewater, you have the ability to sort of run that sort of outside zone, boot action, like cater the quarterback system so it's a friendly environment for whoever it is, whether it's Locke, whether it's Bridgewater, because with Williams in place, obviously the weapons they already had with Courtland Sutton, with KJ Hamler, with Jerry Jeudy, Noah Fant, you've got an opportunity now to run that kind of system, to showcase the play action passing game, which, as we all know, it's sort of a cheat code in the NFL today, because even teams that have struggles establishing the run and running the football can still be effective with that play action passing game. And so with the opportunity to draft Javonte Williams, I love that pick. And what I really sort of like about that pick, I'm interested to understand why Atlanta traded out of that spot, because I thought Javonte Williams would have been a great fit for Atlanta.
Oh, yeah.
But surprisingly, look, they trade out. Denver comes up. I think it's a great pick for Denver. And I think, look, whether it's Bridgewater, whether it's Locke, they have an opportunity now to put the quarterback in a very comfortable situation. So I really like what George Payton is doing so far. I think it's a very good start for them. I'd like to see them at some point address edge. Like you mentioned, look, Von Miller entering the last year of his deal. He's coming off the injury. I know they made some additions, but I think at some point you might want to address that position. But I do like the start for Denver. It's a really nice start for them because, as you mentioned, DCOM, Patrick Surtain is as solid as it gets at the cornerback position. I like J.C. Horner a lot. I think there's a ton of upside and potential. But when you look at a corner coming out of Nick Saban's defensive schemes, the stuff he was asked to do, it's making him ready for an NFL playbook for a Vic Fangio defense on day one.
Yes, and one last question. I'll have Vic ask Mark a question. Would you be surprised if Teddy Bridgewater gets the starting job week 1 or plays as early as week 4 or earlier?
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, I think, if I'm George Payton, I'm giving Drew Lock a chance to win this job.
Yes.
But I want to have a solid plan B. I think you could go into this season, if you're the Denver Broncos, with the hopes that Drew Lock locks down this position, pun intended. But at least you now have that plan B in Teddy Bridgewater, right? Where if it doesn't work, whether it's week 1, week 2, week 4, you've got somebody that you can at least trust the offense, and perhaps more importantly, these weapons too in Teddy Bridgewater.
Yes, Vic, have any questions for Mark Schofield?
Sure, Mark. One thing I've been thinking about now with the news of Aaron Rodgers and what happened with Carson Wentz, I'm an Eagles fan. What do you think about the prospects of taking a quarterback in the 2nd or 3rd round, and what effect that has on a starting quarterback? And really, how do you think that would play for a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo? That's something we're seeing now actually manifest.
Yeah, I mean, like you saw this last season, right? The Eagles, they draft Jalen Hurts, and sometimes when you get that quarterback who, instead of looking at the huddle, is starting to look over his shoulder, right? He's more worried about what's happening on the sidelines. If he makes a mistake, if he throws an interception, there is an aspect to play in that position that requires that mental toughness. And sometimes, in the Carson Wentz situation, I do think it's a bit unique in the sense, right? He has a Super Bowl MVP type of season, but then he gets hurt. He sees Nick Foles hoist the trophy, the Lombardi trophy, in his place, thinking that should have been him. You end up with the statue outside the stadium. Then he finally it looks like it's his team, it's his roster. They trade away Nick Foles, and then they go get Jalen Hurts. I mean, that's a situation where you have a quarterback. And look, I was an awful quarterback. I've bragged about the fact I was the worst quarterback in all of college football when I was playing. And so I know what it's like to start looking over your shoulder when you throw an interception, you throw an incompletion, you get sacked, you start wondering, when are they going to come get me? When are we going to get the arm to the bullpen? And so, whether it's Garoppolo now and he has to look at the fact that you've got Trey Lance coming in, whether the Eagles draft a quarterback, whether the Colts draft a quarterback, that's something you have to be cognizant of as an organization. You have to prepare that plan B sort of situation, but are you going to break your own starting quarterback in the process? You have to have that awareness, that understanding of your players, your roster, your locker room, and you might want to sort of tread lightly around that. We saw it sort of spiral out of control with Philadelphia. You could see it play out in some other locker rooms in the year ahead.
Yes, and back to the Chicago Bears for a second. You look at their quarterback room right now. You bring Justin Fields in, but Andy Dalton and Nick Foles are still there. I had this idea last night that you let all three of them duke it out in training camp and trade away either Dalton or Foles, whichever one gets the highest return for you at the end.
I think that's exactly right, because we all know what's going to happen. We're going to get a regular, set of preseason games, right? And so in all likelihood, there's going to be a quarterback that gets hurt. It's just the numbers are what they are. And so I think you're exactly right. You let these three play it out. Who's going to be your QB1? Who's going to be your QB2? If it's a scenario where you as the organization feel like Justin Fields is going to have to redshirt and he's really just going to be a QB3 for you, then maybe you don't move those guys because you might want to be a little bit sort of conservative with that decision. But if Fields shows you enough that you can play him and he could be your backup at worst case scenario, then I do think you're right, David. You move one of the other two veterans because an opportunity is going to open up where somebody goes down, a starter or a backup, and you get a chance to take advantage of that situation. And so I think that's the right approach. See what your best two are going to be, and then move that third guy if it's one of those two veterans.
And last but not least, in terms of fantasy football, I was telling my dad, if Kyle Pitts goes to the Falcons, he's like the fourth highest fantasy tight end on my board, only behind Kelsey, Kittle, and Waller. Do you feel the same way?
Absolutely, David. Look, he's in a unique opportunity now in an Arthur Smith system that we know does two things. Involves the tight ends, uses a lot of 12 personnel. And so he's going to see a lot of targets. He's going to see a lot of opportunities. And he's a unique talent in that you could use him as an inline tight end. You could flex him out. And if you're a defensive coordinator, you see that sort of 12 personnel package with him, with Hayden Hurst, with Ridley, with Julio Jones, and you treat that like a base situation where you want to get your base defense on the field. You flex Kyle Pitts out. You get him matched up against linebackers, against safeties. He's going to see a ton of targets. And so, yeah, we know the names at the top, right? Your Kittles, your Kelseys. But I think you look at the opportunity here with Kyle Pitts, the wingspan, the athleticism, the burst, the launch speed. If you could get yourself some Kyle Pitts shares, do that as soon as you can. Redraft, Superflex, whatever, because I think he's a player you're going to want rostered. And especially leagues like the Scott Fish Bowl, where you get that tight end bonus, 1.5 per reception for tight ends, do that because he is going to win you some leagues and potentially win you some money if you're in those kinds of leagues.
Any other questions for Mark? Vic?
No, man. Who do you think? You think any quarterbacks go second, third round?
Vic, I think this is such a unique quarterback group that you had the 5 names at the top that I think, it's no surprise that those guys all went in the top 15. This is a bit thinner group in sort of the developmental side. I do think it wouldn't surprise me if we see 2 tonight, though. Whether it's Kellen Mond, Kyle Trask, Davis Mills, 2 of those 3, I think do go. Interestingly enough, I think a team like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers might look at this as an opportunity to perhaps draft a quarterback. We all know Brady wants to play until he's 95, but I don't think he can do that. Maybe until he's 80, but I don't know about 95. So you might see Tampa Bay go quarterback. You might see a situation where perhaps the Saints decide to hedge a little bit against Jameis Winston. Maybe a Kyle Trask could fit there. Maybe a Kellen Mond. So we might see some quarterbacks later in the second, early into the third. And those would be the 3 I'll be watching for.
He is Mark Schofield, ladies and gentlemen. Catch his work at the USA Today Touchdown Wire. Follow him on Twitter at Mark Schofield. He is one of the best football resources, especially when it comes to the quarterback position. Thank you so much once again for joining us, and we hope to do it again with you again next year.
Thanks so much, guys. Enjoy the rest of the night. Have a good one.
You too. Have a great one, Mark, as
you.
well. So let's,
good dude,
while we
man.
were talking to Mark, Mark's one of the best football minds out there. The Bengals made a reach. Jackson Carman.
Yeah, it came out of nowhere, didn't it?
He's more of a guard. People say he's more of a guard.
Maybe he won't play guard.
Yes, I don't get this. And I love the Asante Samuel Jr. pick. He is the perfect quarter for Brandon Staley's system. And keep in mind, Brandon Staley is from the Vic Fangio tree. He coached under Fangio when he was DC in Chicago and for his first year in Denver. And he's your typical zone corner. And but then we got the 49ers take Aaron Banks, a guard from Notre Dame. This is the
offensive linemen really flying right now, huh?
They're really flying. It's some that I didn't expect to last till the 3rd round. Aaron Banks, but you got to protect Trey Lance, and the Niners believe that he fits their scheme. And the Arizona Cardinals drafted what my man O'Carroll called the mute love child of Darren Sproles and Eric Metcalf, Rondale Moore out of Purdue. The Cardinals got their gadget home run weapon that they wanted for Kyler Murray. That they wanted Jalen Waddle, but they couldn't trade up to get him. So they in the 2nd round they get a similar player in Rondale Moore, although his size is concerning. But let me tell you about Rondale Moore. His freshman year, he absolutely exploded. He won the Paul Hornung Award, which is awarded to the most versatile player in college football, and he may be just 5'7", 181, but he squats like 600 pounds. Get that? He can squat 600 pounds. And he's a hard worker who completed his degree in less than 3 years. I like that pick for the Cards.
That's really nice. And the Cards really loading up at receiver, it seems.
Yes. And does Larry Fitzgerald retire? We shall find out hopefully sooner rather than later. But nonetheless, he had a great career. Now the New York Giants are on the clock. I think edge makes a lot of sense here. Boogie Basham, if you are still disturbed by Azeez Ojulari's knee. But if you want to if you want to roll the dice on Ojulari, I think it would make a lot of sense to do so now. Would you?
That'll be a good value at this point. And they definitely need a pass rush. They've been lacking that ever since JPT left, honestly. So they need to really step their game up as far as that goes. I would take a risk on a guy who might have a little bit of an injury thing going on, because you're in the middle of the 2nd round. That could be somebody who potentially could have gone in the 1st round if it wasn't for the medical history.
Oh yes. And hang on, I'm just crossing names off the list here. Oh, yeah, Jackson Carman was 96th on Daniel Jeremiah's top 150. The Bengals took him in the top 50. Big reach.
Wow. Maybe they know something we don't.
Yeah, Aaron Banks was a bit of a reach, too. He was 74. Niners 48. Not as bad, but still. But one GM did say this to Peter Keeg, that picks 35 to 75 is the hotbed of the draft, and we've seen a lot of really good dealing here. And what I think that GM meant was that the values of all these players are very close by. There's very little drop off between this part of the draft. We're in the middle class right now, so to speak.
Yep. And this is going to kind of distinguish who's really making the most out of this draft and who's not, because there's going to be people who are maybe making some reaches and they're taking those chances, and some people who are staying true to exactly who the best player available is. So this is going to determine who's the winner and losers are the next few picks. The Giants, they've been pretty patient all night, so let's see. They really need to strike big here.
Yeah, Dave Hellman's finally discovered analytics. He's trading back. Oh, Washington, they're going to have a golden opportunity to pick up one of the higher-ranked tackles. Dylan Radins would make a lot of sense for Washington. Or Jeremiah
you want him to get drafted.
Would make picks.
Yeah,
What?
Those are two guys you've been really wanting to get drafted. Hopefully their names come up here off the board here. Maybe, who knows, maybe they'll go here shortly. But the Redskins, the one thing I'm worried about is them adding more to their defense, because that would really scare me. Or sorry, the Washington football team would really scare me with more to their defense.
Here we go. Here's the Giants pick with Justin Tuck. No, that's not.
Oh, Justin Tuck. He was
Darius Slayton.
Oh,
That's
okay,
Darius
okay.
Slayton.
Darius Slayton's a baller.
Azeez Ojulari. Great value here. He fell due to knee concerns. But he was one of the top edge rushers in this class, and he was born to two Nigerian immigrants, and I think his paternal grandfather was a Nigerian prince. Get that?
What?
So interesting family history there
Right.
for Azeez Ojulari. But he obviously
a large human being.
they say he actually
That's
undersized by
fascinating.
edge
Definitely got it.
standards.
Yeah, but at the same time, look at the way look at how rangy his legs and arms long.
Yeah. Yes.
That first move he has, he can really take a really big step and throw people off their game, get their spacing thrown off. He goes for strip sets pretty well too. You gotta learn to do that. That'd be.
Yeah, we should have another guest coming on momentarily here. And now Washington's pick said, I think this is either Dylan Radins or Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Either one makes a lot. No, they already drafted Jamin Davis yesterday. They drafted Jamin Davis. You got your linebacker. Now you got to get your tackle. Make it Dylan Radins, Washington football team. Ryan Fitzpatrick isn't necessarily the most nimble guy. Got to protect him.
Ryan Fitzpatrick honestly scares me to death. That dude will throw bombs on the Eagles.
Yeah,
he always kills us.
Yeah. Heck, would you be surprised if Taylor Heineke had a better season than he did this coming season?
The thing about the Heineke is that it's one thing when there's no tape on a guy and he starts in a playoff game and he does kind of well against a really good team. But once the book's out on him, can he duplicate that?
Yeah, that always happens. When the sample size grows, defensive coordinators start to pick up.
And then with Fitzmagic, the book's out on Fitzmagic. It's just a matter of stopping the magic.
Yeah, of course. Darryl Green. No, Monty Coleman.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Washington football team selects
Sam Cosmi is the pick here. Samuel Cosmi from Texas, the son of Romanian immigrants, started a lot of games at Texas, and this pick to me should suggest that Washington wants to be a get rid of the ball quickly team and let your playmakers create plays on their own, because Cosmi's play style warrants a system like that.
Well, Curtis Samuel and Terry McLaurin, I mean, that's exactly what you're going to get.
Yes, and it's great to welcome back our man Bill Rossetti to the show. Bill was on last night. He covers the Panthers for SI Panthers and the Bagels for the Bagels Wire. And the Bagels made a very head-scratching pick with Jackson Carman, who many people think he's more of a guard. What did you think of that pick, Billy?
Yeah, first off, yeah, glad to be back with you, David, and good to meet you, Vic. Yeah, interesting pick with Jackson Carman. You know, Carman, a lot of people feel he's kind of an inside guy, so really going to be interesting to see what the Bengals do. Maybe this gives, maybe this makes Riley Reef a little bit happy because supposedly they've already told him he's going to play right tackle, so he can kick Carman inside the guard, where they certainly need a lot of help there as well too. Michael Jordan really hasn't panned out all that well since stepping in as a 4th-round rookie a couple of years ago. So really intrigued what they do with Carman. But yeah, some of the tackles that have been off the board, or that they're still on the board, like we of course just saw Sam Cosmi go off the board. Guys like Dylan Radins is still on the board, Brady Christensen, Jalen Mayfield. So interesting pick here, but at least they have some more protection now for Joe Burrow.
Yeah, the Browns just made a move up. They surrendered one of their 3rd-round picks, 89 overall, and to move up to this spot at 52. The Panthers moved down again. Scott Fitterer is pulling a John Schneider here. He's
yeah, that's the Seattle mentality. It seems like that's going to be the way they go. 2 trade downs already.
Yes. And the Broncos have it. It was a Vikings-esque move. Vikings traded up for Dalvin Cook. George Payton says, we did that in Minnesota. I'm going to do the same thing in Denver for Javonte Williams. That was another typical Vikings move by George Payton, but he may trade back in the 3rd.
Yeah, really like what the Broncos have done so far. I'm really, really excited to watch what Javonte Williams can do in that offense behind that line. And, yeah, they obviously had to make the move because they had to get in front of Miami, because I really feel if Miami was there, if Javonte Williams was there for Miami, I think he was going to be the pick. So good move there by Denver. And they really didn't give up that much. What was it, a 4th-round pick, basically?
They just surrendered a 4th, the Falcons gave a 6th return, just a mid-round swap. And in this year's draft, 4th round are more rap shooter than ever.
Yeah, so definitely like what the Broncos have done so far. Like what the Chargers have done so far.
Oh, yeah, I love that. Asante said he'll pick
vintage Tevin Jenkins.
Corner.
Yeah, I think I think the Bears got tremendous value on Tevin Jenkins. I mean, basically just outside the top 40 for a guy that we all thought was going in the 1st round. Love what Chicago has done so far in this draft. And, I heard Mark talking earlier about Justin Fields, and of course, Mark's my boy too. So great to hear from him. Yeah. Justin Fields, Tevin Jenkins. I mean, this is Chicago. This is Ryan Pace kind of going all in. He knew that this was kind of a last-ditch effort, and he's taken full advantage of it. Exactly.
And the pick is in for the Browns. And Vic, you could feel free to add thoughts, because I gotta I gotta turn on the lights, so to speak.
Do your thing, bro. Yeah. Do your thing. I got you, man. All right, let's see what the Browns got, man. Oh, they got the macho fan Randy Savage in the chair. Let's see it. I love it. Let's see what the Browns, they've been having a sneaky draft too. I mean, they really don't have that many holes to fill either. They got a pretty talented roster. I'm happy for them.
Yeah, they're in a great position to basically just go BPA here. Greg Newsome just kind of fell to them. Really like that there.
I think this is a good spot for Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. What do you think?
You've been saying that for every pick, dude.
Almost every pick, but the Browns, they need more speed in the middle. They need more speed in the middle.
Right, you're right. They could use that.
You
love some JOK, bro. Oh, man. Hell yeah. Let's see it, Browns. I'm happy for the Browns, man. I like when the Browns are good.
Here we go. Likewise. Love Baker.
Yeah, I'm a big Baker guy.
Yeah, JOK!
About time.
Yep. As I said, Albert Breer reported today the reason why he fell was because teams saw how hard the Cardinals, how difficult it was for the Cardinals in finding a role for Isaiah Simmons last year. That's going to be the challenge for Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. And the question is, do you want to use him as a linebacker or a strong safety? What role do you think would he be best in Cleveland? I think they probably see more as a linebacker because I think they're safeties.
Linebacker for sure, man. And it's partly because you just don't want to risk it with the players that can take the top off the defense in the AFC North. You do not want to risk something like that. But what they're going to do is they have a lot of disposable pieces right now with the Browns. They can experiment a little bit, especially on the line with the people who put their hands in the dirt and the people who are standing up. I mean, think about it. With Jadeveon Clowney now on the same roster as Myles Garrett, and then you add JOK. I mean, they just got a lot of crazy ass guys on that team. It's kind of cool.
Oh my God, I love this draft. They got my man Greg Newsome II in the first round to give Denzel Ward a playmate at corner on the boundary. Now you got Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah to give your defense that speed that you need to help stop these AFC offenses on your way to the Super Bowl. The Browns, it's hard to find a weak spot on this roster, man. What is the weakest spot on this Browns roster right now after they got Koramoah? Like speed in the middle of defense was one of the only weaknesses I could think of, and now they've addressed it as long as they find a role for him.
They're a good team, man. They can only beat themselves at this point, or the Chiefs can beat them. Love Andrew Berry.
Yeah, but gets some word. Oh, Charles Davis sees him as another Harrison Smith. Very interesting. Would you put him at linebacker or safety if you were Joe Woods, the Browns defensive coordinator? Vic thinks he's a linebacker. Do you think he'd be better at linebacker in a Shazier type role or more of a strong safety?
I think you could just fit him anywhere. I think he's just that versatile, and I get that was obviously one of the concerns with JOK is, where do you put him? Obviously the weight was a bit of an issue. He's only about 215, but I mean, he could just be kind of a chess piece here in Cleveland. You could just kind of move him anywhere, really. So I think this is a great landing spot for him. So yeah, I really like the Browns start so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And now the Tennessee Titans pick is it. Dylan Radins makes a lot of sense here. A tackle, or if they want to go wide receiver, you can go Terrace Marshall Jr. here because you need more help in that passing game now. Or Pat Freiermuth. You lost Jonnu Smith, and they love the tight end there. This would be Pat Freiermuth makes a lot of sense here. Wouldn't you say so?
There's not a lot of tight end depth, so you want to grab one now if you need one.
Yeah, Pat Freiermuth makes perfect sense here. And losing Jonnu Smith and the Titans, even though they don't have Arthur Smith anymore, they're still going to run the scheme, so they're going to need a tight end. Bill, do you think Pat Freiermuth makes a lot of sense here for the Titans, 53, to replace Jonnu Smith?
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, it's a bit of a drop off, because we expect Freiermuth to go soon. We expect Brevin Jordan, Tommy Tremble to go soon. So yeah, if they want to take a tight end, now might be the time to do it.
Here we go. Let's find out. Kevin Dyson. Dylan Radins. I said Dylan Radins or Pat Freiermuth here. They selected Dylan Radins. They needed another bookend tackle opposite Taylor Lewan. They got a good one in Dylan Radins.
My buddy's a Colts fan. He's pissed right now. The Colts wanted him to fall. The Colts really wanted him to fall. They were hoping for a tackle yesterday, and they were hoping Dylan fell today. And I know they're mad the Titans got him.
Yeah.
Of all people.
Yes, but speaking of, it was reported by Nate Taylor, who covers the Kansas City Chiefs for The Athletic, that the Colts could be looking at Eric Fisher.
That wouldn't be bad. That's the guy you've been pounding the table for, man. They took him back to back. You must be happy, DCAM. This is your peak right here, bro.
Yeah. Oh my
You gotta
God.
find someone new to call out every pick.
I'm no GM. I just listen to analysts who know what they're talking about. But now the Colts here, the cupboard of tackles pretty bare right now. You got your edge.
They could maybe use a little bit of help at receiver.
Yeah, this could be a Terrace Marshall Jr. if they they're satisfied with his medicals, or De'Ami Brown. De'Ami Brown of North Carolina makes a lot of sense. Have two tall receivers, Michael Pittman and De'Ami Brown on the boundary. Perfect for Carson Wentz. Those are the receivers he really succeeded with in Philadelphia.
He really likes bigger body guys, but at the same time,
Terrace Marshall's also a bigger body guy. He would make sense here.
Mm-hmm. And then also at the same time, they needed offensive line, but there's been such a run on offensive line in the second round. It's crazy.
Absolutely.
They're always a candidate. Oh, they picked. We'll see what happens. Steelers next too. The Steelers. I know the Steelers fans are going crazy right now. They went running back in the first round, so they're going to have to figure something out here.
Yeah, they took a running back, and the tackle cupboard is bare too. They needed offensive line out, but Marquise Pouncey retired, and there is a good center named Creed Humphrey still on the board. I think he would make a lot of sense here.
That would be great value.
And remember, I met his agent, Ken Sarnoff.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
he's about to get paid.
Yep. Creed would be a shock to see him fall too far. The Steelers could really use him with the retirement of Pouncey. They need any offensive lineman. Creed Humphrey might be the best one available right now, so to speak. Or Quinn Miners, either one of them, if they want to go with the small school product.
Colts have kind of become my secondary team. They're like the Eagles' spawn child.
Yeah. All right. So, what teams? Whoa. Oh yeah, the Ravens no pick in the second round because the Chiefs got the pick. Oh, Bill left. The Ravens no pick in the second round, but as I said, I really love what the Ravens have done so far. Now the Colts and Chris Ballard have turned in their second pick of the draft at 54 overall. I'm not sure what they should do here. If you want a corner, this would be a good pick. I love Elijah Molden out of Washington, son of Alex Molden, who was a top 10 pick in 96, played for the New Orleans Saints. And we got another guest here. He is Cole Thompson, ladies and gentlemen, the man of many hats. Fansite.com, SI Daily Texans. Correct me if I'm wrong. Welcome to the program, Cole. Thanks for joining us.
How you doing, man?
What's going on,
very well, thanks. What is your overall impression of the draft so far? Favorite classes, least favorite classes?
Hands down, Cleveland wins the draft. I don't even need to go. They won the draft. It's over. They got my third ranked cornerback, someone who's a top 15 player. They also got my number 9 player in Jeremiah Usu-Koromora. Trading back, trading up to go get him. This is a city that's trying to win now. They have a defense that's wanting to get the pieces. They spent all offseason trying to get these pieces and making sure that this team was built defensively. And the one thing you can take away is last season in that AFC wildcard game, they allowed 500 receiving yards to Ben Roethlisberger and this Pittsburgh offense. You can't have that happen again. You can't have that in the AFC North. This is a roster that now has balance at the first, second, and third level of the defense. What you added in with the also, I would say, secondary with guys like Troy Hill, guys like John Johnson, they've really done a great job building this defense up for Joe Woods with a lot of different pieces in a lot of different areas. There's no way that they are going to be a loser. This is the host city. Congratulations to Cleveland. They are my biggest winners thus far.
Yeah, pick it in for the Colts. Deo Odangbo from Vanderbilt. Lots of interesting names that aren't as high on many experts boards going off the board here. What do you think of Deo Odangbo at 54?
Good player, very similar to what I would say was Denisio Autry for them a couple of, last season. A guy who could play both the 3-4 and the 4-3 set. You could probably play him as the inside guy. I thought overall he was a pretty solid player. I mean, he was somebody who I think has a tremendous value as a defensive lineman. The question is this a bit of a reach? Maybe. I think it's really just based off of what we're talking about when you're looking at, size and frame and where he's going to line up. But Chris Ballard knows his defensive players. The one thing that you can see, especially when watching the film, he's getting his hands up, he's getting off the edge, and he's able to work upfield completely out leveraging offensive linemen. So I think it's going to be interesting to see where he lines up.
Same with Quiddy Pay. Like I mentioned yesterday, where they took Quiddy Pay, just put him inside with the Forrest Buckner and have them hunt the quarterback on passing downs.
Those
Yeah,
two are gonna be great.
move guys around. That's like the beauty of what Matt Eberflus's defense is that you allow these guys to move around and be players who aren't just solidified to one gap. They can do a little bit of everything, and that's what you went out and you got to Forrest Buckner. I think when you really build this defensive line, that's something that you have to consider. They really are making sure that each level of the defense is set up to be successful. So I like what they've done so far. Quiddy Pay is going to be on one end. I think what they'll probably do is they'll play Dale very similar to what we've seen with Denisio Autry, and you will have Forrest Buckner be your primary defensive tackle.
Yes, and what is your least favorite draft class of this draft so far?
I mean, it's the Raiders, but again, I think I'd feel a lot better if we just switched the picks. If Merring went 17 and Leatherwood went where he did, I'd understand it. But unfortunately, you have to go in a different direction.
Franco Harris making the Steelers pick. He's getting booed, so we're going to briefly pause here. Staying classy amidst the boos. Hall of Fame player, Hall of Fame person. Great Franco Harris.
With the 55th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Pat Freiermuth.
Pat Freiermuth. The Steelers get a tight end. They are truly with Najee Harris in the first round and Pat Freiermuth right now, they are just saying, this is Ben Roethlisberger's last season. We're going to give him all the help he needs so we can win it all against all the odds.
Yeah, the biggest thing about him that you look at, he's very similar to what Rob Gronkowski was coming out. Your stereotypical tight end, guy who's going to play in a three-point stance and do a lot of work after the catch. Physical player, really good hands, an overall resounding blocker. And that's the biggest thing is that when you look at what you just did going out and getting Najee Harris, you want to be able to have a guy who can do a little bit of everything. He can play that H-back role. He can play your stereotypical tight end. You can move him out in the flex. He is a guy who can be a little bit of everything. And once again, Kevin Colbert, round 2, go get a pass catcher. This is the best, I would say, well-rounded tight end in the class, not named Kyle Pitts. You want a guy who can do a little bit of blocking. Guess what? You got it in him, especially at that second and third level. You got a guy who wants to be effective after the catch. You got it. I worry about his route running overall across the middle of the field, but I do think that if he can get better and cleaner to hold coverages in his favor, I very much think that this is a slam dunk pick. But now you got to make sure you address the offensive line. You cannot go into this season with Ben Roethlisberger behind this offensive line.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they didn't pick a Creed Humphrey here or somebody like that. But now the Seahawks are on the clock. But Cole, you are right about the Texans. What do you think the Texans do with their first round pick when they come on the clock here in a little bit as we start the third round?
I think they trade back. I would trade back.
They have to.
It's not even that they have to. It's just it's a very Belichickian move, and Nick Caserio worked with him for 20 years. So you know that this is exactly what Bill Belichick would do in a situation like this. Garner more picks, be able to have the selection down the line, and look at getting more players. Because here's the other thing that I don't think enough people understand. What you do when you move down is it allows you to move picks up for later. So you can package a deal at some point if you really want to move up into the later part of the third round. So say you move back just 5 spots. That's going to give you, I would say, probably the third round pick or whatever you get. And I would probably throw in a 4th round pick. If you wanted to, you could package both of your fourth-round picks together to move up into the top 100 once again and get a premier talent. That is what New England has done for years. That is why New England has been successful. That's what I think about when you look at what Nick Caserio is trying to do in his very first draft with the Houston Texans.
Vic, have any questions for Cole?
You said you're right for the Texans. Well, they got a large number of running backs coming into play all of a sudden. What's going on with that? They're doing a stable of running backs over there?
I mean, Philip Lindsay. That's really all they added. But again, I think Philip Lindsay's a good player. I think Philip Lindsay has a lot of upside. I think that he's somebody who, had back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons and behind an offensive line. When you don't know who your quarterback is, you're going to try to stabilize the run as much as possible. As bad as they were at stopping the run, they were, as bad as containing the run on the opposite side. They finished in the bottom 5 of rushing last year, and the only running back that they had that was much of any kind of success was David Johnson, and he only had really 2 great games. So you have to consider all these things in mind. Adding a guy like Philip Lindsay, I don't think changes what you do at running back. I don't think even adding a guy like Mark Ingram does it. I think Mark Ingram is more of that locker room presence, and Lindsay's more of that lead back. But, I would be very shocked to see them go in a direction where if you don't know who your quarterback is, especially if it was at the time when signing Lindsay, potentially a young quarterback because you were trading away Deshaun Watson, you want to stabilize the run and give him as many weapons as possible. Now you don't have that. So instead, you have to go with somebody else. And that's, I think, the biggest thing of all is that adding a running back does not mean to me much of what it does to other people probably.
Cole, a class that I personally not the biggest fan of is the Dallas Cowboys. Micah Parsons, he's a super promising, super high ceiling, could be the best linebacker in football in 3 years, but he could also be out of the league in 3 years. And they took another big character risk with Kelvin Joseph in round 2. Kelvin Joseph checked out of the season in Kentucky last year, also was suspended for a bowl game in his freshman year at LSU. What do you think of the Cowboys class?
Overall, it's not terrible. Definitely not the way I would have gone. But again, they kind of were jet lagged. And I think that was proven when you think about it because of you never see in-division trades. Like you never see in-division trades. When that happens, that means that you're panicking. You don't know who you're going to pick. So the conversation that I've been told is that they were set on whoever was available, whether it would be Surtain or whether it would be J.C. Horn. Yeah. When the Broncos selected Surtain at number 9, that completely changed the game. It allowed them to move back. It allowed them to pick the next best player available on the board. That was Micah Parsons. And from a talent perspective, I very much actually like Kelvin Joseph, but you did mention it. There are some character issues. He was a transfer from LSU over to Kentucky. He opted out towards the end of the season. If he hits, though, he's a perfect fit for a Dan Quinn defense. Like, he is exactly what I think Dan Quinn's defense is looking for. And you got 2 playmakers now in Trevon Diggs and Kelvin Joseph on the outside, but you got to make sure that his character issues do not get in the way.
Seahawks selection now. There's Max Strong, former fullback of the Seahawks.
With the 56th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select
Dwayne Eskridge, another weapon for Russell Wilson.
Guy.
I love Dwayne Eskridge, but I'm not sure where he fits in this offense, given all the weapons here.
It's not even about fitting in the offense, man. It's just about where he fits in general. Think about it. He is in my opinion, stereotypical slot receiver to the T, and you have the best one that you just paid a lot of money to in Tyler Lockett. So, he's a good player, but that 5'8" frame, you cannot play that on the outside consistently. I get where they're going with this. They're trying to replace the production of Brown. So I understand why you go in this direction, but I view him only as an inside guy. And if you have Tyler Lockett, who's only an inside guy, this is a little bit of a strange pick. But same time, he has vertical speed. He can work as a do-it-all kind of player. One of these kind of gadget guys. Every team is starting to go ahead and get one. I maybe would have taken him and tried to trade back. That would have been what I personally would have done. But I get the value pick here. I just do not like the fact that he's probably primary just an inside guy.
And another question I have, Cole. Justin Fields was your the fourth quarterback on your board, correct?
Yeah, he was.
Why do you think the NFL apparently wasn't as high on him as many analysts on draft Twitter?
I think it's just, luck of the draw, kind of your pick. I think people overthink it all the time. I mean, people were trying to find reasons of why Justin Herbert should fall outside the top 10 last year. I mean, there were people saying, oh, well, he opted to go back to college, so he's not mature enough to go to the NFL. Oh, he, had too many consistent throws as a short game guy. Everyone overthought him. That was just the biggest thing. When you overthink a player, sometimes it bodes well in someone else's favor, and that's exactly what it did with Chicago. It allowed them to play patient, move up, get their quarterback of the future, and they only have to give up a 4th-round pick, a 5th-round pick, and their future 2022 first. That's actually not bad value when you think about what the upside is with Trey Lance. Like, Trey Lance is a guy who you give up 3 first-round picks to. You may or may not work with him. I think Justin Fields will work. I just don't know what his ceiling will be. That is the difference between the two.
Yes, like I said, the question with Justin Fields, is he Dak Prescott 2.0 or is he Deshaun Watson 2.0 or somewhere in between? That's going to be the mystery. And the Bears have to be super, super diligent going forward, doing everything they can to make him happy and thriving.
Yeah, they have to. And they did a very good job today by making sure that right side of the offensive line is solidified with Tevin Jenkins. That is a really great player. And you pair him up with Cody White here. You pair him up with Charles Leno. I think at some point they have to find another receiver, somebody just to pair up with Allen Robinson and Darnell Mooney. But if you can do this, their defense is not the problem. I do think a cornerback would have been a need if they would have stayed put in the 2nd round or kept their 3rd-round pick. But if you can find a cornerback and you can find a wide receiver, they've done a very good job setting up Justin Fields with a good run game, with a good defense. He's going to a really good situation where he also doesn't have to be the starter right away. He can sit. He can learn behind Andy Dalton. And keep in mind, it's just mentioned in the press conference today, he is supposed to be a Patrick Mahomes-esque guy in a situation where Matt Nagy is, because Matt Nagy watched Patrick Mahomes sit behind Alex Smith before eventually starting him. It's the same situation. You allow him to learn under Andy Dalton how to play an NFL-style offense quarterback, but so much upside, so much potential. That's why you go ahead and you trade up for a guy like Justin Fields. I think a lot of people in Chicago are not mad at Ryan Pace today.
Of course, and I'm one of them, man. In case you didn't know, Cole, I'm equally as much a Bears fan, being a Chicago native, as I am a Broncos fan. I wanted one of them to get Fields. One of them made my night and did.
I think that's the biggest thing is that when you look at Chicago, they're a team that I think understands that if you are the GM and the head coach and Nagy and Pace, you got to make sure that you solidify yourself having one bridge year. And I think that with Fields, it does give them the bridge year. I don't think either one of them will be fired unless they go like an 0-17. That's the only way I think both of them get fired. They made enough moves, I think, in this draft to solidify themselves as quality players.
Yes, and the next important item on their agenda has to be re-signing Allen Robinson because you said you got him a quarterback now. He's excited. He has a reason to want to stay in Chicago, and now you now you're going to have to do some cap gymnastics and pony up.
You're going to have to. I mean, the biggest thing was that he wanted to go play with a real quarterback. I see more upside in him than I do with Lamar Jackson as a passer. I see more upside with him than I do with, say, Sam Darnold as a passer. I even see more upside with him than Zach Wilson as a passer. So all these teams that were interested in potentially adding Allen Robinson, you now have an upgrade at quarterback, in my opinion. You just got to build around him and make sure that he now doesn't lose that confidence he had coming out of high school, coming into college. If he can be that guy, Allen Robinson has a star quarterback in the making.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Los Angeles Rams, their pick is in. You think they should go offensive line here?
I would be very shocked if they didn't. I think they could go linebacker. A guy like Nick Bolton would make a little bit of sense. I think maybe if you wanted to and you didn't believe in the production of Van Jefferson, you could go get a wide receiver, but I would go offensive line.
Tutu Atwell. Oh, my God. Little Tutu Atwell from Louisville. What do you think of this? Dwayne Eskridge and Tutu Atwell back-to-back.
Oh, God. People are losing their minds right now. I want to see Twitter.
What does that say about Terrace Marshall, though? That must really mean his injury's pretty bad, huh?
Yes, he's got extensive injury history dating back to high school.
I mean, we're talking about a guy who weighed in at his pro day at under 155.
Sheesh.
Second
You're giving
round.
Devontae Smith issues? Come on.
I mean, yeah, that's basically. People were like complaining about the Devonta Smith thing, and I'm like, dude, have you seen Tutu? Like, he weighed 149 at his pro day.
Sheesh.
Like, this
like
is a guy who you see play. He's gonna. Oh, so Chiefs are on the clock. Oh, this is the Baltimore pick. Okay. This will be interesting. Kansas City, I think, is going to be a very fun team. I could see them going to get a wide receiver, going to replace that production, get a vertical threat like a De'Ami Brown out of UNC.
Oh, God, De'Ami Brown. He's on my short list for the Bears. Yeah.
Well, the Bears don't have that pick anymore, so they're out. I will be very shocked if they do not go get a wide receiver here. There is a very talented wide receiver on the board, and they need a vertical option. They're in a very good spot, but man, I mean, don't get me wrong. He's a two-time All-ACC player, and I'm not going to deny, that Tutu had success in college. But I mean, people were saying day 3, round 5. This is your first pick with Matthew Stafford, and what does that say about Van Jefferson? What does that say about Brandon Cooks? What does that say about Robert Woods? What does that say about Cooper Kupp? What does that say about these guys? Do you not believe that these guys can do it? Because if you now have a guy who's going to be under contract for the next 4 years, and this was your first pick. But, I mean, Matthew Stafford, he's not going to have any complaints of who he's going to be thrown to this season. That's for dang sure.
McVay must have a plan for him because, I mean, it has McVay all over it.
This is a McVay pick. This is a giant McVay pick that makes a lot of sense, but wow, it still is a reach. Now, Kansas City, this is going to be a fun one. This is unfortunately going to be my last one with you guys, but I will say that with Kansas City, pick is in. If they don't go wide receiver, linebacker's a really fun position.
Nick Bolton, who you mentioned from Missouri, they probably have done work on him being a local kid.
I could see maybe them going with a defensive back. You can never have too many defensive backs. I feel like that it's either linebacker or it's probably going to be your, I would say, wide receiver, your vertical option, because they went out and they got Orlando Brown, so they don't need an offensive lineman here. I think their pass rush is pretty okay. I think that the level of talent at pass rush now is also starting to dwindle down. I think you start reaching for players. If I'm them, I'm either going De'Ami Brown or I'm going to go with Nick Bolton. I think that's got to be the way you're leaning.
Would make a lot of sense, but these are the Chiefs, and their roster has gotten a little weaker, but I think they made it even stronger with the Orlando Brown and Joe Thuney bringing in. They fixed their biggest weakness.
And they really solidified these guys who are a little bit younger and a little bit more mature. I mean, a little bit more refined and have a little bit more upside to them at their age, replacing guys like Eric Fisher and replacing guys like Mitchell Schwartz. They also have a guy in Lucas Niang who opted out last season to play that right tackle role. So anyone out there saying, well, why are they not addressing the right tackle position? I believe that they have their guy already in the building in Lucas Niang. And as long as he can stay healthy and he shows that he isn't falling behind because of the opt-out and not learning underneath these guys, there's a very good shot that they are really just a linebacker and maybe a vertical option away from being the best team once again.
Here we go. There's Will Shields with the pick. Hall of Fame.
I love Will Shields.
2021 NFL Draft. The Kansas City Chiefs select
Nick Bolton from Missouri. Good call, Cole.
That's about right. No. Okay, and before I go, this is the best part. They're pairing a fabulous player in Nick Bolton, your thumper 3-down linebacker. People say that he's more of a cover guy. They see him more as being this, player who can play in space. Now, this is your run stopper. You have your cover guy in Willie Gay. You have your space tackler in Willie Gay. 2 SEC linebackers, the guy who was a finalist for the Dick Butkus Award. The year before, they get another finalist for the Dick Butkus Award in Willie Gay. You're now getting a perfect pairing where Bolton plays your thumper, where Willie Gay plays in space. I like this pairing a lot. There is a lot to like about these two. They play and complement each other, and that's what good defensive coordinators do. They find players who play and complement each other. This is going to be the guy that plays near the line of scrimmage, does a lot against the run, plays a little bit of blitz. Gay is going to be your open space guy who's going to make a ton of plays, I would say, as your more cover side player.
Yeah, Cole Thompson, thank you very much once again for joining us. He is the man of many hats and amazing NFL coverage on fanside.com, SI Texans Daily. Is that right?
SI Texans Daily, Cowboys SI, Washington SI. I mean, the list goes on and on and on.
Yeah, follow him on Twitter, Mr. Cole Thompson, a good friend of mine. Always good running it in person, Senior Bowl, and inviting him on this podcast and live stream. Cole, thank you so much once again for joining us. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
Anytime, buddy. Thanks for having me, David.
You're very welcome, Cole. And Vic, we got the Panthers, who traded down twice, back on the clock right now.
They're staying patient.
They are. Their new GM, Scott Fitter, comes from Seattle. They're another team that likes to trade back and accumulate picks. And
right now, all they got is J.C. Horn, so they want to try to get someone that can help make an impact for them.
Yes, somebody that would make sense for them if they want to go offensive line. Matt Paradis, the centers in the contract year, you could get Creed Humphrey or Quinn Miners here. You could or Josh Myers from Ohio State at center. Or if you want to tackle that you could groom long-term, Spencer Brown of Northern Iowa. This is where he starts to come in. Spencer Brown, 6'8", super athletic freak out of Northern Iowa.
They could definitely use some offensive line help on the Panthers.
Yeah, but if they want to go interior, Jalen Mayfield is on the board. Some people said he was a tackle. He's more of a guard, and his underwhelming pro day is why has fallen this far in the draft. But if you want just a solid hard hat lunch pail guy who could play guard for you, Jalen Mayfield could be it. And Matt Rule, being the physical, wanting the physical culture, that fighting culture that he wants in Carolina. Offensive line would probably be the most predictable move here, but they could, or they could double up at corner. Like Dante Jackson's coming out of contract after this year. You got Jason.
They really need help at corner.
Yeah,
corners are going to get thin really quick.
Yep.
Eric Stokes? No one's taking Eric Stokes yet, have they? Corner from Georgia?
Yeah, that was the Packers' first-round pick, and I personally wasn't a fan of it. I'm not saying he's a bad player, but he some of the times in the agility drills he posted at the pro day were major red flags. The 3-cone and the 20-yard shuttle, very, very concerning numbers. All right. Panthers offensive line or more secondary help would be good here for them, in my opinion.
You ever been to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? You go there when you went up to
I went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame 9 years ago this August. And
nice.
It was such a fun experience being there, having it by the stadium. I walked around the outside of the stadium, took a picture of Ozzie Newsome's bust outside the stadium. It was
awesome.
It was a super fun time. Yeah, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Cleveland, one of the best places to be. And the NFL drafted 2 straight years in Chicago. I understand why they want to move cities each year and predictably next year to Vegas, so Vegas could get what it missed out on last year because of the pandemic. But you have to go back to Cleveland very soon. NFL draft. Can't imagine a better place in front of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame to hold an NFL draft. Very few places in the NFL. Very few places. Very few better places to hold the NFL draft than in front of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Poor Panthers, man. They had injury
39.
issues.
They traded out twice, 20 spots.
Wow. I hope Darnold does well. I trust Darnold.
I hope he finds his potential too. He's such a good kid, but odds are against him. But maybe the Panthers better not regret passing Fields.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Terrace Marshall Jr., more wide receiver help. Yeah, they did lose Curtis Samuel, and now you got a perfect complement to DJ Moore, who's the guy who gets up all the time with a more power forward type in Terrace Marshall Jr.
And you still got Robbie Anderson, so there's a lot of weapons going down there in Carolina.
Yeah, but you gotta help Sam Darnell way you can. And the tackle cover was pretty bare, and Terrace Marshall, very terrific value here.
I love that pick. That's
he could have been a first-round pick if it wasn't for his medical questions, but very good job by the Panthers to move down 20 spots and still get him. Excellent job, Scott Fitterer.
If you told me the 2 picks were J.C. Horn, Terrace Marshall, I'd be like, damn, okay, that's a pretty good pick.
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah, 10 touchdowns in 2020.
Get this. Bill Michaels, who covers the Packers, he's a reporter covers the Packers. He told a radio station in Denver that he thinks there's a 75% chance Aaron Rodgers is headed out of Green Bay. This is very sad to watch. I don't care if Aaron Rodgers joins the Broncos. I feel very sad for him and for Packers fans, even though I'm a Bears fan too. This is just this is a tragic situation, isn't it?
That's really unfortunate. That's the end of an era, man. And you'd think he was so patient. He sat behind Brett Favre for 3 years to get his shot. Been a Packer for 16 years, and now the straw that broke the camel's back. I wonder what it was.
I think it could have been them not informing him of the Jordan Love pick before it was made, and Matt LaFleur deciding to kick a freaking field goal to cut the lead to one of the NFC Championship instead of going for it. That had to be the straw that broke the camel's back. That was Matt LaFleur. That was oh my God! If you thought John Fox in that divisional round game against Baltimore wussed out, Matt LaFleur wussed out just as much, if not more.
I think you're absolutely right. I think that was a pinpoint moment where it was like, this is not something that can be repaired.
Yeah. All right, the Saints are on the clock. They do get their pass rusher here. They need help at linebacker, and they got it. There's a good linebacker from LSU, and Jabril Cox still on the board.
Oh, I love Jabril Cox, man. He's a good athletic linebacker, and he can do a little bit of coverage too. That's a pretty good player.
Yes, and you're going to need somebody who can help cover Kyle Pitts. Nobody can cover him. It's impossible to, but you're going to have to put like two or three guys on him at a time, and Jabril Cox could be one of those 3 guys for the Saints, so to speak.
Saints always like prioritizing linebacker, but they always bust on it, so they really need to hit this.
Yeah.
If they do go linebacker.
Yeah.
With the 60th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Pete
Werner from Ohio State.
Oh, okay.
That's a Sean Payton linebacker. That is a Sean Payton linebacker.
Linebacker.
He was the captain of the Ohio State defense. He was calling the plays. It's that leader that Sean Payton and Dennis Allen value in the middle of their defense. Exactly the type of player that they ignore. They don't necessarily go with the scariest athlete, but they go with a hard hat lunch pail guy who can get the job done. That's the kind of linebacker the Saints draft.
That was a good pick for them. That was a very obvious need for them, and they filled it very well right there.
Yeah. Now,
speaking of Ohio State linebackers, there's one glaringly missing from being drafted.
Aaron Browning.
That's what I'm saying. That's my guy. Let him fall to Philly. Let's go, round 3.
The Broncos could be eyeing him too. Or another great linebacker, but another linebacker that could be good for either team, Chaz Surratt.
Oh, yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. A couple good linebackers on the board right now, for sure.
You got Chaz Surratt. You got Chaz Surratt. You got Baron Browning, and you've Chaz Surratt.
There's one place.
Baron Browning.
And Jabril Cox.
And Jabril Cox. Yeah, the 3 best linebackers on the board. They're about to go relatively quickly, I would say.
And on the low, Dylan Moses. I like me some Dylan Moses.
Moses is going to go on day 3. He's going to go on day 3.
Sure. But I mean, hey, that's what they're trying to say about Mac Wilson. That dude's a beast too.
Who?
Back in the day, they were trying to hit on Mac Wilson.
Mac Wilson. Yeah,
Yeah.
he slid. But the main reason why Dylan Moses slides because he didn't look the same last year coming back from that injury.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah,
That's tough. I wonder how hard it was for people coming back from injury during the COVID year. I'm sure it was harder for them.
Oh my God, absolutely! Like with all the social, it's hard to find a gym. Oh my God! But we have plowed through this thing.
Thank
And
God.
at least in the United States, we seem to be in a pretty good place, unfortunately, compared to some other countries. And that's why I think we got to be ready by the end of this month or sooner to send a lot of supplies to India and Africa.
For sure, bro.
They're having problems.
For sure.
Yeah, because and also this is important to know, folks. Just vaccines cannot end the pandemic alone. They can minimize the severity of the diseases and the strain on the system. But still get it. It makes a big difference. The more people vaccinated, the more football stadiums can be filled at full capacity this fall.
That's right.
And as of today, as of a couple hours ago, I'm fully vaccinated. Are you fully
That's
vaccinated?
Nice. Not yet. I'm getting there, though.
Yeah. Did you get your second dose?
I'm working on it. I'm trying to get there. I have to wait.
Yeah. Don't wait, man. Do not wait.
Well, I mean, I gotta wait like for whatever 3 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
What? So you just got your second dose? You feeling all right?
I did have second dose, but back to the draft. The Buffalo Bills have turned in their pick. They got the edge with Gregory Rousseau, and now we got if they wanted a playmaker, De'Ami Brown makes a lot of sense. Jeff Barnes, who was on my podcast early in the week, previewing the AFC draft needs, they say if you need another boundary guy at wide receiver opposite Stephon Diggs, De'Ami Brown is that guy.
Well, they were loaded at receiver, though. They got freaking Emmanuel Sanders, Cole.
But he only had a 1-year contract, and you put him in the slot, and Cole
Yeah.
Beasley's getting old. Both of them are getting old. You need a younger body, a long-term younger body.
Yeah.
Opposite. But the Buffalo Bills, see what they do here. Do they draft another running back like the Javonte Williams' teammate Michael Turner or Trey Sermon? Or
They could use a running back.
Yep. They got to improve their running game for Archer. They addressed their main weakness on defense last night with Gregory Rousseau, and now you got to add more help for Josh Allen, whether that be in the running game or passing game or both.
They can't be having Tywan Jones carrying the rock for them. Don't need your running back for getting burned. I think Carter out of UNC would be a good pick.
Yeah. Brian Bosarge of the deepfrieddraft.com like Michael Carter better than Javonte Williams, actually.
He's a pretty good player.
Yeah, but both of them are different runners. Can't compare them. They were a perfect thunder lightning combo, so to speak.
Yeah.
Let's see. Is that no? That doesn't look like Jim Kelly. No, Joe DeMaio. Oh, they doubled up on edge with Boogie Basham. Boogie from Wake Forest. You can never have enough pass rushers, and in the division they're in right now, going against Tua and Mac Jones, who gets rid of the ball very fast to his credit, and Zach Wilson. Got to have a third pass rusher. Now you got AJ Epinesa from last year's draft, and you double dip here. Definitely not a bad idea whatsoever by the Bills to double dip at the second most important position on the football field.
And you got to be able to rotate them in and out because you never know. There could be gassed or you needed someone on third down. And I love that for Boogie Basham, the picture they had for him had him strip stacking Trevor Lawrence. So you love to see that. You're strip stacking the number one pick in the draft. You're doing something right.
Damn, yes. And Boogie Basham, let's see if I can get some notes on him here. Yes, he was second only to Gregory Rousseau, who the Bills also drafted in 2019 when Rousseau exploded. He was second only to Rousseau in the ACC in tackles for loss and sacks. And he recorded 33.5 tackles for loss in 33 games in his career at Wake Forest. He registered a tackle for loss every game. And between October of 2018 and October of 2020, he recorded at least one tackle for loss in 23 consecutive games, which was the longest streak in the country at that time. So, and his third cousin was a third-round pick, Terrell Basham of the Colts, just 4 years ago. And Terrell currently plays for the Cowboys, so it runs in the family. And the Packers.
All right, they got to make Aaron Rodgers happy here. Yeah. Please make your boy Brown. Your boy, yep. This has to be it right here. Make Aaron Rodgers happy. They need a receiver.
Rashawn Gary making the pick, one of their 2 first-round picks in 2019.
He's a good dude, man.
Yeah, very nice guy from what I hear. Their Corey Linsley replacement, they take another Ohio State center in Josh Myers. So you get Aaron Rodgers protection. But do you think Aaron Rodgers wanted a receiver more than a center?
I think actually he might be okay with this, honestly.
Yes, yeah. You lose Corey Linsley. You had to replace him, and you replace him with Josh Myers.
And he's a smart, cerebral kind of guy. So I think him and Aaron, he could learn a lot from Aaron Rodgers, even if for a little time. And this is something, if you do move on from Rodgers, you got your young center for the future to go with Love.
You absolutely do. And the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock again. He recommended De'Ami Brown and Nick Bolton with their 2 picks. They picked Nick Bolton at 57. This is where we can see De'Ami Brown.
Yeah,
Cole Thompson could be proven a prophet.
It could be great.
He could be a prophet. Let's see if Cole Thompson is a prophet.
Creed Humphrey still hasn't been picked. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, Creed Humphrey. I would not expect him to slide to the 3rd round.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what the Chiefs do.
Yep.
You're absolutely right. A weapon here for Patrick would be great.
Yeah, but you need another guy on the boundary. You lost Sally Watkins, and I don't think Demarcus Robinson is back, or he might be gone now, or he might be just on a 1-year deal. Got to get a longer-term body in that wide receiver room.
Look at their offensive line. They completely revamped it. Wow.
Oh, boy. Peter Schrager is saying they might double down offensive line. They might want another body, and they improved it, but Austin Blythe is a pretty good center, but they could get Creed Humphrey here, who would be an upgrade. And Will Shields is going to announce the pick. It being a Hall of Fame guard, it would be fitting if he announces their new interior offensive lineman.
That would be awesome. And that would mean he didn't fall to round 3 because he does not belong in round 3.
Roger Goodell is going to announce this pick.
Let's see it.
The second to last pick of round 2.
I hate this Roger Goodell chair thing. I'm not a fan of the chair. Can I put that out there?
Creed Humphrey!
Oh, we called it. Creed
Humphrey. As I said, congratulations, Ken. Start off your client is a second round pick. Your other one, Christian Aerosol, went 23 overall. Well, a very nice man and a fantastic agent. And Creed Humphrey, his client, is going to get to block for the best quarterback in football, if not the best athlete on the planet right now, in Patrick Mahomes. And what makes Creed Humphrey so great for a offensive line prospect, etc., his wrestling background. Look at his wrestling background here. He began wrestling when he was 4 years old. 4 years old. And he finished as the Oklahoma State runner-up in the heavyweight class in 2016. And his father was a 3-time All-American wrestler at Central Oklahoma University. And when he was 5 years old, he attended Sooners games since he was 5 years old. And just slightly before signing day, he decided to switch his commitment from Texas A&M to Oklahoma. Talk about showing some last-minute loyalty there. And look at his weight room strength. 475-pound bench press, squat 700 pounds, and also a team captain at Oklahoma. I think they probably weren't happy with what they had at center. Now I think their offensive line is complete. Orlando Brown, Lucas Niang, and Mike Remmers at the tackles. Laurent Duvernay-Tardif, Kyle Long at guard, and Creed Humphrey at center with Austin Blythe as the pivot. They're like saying we understand why we got our butts handed to us in the Super Bowl. We just want we're gonna correct that problem and focus like a laser beam on it. They did very good job, Brett Veach, Andy Reid, and Kansas City Chiefs organization to keep Patrick Mahomes protected, which is super, super important. Yeah, I actually like this pick. Do you?
I love it. I absolutely love it. And, they're going to compare, the centers went almost back-to-back, or they did go back-to-back. So they're going to compare the Packers center to the Chiefs center now probably for the rest of their careers.
Yeah. But the headline of this draft is, how do all the quarterbacks do? Like especially the non-Trevor Lawrence ones. I expect Trevor Lawrence to have an all-pro career. But the other three, Zach Wilson, Justin Fields, and Trey Lance, and even Mac Jones. A lot of people say that Patriot system will allow him to exceed expectations. So how do the rest of those four do? It's going to be a fascinating story for the next decade or so in pro football. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, this is literally a thing. You could just do anything if you're the Buccaneers. Just take the best goddamn player on your board. I envy Jason Light and Bruce Arians now. They could just do whatever the hell they want. If you want, with Antonio Brown on a one-year contract, want to get another young body in at wide receiver and Chris Godwin on the franchise tag, you could take De'Ami Brown here. If you want more corner help, you could go Aaron Robinson from UCF or Elijah Molden from Washington, a hybrid that I think Todd Bowles would love. If you want to go running back, you take Michael Carter. Too many things make sense here for the Buccaneers. Too many.
How do they return every starter? That is so crazy, dude.
Commitment from everybody. Everybody is all in. Everybody willing to sacrifice some money to keep the band together. They were all willing to make sacrifices. And the work of their director of football administration, their capologist. I forgot his name. He just had a very careful plan down to the in a year where the cap shrunk. He
brought back every starter on a Super Bowl winning. That's
unheard
wild.
of.
They retained their fucking coaches. What? How?
Yes, and Todd Bowles has to become a head coach again in 2022. Has to.
Crime he did not get a head coaching gig.
He did get a fair shot with the Jets. He just did not.
No, the Jets they're dumpster fire. They always are. I hope Saleh ends up okay. I hope they don't mess Saleh.
I hope Robert Saleh is the guy to break the streak. He's such a good guy and one of the best coaches to play for. Don't ruin it, Woody Johnson. Let Saleh and Douglas do their thing and stay the hell out of their room, please.
They're doing well so far, so let's just hope they keep it up. They're doing well, though. Mm-hmm. Between this year and last year, the Jets' draft has been very good. I've been very impressed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, the Bucs pick is in. They, like you said, they can take best player available, whatever they want to do here. They could even get their quarterback of the future potentially.
Davis Mills, he's been mocked to them.
Is this MGK announcing the pick? That's a sick suit. It's like a Cleveland Browns like Scarface knockoff.
Kind of sound. Yeah, he's wearing Browns colors clearly.
That's MGK. He's a wild boy.
Yeah.
And 2022, when the Cleveland Browns win the Super Bowl.
Whoa, he's predicting, he's guaranteeing a Super Bowl. Going full Joe Namath here.
He almost ran into the fan. That's great. Wow, man.
Now, already to the third round. The Jaguars' 65th overall pick has already been made. We're going very fast now. Like I said,
Yeah.
this is where teams make their picks and it's announced 15 minutes later.
Yep. If I had to guess right now, and they did go backup quarterback, I'd say Trask. I like Kyle Trask. I think he could be all right.
Please. But with Bruce Arians, if Bruce Arians wants to take a chance on somebody, he's the guy to roll the dice and give the benefit of the doubt to.
Let's see.
Here we go.
On behalf of the NFL, we'd like to thank you for your Midwestern hospitality while we've been here. It's a great pleasure. I'm here to represent the 2021 Super Bowl champions, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. On behalf of the Glazer family,
Jimmy Giles, former Bucs tight end, making the pick.
and the administrative staff of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and of course, the Super Bowl champion coach, Mr. Bruce Arians and his coaching staff.
So friggin' happy for Bruce Arians and that staff. Just an admirable staff. He's put together a diverse staff, including women on the staff, all three major coordinators, minorities. One of the best assembled staffs I've ever seen in the history of this game.
Amazing.
And the pick is Kyle Trask. It is.
What did I say, bro? What did
You
I
were
say?
a prophet. You got the prophet award, Vic. Kyle
What
Trask.
did I say, bro? It makes too much sense.
Yeah, well, he is SEC Mason Rudolph, but this is the same part of the draft where Mason Rudolph got drafted, so it's understandable.
That's great. And that's, you know, a guy like Tom Brady is never going to look over his shoulder. He's not going to go, oh, no, Kyle Trask. They drafted Kyle
Yes,
Trask.
well, like he'll be willing. What better experience is there to sit and learn for at least a year
Oh,
under
my
Tom
God.
Brady?
What a blessing that is for him.
Yeah.
Well,
And
how many?
one of the best quarterback minds in the history of football, and Bruce Arians, who coached Peyton Manning, Ben Roethlisberger, and now Tom Brady. 3 Hall of Famers he got to coach. And if you like Bruce Arians, get a copy of his book, Quarterback Whisperer. It's one of the best books I've ever read on football. And it's
That's
right
awesome.
here, Quarterback
Yeah, check that
Whisperer.
out. That's great.
Here it is. One of the best books you'll ever read about football right here, folks. Get it.
That's fire.
All right. So now we're on round 3. And the Jaguars, they could go a lot of different ways here. Maybe if you got Walker Little as your tackle, and if you want to go Jalen Mayfield here, if you think you could be a tackle after Cam Robinson goes, you're fitting well. But if you want a tight end, Tommy Tremble of Notre Dame could be a good roll of the dice here. He thrived as a blogger in college, but a lot of people think he has untapped upside in the passing game. If they want to go tight end, or Brevin Jordan here from Miami, because tight end is a major need. Is a major need for them.
Yeah, tight end is a major need.
Here we
Hunter
go.
Long would be an option. Or if they go linebacker, Jabril
Here we
Cox.
go.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select
Andre Cisco, a safety ball hawk from Syracuse. Taking a gamble on upside here, like Cole, who was just with us, said he's like the quintessential boomer bust prospect, but he was the ultimate playmaker in college. If you look at Andre Cisco, just look at what he did at Syracuse here. He led As a freshman, he led the FBS in interceptions with 7 interceptions, the first freshman to do so since 1998. And he has 13 interceptions in his career, 4th most in Syracuse history. And he fell because he's coming off a torn ACL that he suffered this past October in a pregame. But he is a boomer bust prospect. But this is kind of the part, especially the smaller draft like this, where you roll the dice on upside here.
Yeah, and you're in the 3rd round, and it's essential that you shore up that secondary. That's been a huge problem for them. We alluded to that earlier. They're just trying to do everything they can to shore that up the best that they can, get as much depth as possible, and try to protect the middle of the field. So that's a great pick for them. And Syracuse on the low, they had some good competitive games against some tough ACC opponents this year. So they're a good team. They were very tested. So Andre Cisco definitely, he earned his stripes.
Yeah, he most certainly did. And now the Vikings, I believe, have already turned in their pick. And you got protection for Kirk Cousins and Christian Darrisaw. What should the Vikings do here? You're pretty set at wide receiver, tight end, and your offensive skill position. I think you got to go defense here and maybe get a
secondary potentially. Yeah,
Elijah Molden.
Yeah.
Molden. Elijah Molden would be excellent with the Vikings.
Yeah,
that hybrid versatile corner safety. Mike Zimmer would love him.
Yep.
Not the flashiest athlete, but a constant hard-working playmaker.
That's Zimmer. That's Zimmer's kind of prototype right there. Do your job type of guy.
Yes. And Elijah Molden, as I said, the son of Alex Molden, was a top 10 pick of the New Orleans Saints in '96, played 8 years in the NFL. And Elijah Molden, he was the bowl game MVP for Washington in 2019. And he's a constant tackler, 79 tackles in 2019 alone, and 479 career snaps on special teams. This is the spot or one of the spots for Elijah Molden. He should be coming off the board relatively soon here. Lance Zierlein says he's maybe a less athletic Tyrann Mathieu.
Oh, God, that's a hell of a compliment.
Yeah, Tyrann Mathieu without the athleticism, but with the instincts. The instincts.
Okay.
He might not have his athleticism, but he has his instincts, and instincts are as important. I would love Elijah Molden here personally. Or if you want to,
they could use a little linebacker help.
Aaron Robinson or Jabril Cox. Jabril Cox could be
Jabril Cox. I can see that. That's a good. Anyone getting Jabril Cox right now is getting great value.
Yeah.
Which the Philadelphia Eagles are picking in 3 picks, so I wouldn't mind not being their pick. Or Baron Browning, my guy. I need Baron Browning.
Baron Browning, yep. The Vikings could pick Baron Browning for all we know.
Oh, I would cry if they do. He's too athletic.
Yeah, Zimmer, he does take non-athletic types, but he takes plenty of athletic types too. And Spielman and Zimmer, that is.
Let's see. I can't believe they got Darrisaw, man. That was a great pickup for them.
Oh, yeah, trading down and getting 2 third-round picks in return for that. As I said, they hit one of the
one
big
of their
home
picks
runs.
they got for the Darrisaw
Yes.
trade?
On QBs, couple teams to watch coming up. The Minnesota Vikings, they did all of the quarterback work. I would have considered the right quarterback in the first round. Would not be surprised if they get a potential Cousins successor here. And of course, the Houston Texans coming up after so much uncertainty with Deshaun Watson.
Yep, we could see a quarterback run here as Ian Rappaport is saying right now.
Also look in that direction.
All right, thanks very much, Ian.
Yeah, Ziggy Wilf on the phone, and the Worm love it when they let the owner talk to the prospect. That's one of the best things ever.
That's awesome. That's great feeling.
And speaking of owner, I got an update for you. The Broncos are about to be sold in a year.
What?
You probably haven't been paying attention. The Boland's descendants can't agree on a
division of property.
Division of property, and they're highly unlikely. And sometimes it's a sale is the only option for them. It's the only thing left. John Randall.
Love John Randall, legend.
Thank you.
Beast.
Kellen Mond. Oh,
wow.
the quarterbacks are coming. Kellen Mond out of Texas A&M. What do you think of Kellen Mond as a project to go behind Kirk Cousins?
I think he's kind of underrated, honestly. Some of the throws he was making, I was like, wow, I can't believe he did that. He definitely could. You take some time to learn under Kirk Cousins, that'll be good for him. Let him get his wheels up under him, adjust to the game. But I think he definitely has the arm talent you need.
Yeah.
Look at that. And when you're throwing a guy like Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen, they make it easy for you too.
Those guys get open on a dime.
And then you're primary run team anyway. So
yeah, Dalvin Cook
is eating.
Absolutely. And you got a promising young tight end in Irv Smith Jr., your best friend, your baby blanket over the middle.
Yeah, that's a great. This is what you need to do: is draft these young guys, groom them, see if they're worth anything. They could end up like Mason Rudolph, or they could end up like, Nick Foles. You don't know what you're gonna get, so you just got to kind of pick them in round 3, see if they mature under your system.
Yep. Oh, sweet, good times. They're singing "Sweet Caroline" again. Oh my God, I wish I was there partying with them. The crowd. Don't you, man?
Amazing. That sounds amazing.
The Houston Texans, are they about to make the first pick of the Nick Caziero receiver, or do they trade down? I think they should trade down, but
they'll probably take somebody. They got so many holes they need to fill.
The pick is in.
If they take Baron Browning, I'm going to throw up.
Or Davis Mills, if they are looking at the quarterback direction, as Rappaport said they might.
I wonder if they're going to go quarterback, man. That's really going to be concerning.
Deshaun Watson. Will he ever play another down of football again? Oh, God, best wishes. I hope that a resolution is in place, because it would be it's very sad. Very sad situation. Two sad situations with quarterbacks, but Deshaun Watson, Aaron Rodgers, not good. Not good at all. Let's get that pick. The first pick in Nick Cesario's reign in Houston is in. Yeah, Roger Goodell's letting everybody sing "Sweet Caroline."
Oh yeah, Eagles fans, let's go.
Chester Pitts making the pick for Houston, who was playing guard for them for several years.
That's awesome. I like seeing the old players come back to make the pick. That's
absolutely
great.
It's one of the best parts of the draft on day 2 and day 3 in many ways.
Much love to the traveling Texans. A guy right here, 24 years of marriage, happy anniversary to his wife. I just found it up on stage. Show his wife some love. Show his wife some love. Cleveland, what's happening?
Oh, getting crowd rolling.
10 seconds to tell y'all a quick story. My dad is from New York, but he loves the Cleveland Browns. When I was a kid growing up, the Brownies this, the Brownies that. Jim Brownie's gonna be all right this year. When I got drafted, he wanted the Browns to draft me. I didn't get that lucky. I got drafted by the Texans.
The Texans are the new Browns, ladies and gentlemen. The Texans. Here we go. Davis Mills it is.
Wow. Good call, Crom.
Well, thanks to Ian Rappaport's reporting.
Yeah, that's like run of QBs.
Yep.
Is there any more QBs worth taking?
Kyle Trask, Kellen Mond, Davis Mills. I think we're done with quarterbacks today.
Yeah, that's about it, huh?
Yeah, for today. Yeah, Ian Book doesn't belong today. Unless you want to switch him to another position, to a running back, then I would understand it. Ian Book from Notre Dame.
Trey Sermon's still on the board for the player. Michael Carter's still on the board.
Falcons could use one of them here easily to go with Mike Davis in that backfield. Take some more load off of Matt Ryan. Do it. Absolutely. Or the Falcons. They got Richie Grant to help that secondary route too, which was a very, very fine pick.
There's not an expectation from anybody in the league that he's going to be back in Houston. Everybody assumes that's taking place. The Miami Dolphins.
They could potentially go offensive line.
Yeah, the Texans, I think, made that pick. They're anticipating Deshaun Watson, regardless of his leases race, he's never playing for them again. And can you imagine a more worse run franchise in all sports than the Texans?
No, it's all Bill O'Brien's fault.
Yep. Why they gave him all those powers, I never know. And how he was not bold and courageous to just stomp on the Chiefs' throats up 21-0. And on 4th and 1, go for it and kick a field goal instead. And then on the next drive, Mecole Hardman runs a big return back and the comeback begins.
Yeah.
And it went all downhill after that.
Is Ronnie Perkins still available?
Yeah, he is.
Wow, that's a good player.
Yeah, the Broncos with Vaughn coming out of contract, they could be looking at him potentially if they keep their pick. The Falcons pick is in. Here we go.
Falcons pick.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Mayfield, guard, Michigan.
More makes
Offensive
sense. Pick Jalen Mayfield, using him as a guard. Good job, Falcons. You got to protect Matt Ryan so he, Kyle Pitts, Cal Ridley, and Julio can feast all year long. And as Mark Schofield said, Kyle Pitts is the 4th best tight end for fantasy football in redraft leagues. I think that means 5th, 6th, 7th round for him.
Interesting.
Yeah, don't you think so? I would be willing to spend a 6th or 7th round pick on Kyle Pitts this year.
Absolutely. Oh, he's getting emotional. I love seeing him when they get emotional. That's the best part.
All right, now the Bengals are back up. They made a big reach with Jackson Carman in the last round.
Maybe corner.
Yeah, Elijah Molden or
Melifon was still on the board.
Yeah, Fata Melifonwu, although I'm not sure he fits their scheme. If they run a similar scheme that Seattle does, he would be good here, but I am not quite sure.
I think that's what they're doing is they're backstopping themselves now because you do have Tyrod Taylor there to break the ball and get Davis Mills going. Tyrod Taylor, Ryan Fitzpatrick, they're sick of being those guys.
Yeah, pick 69, and we've got
Well, they might go safety. They might go Jamar Johnson.
Yeah, 105. Jamar Johnson. Yeah. Or if they want a linebacker, this could be Jabril Cox. Oh, the Panthers have moved up. Eagles moved back. Panthers moved up. Panthers moved to 70. Eagles moved down to 73.
Wow.
Oh, and the Broncos have moved back with the Giants. George Payton did trade down. Joseph Osai, edge out of Texas. This is as a football player, what the Texas coaches said about Joseph Osai is the best praise you could get from a coach in all of football. Yeah. Here's what they said about Joseph Osai. Joseph Osai, that his effort is, quote, not good, not great, but phenomenal. If you're a football player or in any line of life, and if you want the best compliment given, that's the best compliment anybody could ever give anybody, in my opinion. And that's the main thing we should be striving for, about striving to impress people with our efforts, not not try to impress them, just impress them with our grind. It's one of the great Philippines said Joseph Asai, he was born and raised in Nigeria. And when he was 9 years old, his family was granted permanent residence in the United States, and they moved to Houston. And this past year, he was the Big 12 leader in tackles for loss and forced fumbles. And over the last 2 seasons, 22 starts, 29.5 tackles for loss, 145 tackles. Those are the numbers of a guy with phenomenal effort.
Wow. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a good player, man. I'm happy for him. All right, let's see. The Eagles got they traded went back 3
Giants
picks
and
for a
Broncos.
6th-rounder.
Giants and Broncos made a trade. Broncos picked up another 5th-round pick.
Oh, nice, Broncos.
Yeah. Peyton getting another dub. Brady Christensen, who protected Zach Wilson at BYU. Brady Christensen. This is a pretty good pick here. Pretty good value here. Panthers get the offensive line help they needed to get.
And anytime you watch Zach Wilson film, the first thing you realize is that the offensive line was stout for him. He always had a great pocket, amazing protection, and Christensen is kind of one of the leaders of that movement to help keep him clean.
Absolutely.
A good pick by the Panthers. I like what they're doing. Now, the thing about the Eagles trading back is they're letting the Giants pick before them. If they get a player that I like Cox or Browning, I'm going to be very upset here.
Yeah.
We need a linebacker pretty badly.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We're secondary for the Eagles.
With our next pick in the draft, the lowest home team selects Najee. So where to first? I plan on going to the Bay Area, California.
Wonder if we're going to get another guest tonight. Looks like
Looks like the Eagles might be trying to trade back in round 3 again.
yeah, Brady Christensen, back to that pick by the Panthers. He went on a Mormon mission, but he's an older prospect, 24, 25 years old. I think he's going to be at some point this season.
You said 24, 25-year-old this season?
Yes, he'll be 25 this season, and he's recently married, and that his wife just gave birth to their son last month.
Wow.
And he was the first BYU to earn a consensus All-American honor since Dennis Pitta. And if you want to tackle who could play some snaps this year, or groom behind Greg Little before he's shown the door, Panthers. I really like what the Panthers have done this draft. You got Jason Horn, traded back twice, still got Terrace Marshall, and you got Brady Christensen. Nice job, Scott Fitter, in that role.
Amazing.
And the Giants, they leapfrogged to get in front of the Lions. And I think this, because the Lions lack receivers, this could be for De'Ami Brown. They want to load up at weapons for Daniel Jones. You got Kenny Galladay at free agency. You got Kadarius Toney, and you now get a guy. Kadarius Toney is more of a versatile chess piece weapon to go across the middle of the field, and you could line De'Ami Brown up across from Kenny Galladay, 2 big targets for Daniel Jones, and that's what Dave Gettleman loves in wide receivers.
I mean, they got receivers. They got Galladay. They got freaking Sterling
Shepard, but
Shepard.
Tony.
They got a lot of players.
I got a lot of players.
And then they got Darius Slayton. I mean, they got receivers. They might need some secondary help.
Secondary, yeah. Oh, this could be Elijah Molden for all we know.
They could use some secondary help. There's a couple players out there I like in the secondary that are still available, honestly. Yeah, Elijah Molden, Melifonwu. Oh, man.
Here we go.
Let's see what they do.
Corner, Aaron Robinson from UCF.
Aaron Robinson.
Yeah, transferred from Alabama, played his freshman year at Bama under Saban.
Wow. He's got dreads. I like corners with dreads.
Yeah, corners with dreads are a trend. And let's see about yeah, Robinson. He's another older prospect, I believe. He'll be 24 years old this year.
Wow.
And one of his high school teammates, Jerry Jeudy.
Wow. Imagine that team. Sheesh.
Yeah, and his cousin, Denard Robinson, who was an All-American read option
Legend.
quarterback at Michigan,
College
played 4
legend.
seasons with the Jaguars. So the bloodlines are there with Aaron Robinson, the newest member of the New York Football Giants. And now the Lions, De'Ami Brown. This has to be De'Ami Brown here. You need a wide receiver. De'Ami Brown's the best receiver left. And
Pick is in.
in.
They're really moving now.
Frank Ragnow announcing the pick.
He's a good player.
Doubling down, tripling down in the trenches. Dan Campbell doesn't lie. Triple down in the trenches. Ali McNeil, defensive tackle, North Carolina State.
Wow.
Ali McNeil, his first business was baseball. He was a baseball player when he arrived at North Carolina State, but after his freshman year, decided to go all in on football, and he's now the 3rd-round pick of the Detroit Lions.
He's a big boy.
Yes, and look, he benched 445 pounds, squatted 640 pounds, and he was a linebacker and running back in high school, and has only been playing defensive tackle for the past 4 years.
He had a sweet swing, dude, in baseball. He had a sweet
we were going to have another guest
fielder.
after the Broncos make their pick. He's my friend Carl Dumler, who writes for the Sports Illustrated Broncos fan news website, milehighhuddle.com. But we're not going to just talk Broncos. We're going to talk the whole draft with Carl.
That's
Carl,
cool. That's cool.
Carl is a good football mind. He knows stuff. And,
That's cool.
The
Eagles pick is in too, man.
Yeah.
This is the moment we've all been waiting for.
Yeah.
It's going to be a corner or linebacker.
Milton Williams, another defensive line prospect liked by many on draft Twitter from La Tech. And Milton Williams, let's talk about the newest Eagle with you. Milton Williams. Milton Williams, he was first team All CUSA in 2020. And has a defensive tackle, defensive end versatility.
Yeah, he likes to get into the bodies of the offensive linemen and try to get like really, really rugged with them.
Yeah.
And then he's got a little bit of a dip to him.
Washington football team is on the clock. They address linebacker, O-line in Ramon Jamin Davis, O-line with Samuel Cosme. What do they do here? What do you think they should do?
Honestly, man, it's getting to a point where it's like they're getting so loaded. It's kind of scary.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
They probably need some help in the secondary.
And Martin Mayhew, great job. Yeah, secondary. Elijah Molden.
They let Ronald Darby walk, but they also, you know.
Yeah, we got William Jackson third, but you can't have enough corners. Oh, another long, lanky corner from Minnesota, Benjamin St. Juice. Oh, hockey background.
Hockey background. You don't see that often.
Williams. Benjamin St. Just. Now the Dallas Cowboys back up on the clock.
I'm phoning it in, just say 20%. Get your policy perks by calling 1-800-FARMERS. Go ahead, phone it in. We are farmers. When a Bud Light legend comes back, they do it carrying a squeaky beach chair, an inflatable dolphin, and a cooler full of perfectly chilled Bud Light.
Yeah, Benjamin St. Just, 6'3", 1/4 inch, 202.
That's a nice size.
Yep.
It's a nice size.
Eating a pork by me with extra jalapenos.
I'm kind of surprised by the Eagles' pick, but they're saying that they might be trying to move him inside to a defensive tackle.
Milton Williams, they might want to use him at tackle. Is that what you're saying? Why do you think they would want to use him at tackle as opposed to end, which he has experience both positions?
They're saying because he's so undersized, as far as being on the outside, that it could be beneficial for him to go inside. Which we do that in the past. We do that with Brandon Graham. In fact, Brandon Graham's game-winning strip sack with Tom Brady, he normally plays the end. They kicked him into D tackle, and he made the strip sack on Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. So that's something that the Eagles aren't afraid to do, is kick their D ends inside to D tackle, so they can potentially get 3 of their best D end pass rushers on the field at the same time.
The Broncos traded back again with the Saints. They traded back again. George Payton doing his thing, adding yards to the board.
He is not carrying. Wheeling and dealing.
Yep. I believe
Let's see what the Broncos or what the Cowboys do. They're going to definitely do someone on defense for sure. Their defense, they don't even need to draft an offensive player for the rest of this draft.
Ignore them. Get on the field and let your game be the top one. It's time to make some noise, Trey. Dear freedom.
Yep, as expected, George Payton moving up, moving back to get as many picks as possible, doing what Rick Spielman does all the time.
Classic behavior. Now the Cowboys are going to pick. I hope they don't pick anyone too good.
Yeah, totally.
But the Cowboys have had an interesting draft. They're really just swinging for the fences. I feel like Jerry's getting kind of desperate.
To a city that's never defeated. When the pressure is on, we rise up together. You can measure our wins in passion and loyalty, in hard work and good times. This is a place where we own who we are. This is the land, and there's no better place to call home.
Broncos got 2 picks, both 98 and 105 in the 3rd round. Nice work, George Payton. Getting more doubts to throw.
Not bad.
Yep, they might want to trade back again to the 4th because they currently have no 4th round picks. But George Payton doing his thing. I just love to see a fresh start at GM. Yeah, I might not have agreed with his decision not to take Fields, but it's just a fresh start with somebody not named John Elway running the board for the Broncos.
Yeah, it's good having somebody being held accountable and doing their P's and Q's and everything to get onto where they need to be. Now, who's this announcement for the Cowboys?
Adrian Casada for the Black Pumas. I love this band.
Oh, okay.
Osa Odigizua, whose brother, cousin Oa Odigizua, was drafted by the Giants in the 3rd round, 2015. And another guy with a wrestling background, shined at the Senior Bowl.
D line. The Cowboys need to shore up their middle. They were getting run on like crazy.
Yep, and they better hope Neville Gallimore develops.
Yep.
Neville Gallimore.
I like when the D linemen are former wrestlers. That's always good to me. Tell you what, even D tackles are getting leaner and thinner. They're not the big boys like you. They're not the Vince Wilforks of the past. Cowboys win defense on all three of their picks.
New Orleans Saints, Elijah Molden.
Wow.
Like father, like son. This would be a great pick.
Wow.
Great story.
That
Oh,
would
damn
be
it,
awesome.
Jeremiah. Good minds think alike, DJ.
That's right.
And we are now welcoming our good friend Carl Tumler from MileHighHuddle.com to this live stream. Carl, how you doing?
I'm doing great, David. How are you doing, buddy?
It's been an awesome draft week so far for me, and I understand the Broncos fan was disappointed that they decided to pass over Justin Fields for concerns about epilepsy and how that would impair his ability to function at altitude. But at least my other favorite team, the Chicago Bears, didn't let the New England Patriots get him.
Yeah, at least that's the case. I mean, I'm disappointed the Broncos didn't get him, but yeah, other teams in the AFC not getting him, that's kind of a win. It's at least not a loss for the Broncos. I look at the AFC and I see all these great quarterbacks, and I'm just like, oh my
Paulson
gosh.
Adebo, the pick for the Saints. Paulson Adebo, the corner from Stanford, to the New Orleans Saints here. And Carl, Vic, you want to ask Carl a question?
Yeah, man. What are you thinking about round 2 so far? Who's some of the picks you're liking, bro?
Round 2. Well, I mean, being a Broncos guy, I really do like Javonte Williams. I think it was Josina Anderson tweeted out something about how he could be that next running back that is a 1,000-yard rusher and 1,000-yard receiver. And with a Shermer offense, you need a running back that can catch out of the backfield. Like that's how you make that entire offense function, is making them have to defend every inch of the field. And so they finally go get a running back that fits that kind of scheme. I really like that fit. There's a few others. Let's see. Christian Barmore to the Patriots. I mean,
that was a steal, man.
Yeah, he had first round grade by a lot of people. Tevin Jenkins to the Bears. Man, Bears are killing it.
Yeah, they had a great draft.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, Carl, sorry. It just helps when you have two different teams to root for.
But the Chargers keep nailing it with Asante Samuel. That's another one I think is going to be a great fit for their
second round.
And Slater, no excuses, Chargers. You gotta capitalize now on Justin Herbert's rookie deal, because if you can't win a Super Bowl with Herbert under his rookie deal, then the window closes quite substantially, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then I'd say Creed Humphrey to the Chiefs.
That was amazing.
They've gone from one of the worst offensive lines there to close out the season to looking like they're at least middle of the pack. I mean, Orlando Brown, Thuney, now Humphrey there. I mean, your left and middle side is figured out.
Kyle Long coming back.
The Black Pumas making a pick.
With the 77th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Josh Palmer, wide receiver.
Oh, nice.
Nice pick. Made Charles Davis happy, being a Tennessee alum himself.
Yeah, that's a good pick. The wide receivers have gone in a weird order for this draft.
Yeah, they have.
Terrace Marshall lasting there into the second round. I know he's got some knee concerns, but man, the talent that you got to see there at LSU, the fact that he was able to produce with Chase not playing, and obviously with Burrow gone, yet he goes out there and performs as good as he did. I was really surprised that he lasted as long as he did.
Oh, Oh, yeah. Well, he did have injury history dating back to high school, and given the COVID-19 situation with teams unable to get complete medical information on these players is a big reason why he fell.
Yep,
But
I agree.
Tampa's having a great draft.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, they've done great. They finally made some offensive picks.
Yes, and the Minnesota Vikings have their pick, and I think. This is their original pick. The Vikings, I think, were another team that killed it on night one, trading down with the Jets. Jets go up to get Vera Tucker and still able to snatch Christian Darrisaw at 23. I love what the Vikings did on day one, don't you, Carl?
Yeah. I mean, Darrisaw. There's a lot of people had him mocked to the Chargers there at 13, and so to be able to trade back, still get him. I mean, again. There's a lot of teams that did well at the trade backs. I thought some of the teams that traded up, other than the Bears, have kind of overpaid on some things. And I do think you're seeing a little bit of just teams don't really value past the top 100 picks in this draft. You know, they don't have a lot of medicals on a lot of players. That scares them. Obviously, there's only like 650 players that even signed up for this draft, which is about half of what they usually have. And so you're seeing a lot of teams are just like, I'll throw away those late round picks anyway. Doesn't matter. I don't like them.
Yeah. Let's talk a little Broncos, Carl, because that's the team you cover, obviously.
Yeah.
Would you be surprised if Teddy Bridgewater is the starter under center week 1?
So here's how I would rank the odds of players starting for the Broncos at the quarterback position. I really do still think Aaron Rodgers is very much in play.
Whoa.
There's been a lot of connections at the Broncos and Packers are still talking. I mean, Aaron Rodgers, he's one of those people, when he says that he has a grudge against somebody, he will hold on to that for years. He will not let that go. Like, you're not getting him back. And when he says, I'd rather go to a family reunion than play another down for the Packers, you know, that's him saying, like, this is done.
Yeah.
So I think there could be a real aggressive there around June 1st when you get those post-June 1st cuts. That could be a real possibility. And then I'd put Teddy Bridgewater as that next quarterback. I think he fits the Shermer offense better than Drew Lock does. I think that, especially with this defense, as good as it is, and now that they've got the two-headed monster at running back, you want a quarterback that you feel is going to be safe, is going to be smart, and that's Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't have to go win games for you. He just doesn't have to lose them for you.
Yeah.
And Drew Lock's one of those guys, he can go win some games for you, but he can lose them in a hurry too.
Like I always view Drew Lock as more of a raw Jay Cutler coming out of college. Like Jay Cutler, I always saw him as suffering him as both a Broncos and Bears fan. One thing that unites us, suffering watching Jay Cutler all those years.
Yeah.
Watching kid, like he had all these gifts in the world, but those gifts lost more games than they won for you.
Right. Yeah. You realize real quick, you still got to have it between the ears. And if you don't have it between the ears as a quarterback, you're going to fail pretty quickly. And Drew Lock, there's just times where he looks great, and you're like, oh my gosh, that was a great throw. You know, fit it right in a tight window, and then he throws an interception the very next play. So it's maddening watching him play.
Yeah, as I told Mark Schofield, does it appear that George Payton is turning the Broncos into Vikings West?
Yeah, he is. And I mean, even the way he's picked, Vikings, they love cornerbacks. What does he do? Gets a cornerback in the first round. They love their running backs. I mean, Dalvin Cook there in the second round. Now Javonte Williams. A lot of people have compared Javonte Williams to Dalvin Cook. So
I
again,
think it was Michael Carter they compared to Dalvin Cook. Javonte Williams is more of a bigger back.
He is bigger, but I mean,
Nick Chubb.
That's true. That's a good one there. But yeah. So you're seeing some of those similarities even here. Third round. One of the things that Spielman always does is trade back in the third round. He likes to get those 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round picks. He likes to really build the depth of the team. And so Broncos already made 2 trade backs now here in the third round, got themselves an extra 5th, and now 2 third rounds to end the round. I love that second trade. Man, if you can get 2 third round picks for 1 third round pick, that is money right there.
Yes. And on to the Bears for a second. Now they have Justin Fields. I would say the next important thing for them to do is work on re-signing Allen Robinson, PDQ. Wouldn't you say so? Yeah.
I mean, we saw with Sam Darnold and with the Jets, they did nothing to surround that guy with talent, and then they're going, "Why did he fail?" Well, maybe he still fails if you do plenty to surround him with, but you never even gave him a chance. And so I love that he's getting to go to Carolina, at least get a chance to prove that he could be something. But now the Jets are actually doing something to surround their guy. Justin Fields, you got to do the same. You can't leave that guy out there with nothing. I like that they got an offensive tackle there to at least help him with the offensive line. But it's kind of Allen Robinson and nothing.
They like Darnell Mooney. Mooney's no slouch, but he's a limited go route guy, isn't he?
Yeah, it's if that's your number 2 option, you're not sitting very pretty.
Yeah, exactly. Like we were talking about this with the Ravens last night. The Ravens, they're one of the drafts I really, really like so far, even though they haven't picked yet today. With Rashad Bateman, they finally get a legitimate wide receiver 1 in that room because Marquise Brown, like Darnell Mooney, is just a 9-route guy.
Yep. No, that was a great pick for them. They had a lot of speed wide receivers that could get down the field. They didn't have that true number 1. Bateman comes in, great route runner. I really think this last year, because he ended up getting COVID and everything, that really slowed him down and hurt his value. I think he should have been really up there in the talks with some of those other wide receivers, maybe Devontae Smith even, being right there in that kind of conversation. So having some other guys like Tooney went before him, I don't think he deserved that. I think he's a better receiver.
Yeah, the Vikings just made a very good pick. Chaz Surratt from Notre Dame. I mean, from North Carolina, the linebacker, former high school quarterback. Cousin Sage is a wide receiver possible that could be drafted tomorrow. Another good pick by Rick Spielman there, I think. He's got a lot of potential. Yeah,
he does. He can sometimes find himself out of position. He gets a little excited and kind of hits some holes that he probably shouldn't hit, and he's left some lanes for running backs to have some big gains. But athletic, can make plays, and you allow him to develop there under Zimmer. Yeah, you've got a real chance to see him succeed.
Yes, and backtracking back to the Ravens, I love the Jason Owe pick too. And if there's a defensive mind in the NFL who could make Jason Owe into Daniil Hunter 2.2, it's Wink Martindale, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that's another one. He didn't put up the eye-popping stats. I mean, a lot of people look at the sacks and go, oh my gosh, this guy. Well, the reality is the better thing to look at is, can this guy get pressure? And Owe was great at getting pressure. He's just got to learn how to finish some plays. So you get him to the NFL, get him some coaching on learning how to finish, and boom, that guy could turn into a special, special player. I know a lot of people with Penn State were all focused on Micah Parsons, but you could say Owe had a better pro day when you're looking at an athletic profile.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely forget it. By the way, Jason Owe, he wants to be called by his real first name, which is Odafe. Odafe is his real name, and he wants everybody to call him that. And that's a message to us in the media, no matter how low on the topo we are. We're going to honor his wish, call him by his name, Odafe. Yep. And now you said the Bears are killing it. What other teams do you think are killing the draft, and what teams do you think have done poorly?
Well, I hate to say it, but the Chargers have done well.
I'm happy for them. I like Herbert. I want him to succeed.
Yeah. Being a Bronco guy, it doesn't make me happy, but at the same time, like I said,
same here. I feel you.
Yeah, they really have. They've been so smart these last couple drafts, getting guys that have real high potential. And Rashawn Slater, man, that is like their dream come true. Maybe Sewell would have been a little bit higher. I don't know. Some people had each of them kind of switched on who they had higher. I think Slater is a little bit more polished, and I think more NFL ready than Sewell, especially after sitting out this last year. But no, they've really nailed it. The team that, thankfully, then on the opposite end of that for the AFC West, Raiders.
Oh, Ian Rappaport is saying that Ian Book, the Notre Dame quarterback, could be a target of the Raiders or Broncos, or there was another team to make it. Yeah. Well, if you want Ian Book, trade back into the 4th round, get him tomorrow.
Yeah, I was going to say he's not a guy that would ever move the needle for me. He's got some athleticism.
Well, but you got to plan on switching him to another position if you want to.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Make him into a Taysom Hill type running back, whatever.
Yep. No, that's exactly right. But no, the Raiders, I don't like their draft so far.
Yeah, Leatherwood was a reach. They should have went with Darisaw, in my opinion.
Yeah. Leatherwood, I mean, it's not like he's a bad player. It's just he's not a guy that's going to ever be like a top 10 offensive tackle in football. He just doesn't have the athleticism to do that. And just I felt like this last year was a move back for him. Like he was starting to show some promise, like, hey, maybe this guy takes the next step. No, he was one of the few Alabama players that really took a step back. And so for the Raiders, I mean, he'll start, but I really like Von Miller getting that matchup against him.
Oh, wow. Yeah. And let's see what the Raiders are here. But I like the Trayvon Merrick pick.
Yeah, that was a good one for him. I mean, they kind of made up for it with that one. But
here's the pick. Oh, Alec Ingold making the pick, the big fullback.
Okay.
And Mike Mayock may be on his last legs there, if the buzz is true.
Yeah, it sounds like they had a real problem there in their draft room. Something happened.
Yeah, and sadly, Gruden wins out every time when you give him that money. The two selections in a row here.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Malcolm Kuntz, defensive end, Buffalo.
Another potential big upside guy, Malcolm Kuntz from Buffalo. Love this.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Divine Diablo, linebacker, Virginia Tech. What do you think of the picks? Yeah, back-to-back defense.
What do you think of those picks, Carl?
Not great, especially the linebacker there.
He's more of a safety. He's more of a safety, I thought.
Well, and you think about some of the guys that are still on the board of like a Jabril Cox, Baron Browning.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, there's still some great linebackers on the board, and you go with that kind of guy. I just that makes zero sense to me.
Yeah, David Diablo, and what about what do you think of Malcolm Kuntz? Jonah Tolles was actually a pretty big fan of Malcolm Kuntz.
Well, he's light. He's pretty small for the position. I think he's under 250 pounds for a defensive end, and so he's got some speed to him. He's got some quick hands, all those kind of things, but that man needs to bulk up. He needs a season of being in the weight room, being in, that nutrition program in the NFL. He's not going to be a day one impact player for them, I don't think.
Yeah. And the Miami Dolphins up next. What do you think of their draft so far? I like Jalen Waddle and Jalen Phillips, the Jalen, so to speak.
Yes. So,
first round, but Liam Eichenberg, I don't think that clarifies off slide. He's more of a guard. They should have gone with Radens, in my opinion. Titans stole him.
No, that first round, they nailed it. Waddle was my number one wide receiver. Now, I always thought he had to go to the right team just because he is kind of a specialized wide receiver. But what he does is about as special as you get. I don't like to make comparisons to NFL players, especially like Pro Bowl, All Pro kind of types. But he's a bigger Tyreek Hill. I mean, he just that athleticism, that speed, his change of direction. If you can figure out how to use him, oh my goodness, the sky is the limit there. And then Jalen Phillips, he was my number one defensive player. I know there's a lot of injury concerns with those concussions and ankle and wrist injuries and stuff like that. But if you're just paying attention to the tape, this last year, I don't think there's a defensive player that put together a better tape than Jalen Phillips.
Oh, yeah, an inspiring story, too. People advised him to quit because of the three documented concussions he had at UCLA, and he has an inspiring musical background, but decided, hey, I'm gonna get back to football, and he put on a show last year in place of Gregory Rousseau, who put on the show the year before. Right.
No, he's amazing. If the Broncos took him at 9, I would have been jumping for joy. Like he's one of the few players, if they passed on Justin Fields and they took Jalen Phillips, I'd be like, okay, I'm good with this. This guy could become a true star at the defensive end or edge position.
Here come the Dolphins with their new pick. Byron Jones making the pick. But I didn't like that Liam Eichenberg pick, did you?
Yeah, no.
Radens would have been better. Hunter Long, tight end from Boston College. So if you run two tight sets with Gesicki, but do you think they're going to be more in 11 or 12 personnel, Carl?
Well, with that pick here in the third round, I'd have to say 12. You want to keep Gesicki on the field. I think he did pretty decent, okay, last year. But I like this pick for them. You're giving your quarterback again. I keep saying this. You got to build for a young quarterback. Get him some weapons. Give him a chance to actually succeed. And Hunter Long gives Tua a chance to really succeed there down in Miami.
And with Jalen Waddle too, the history they have together, they could hit the ground running.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So these two picks for their offensive weapons. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of the offensive tackle that they took there with Eichenberg, but beyond that, they've really nailed it here.
Nice job, Chris Greer and Brian Flores outside of one pick, but we don't expect to like all picks in this draft. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, as they say. And I would say Tyreek Hill 2.0 because that's what everybody's saying. But this time, everybody was saying the same thing about Henry Ruggs last year. Why does it apply to Jalen Waddle far more?
Well, because he was actually used that way in college. I mean, that's the big thing. Henry Ruggs was never really used that way. He could have been, but they just never seemed to like him in that kind of role. And so they always kind of gave, especially those end-around routes, a lot of times went to Waddle. And I think you saw, especially then Waddle took a next step this year and becoming a refined receiver. His route running improved dramatically from the season before. Like the year before, I would have said, this guy's just an athlete. This last year, before he got hurt, I would have said, this guy is a true wide receiver for the NFL. That's why he really moved up my board above Jamar Chase. Because, again, if he took that kind of leap, I think he can still take another leap.
Yeah, the Bengals, man, if they would have taken Dylan Radins, I would have been much more happy with Jamar Chase pick. But what the hell did they do with Jackson Carman that high? Is Carman a guard? I think he's a guard.
Yeah, it all depends. So some teams really care about arm length. And I think Cincinnati's kind of shown that they don't care about that. It's not a big deal. So I think they could maybe put him in there at the probably at the guard position to start off with, and then maybe see if he can move out to the tackle position as they move forward. So in that sense, and I'd also say that Jackson Carman 2 seasons ago, I thought looked really good. He's another player that kind of took a step back there at the tackle position this past season. But before that, he looked like a true star in the making, guy that could really develop into the NFL. And so I think they're, again, banking on some of that potential of what he could become.
Yeah, that's part of what the draft is. You don't draft for instant gratification. You draft for your future. And that's what smart teams do all the time. And, you mentioned the Jets, too. I really like what they did. I wanted to take a Jack Wilson, too. I like Fields and Trey Lance better, personally. Because what scares me about Zach Wilson is he had the best offensive line in football last year, and the mystery, how will he function under pressure when NFL bodies sit him all the time in that petite frame? Very concerning. But at least they got Elijah Vera Tucker and traded up to get him. But in the second round, they got him a guy who could get open in a flash on time before the rushers get there. Elijah Moore. I think Elijah Moore was a steal for them in the second round.
Again, there's another wide receiver that I was questioning the order that the NFL has them. Yeah. I mean, I know some teams are looking for some specialized guys like a Rondale Moore, a Tooney there in the first round. I mean, he's an athletic freak, but he's a specialized kind of player. Where Elijah Moore, again, you can have a guy that's going to be a possibly an X receiver for you, can do a lot of things that you love. And so being able to get that for your young quarterback, that's a great move for them.
Yeah, and speaking of Trey Lance, who I mentioned, how excited are you for him in San Francisco in that tailor-made scheme for him with Kyle Shanahan?
It's perfect. I mean, the whole Mac Jones talk.
I never bought it. Did you?
No, I was hoping. I was really hoping so.
Yeah, that was the quarterback the Broncos had their eyes on this whole time.
They did. They really did. Because he is smart as can be, which fits again with Kyle Shanahan. I know Mac Jones has been talked about for his intelligence too, but you add in on top of the intelligence, that athleticism that he brings, the big arm that he brings, man, the sky really is the limit, especially with Shanahan. Really, any quarterback that went to that system was going to have the best chance to be the most successful quarterback of this draft. But to get Trey Lance and put him in there, man, I really think in 5 years, we're looking back going, this is the best quarterback of this draft.
Easily. Willie McGinnis called him. He could be the black Josh Allen. And I will go even further. I think if you look at Trey Lance in college, yes, his accuracy isn't perfect, but hang on, let me see the Washington pick.
The Washington football team selects
Nice pick, Washington. Woo! De'Ami Brown. North
Yeah.
Carolina. Now
Been waiting on that one.
you got Curtis Samuel in the slot, McLaurin and Brown at your boundaries. You got playmakers, man. Nice job, Ron Rivera and Martin Mayhew.
Just need a quarterback now.
Yeah, you do. They try to move up for Fields too.
Yep.
Yeah, and with Trey Lance, the Black Josh Allen. But I think he's more advanced as a prospect than Josh Allen was. Josh Allen was more than erratic in college, not just with his accuracy, but with mistakes. Trey Lance is an intelligent decision maker for a guy who's played at a lower level and a guy with a rocket arm.
Yeah. Do you remember that 2018 Senior Bowl that we were both at with Josh Allen and Baker Mayfield?
Yes.
I remember when they were doing red zone drills. And after the first day, the media stopped sitting in the end zone stands because Josh Allen, there were so many times he was so off target. But that fastball coming at you, I mean, you knew you were going to the hospital if this thing hit you.
Yeah.
There's a couple of them that ended up in the stands, and we're all going, nope, nobody's going to sit there anymore. So, yes, I agree. Trey Lance, much more advanced than Josh Allen coming out, and should honestly, I think even with Kyle Shanahan, I think he could really hit the ground running even there in the first few weeks of the NFL. I think they want to get him on the field sooner than later.
I think that's go to it. Hopefully he can, but if they keep Jimmy Garoppolo and he has to spend the first half of the year on the bench, so be it. Develop him at your own pace. Be patient, but I really like the choice that the 49ers made, and I like Fields better personally because he has a higher floor. But the gap between him and Trey Lance wasn't that big for me. Was it for you?
No, it wasn't. I went back and forth on that just because I do think Trey Lance probably has the higher ceiling.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of, do you go for the higher ceiling or the higher floor?
Yeah.
I still had Fields ahead of him just because I thought, like I said, could hit the ground running, be that. It wouldn't surprise me if he's the offensive rookie of the year. I mean, even with the Bears not having a whole lot of talent, just because he has that running ability, he has that competitiveness in him. I don't know. It just, there's something special about Fields in that way. But yeah, both quarterbacks, I think they could really have a lot of success. Bears, again, they just got to surround them with some talent, get them a chance to actually succeed.
Yeah, re-sign Allen Robinson, and as Mark Scoville agrees, let Andy Dalton, Nick Foles, and Justin Fields battle it out throughout training camp and preseason, and trade one of them when it's all over. If Andy Dalton fetches you more in a trade than Nick Foles, trade him.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're always going to have teams looking for a veteran backup. Some kind of injury happens, and you're trying to save your season. I mean, we saw Sam Bradford bring a first-round pick. I still can't believe the Vikings were willing to do that. But I mean, it just shows teams get desperate.
Yes, and George Payton, however, kind of seems different from Rick Spielman in that respect so far. He's not completely like Rick Spielman. You got to have differences from your mentor, and at least so far he's shown that. And even though I personally disagree with the decision to pass on Fields, to be clear, we can't completely pan him at this moment. At least Broncos fans should completely pan him right now. And but if Trey Lance, if Mac Jones was the pick at 3, the Broncos might have moved up for Lance. Is what I heard. Did you hear the same thing?
Yeah. They had a deal with the Dolphins, from what I understand, at pick 6, that they were really, hey, if certain players fall the right way, this is what we want. And there was a real talk about Fields there at 9. There really was. They liked him. He was number 2 on their board at that point with Surtain. And
the medicals sway them away. Apparently, the medicals.
Well, it swayed Peyton. The offensive staff was not swayed.
Benjamin Albright says it was like only a couple members on the offensive staff, according to his knowledge. But so many things getting linked here, it's kind of hard to reconcile.
Yeah, if you go watch the War Room video when the pick is made, most of the offensive staff are just not celebrating. They're not happy about it. And from what I understand, there was some conversations afterwards of they really thought that he was going to go ahead and go with Justin Fields. And I think part of it, though, also not only the epilepsy stuff, but then also that they still have a chance for Aaron Rodgers. And so I think he tried to sell it to the offensive staff. Hey, we're still going to go try to get this guy. And, I think there's been a lot of media out there still saying these two teams are talking. And it really did kind of fall apart, mostly just because of the financial side of things. Green Bay just couldn't make it work financially. And so that's why they have to wait for that post-June 1st cut.
Vic and I were talking about what was the straw that broke the camel's back for Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, he was frustrated that they didn't inform him about the Jordan Love pick beforehand. And I think the straw that broke the camel's back was Matt LaFleur outdoing John Fox in the NFC Championship game by kicking a field goal on 4th and goal to cut the lead to like 1 instead of going for the touchdown to tie or take the lead. That had to be the straw that broke the camel's back for Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. Don't you think so?
Yeah. Again, they've done a lot of things to show Aaron Rodgers that they're kind of setting up for the future and moving on from him. And if you're a quarterback and you're going, well, if you're trying to move on from me, I'm not feeling very respected. Let me move on. Let me go somewhere where I'm going to be absolutely loved. If he came to Denver, I mean, it'd be the most celebrated move since Peyton Manning.
I'm personally not the biggest fan, but if the Broncos actually do believe they can get Aaron Rodgers at all, and there's a lot of buzz that suggests they believe they can.
Yeah.
There was like a radio interview with the Packers report saying there's 75% chance Rodgers is no longer a Packer.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I don't know what I would feel about it, but it is interesting. But the offensive staff of the Broncos, they look jubilant tonight.
Yeah.
With Javonte Williams, they seem to be hugging each other after the pick.
Yeah. Again, this is a player I know the offensive staff really loved. He is dynamic. He's a 3-down player and somebody that a lot of teams had as their number 1 running back on their board.
And the Green Bay Packers, in an attempt to lure Rodgers away from the fifth, trade up with the Titans at 85 to take Trevor Lawrence's top target from last season, Amari Rodgers. What do you think of this move?
I don't think it moves the needle. Oh, I was going to say, I don't think it moves the needle too much for Rodgers. Again, he's one of those guys. Once you burn that bridge, he's going to make sure it's scorched earth. No one can ever build there again. And so I think it would take a miracle to really make him happy again with staying with the Packers. I think there is going to be a game of chicken a little bit there, but really about the only thing the Packers probably could do to save that relationship is throw just ridiculous money at him, and they don't have ridiculous money right now. So they'd have to really put some of those cap hits on some later years. I don't know. It's tough to see how that's going to be fixed.
Yes. I may be a Bears and Broncos fan, but this is just so sad to watch. The whole situation with Aaron Rodgers. He's been one of my favorite players in the NFL for God knows how long. Brady, Manning, and Breeze in the early part of the century set a trend. He came in and set his own trend of the uber athletic quarterback that can move around and sling it in many ways and many arm angles as possible and get it right in the bucket.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes followed him, Justin Herbert, and now Trevor Lawrence joining that revolution.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers, not just for his numbers, not just his numbers, add that in. That's why he's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer because of how he revolutionized the modern day quarterback position. And it is just so friggin' sad to see how the Packers wronged him all these times. Malpractice, just a tragedy.
The reality is, though, you're seeing this happen a lot in the NFL more and more.
Yeah, sacred cows. There are no sacred cows, as Tom Brady Sr. said. If Bill Belichick believes he doesn't want Tom anymore, he'll just let him go.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it there for a while. There was that whole push and pull with where Belichick wanted Jimmy Garoppolo to start for them and get rid of Tom Brady. And ownership stepped in and said, no, we're going to keep Tom Brady. And for a couple of years, they kind of tried to salvage that relationship, got a couple more Super Bowls. But even there, I mean, that relationship soured very quickly. You're seeing with Deshaun Watson before all of the allegations came out, like he's telling Houston, I'm done here. I don't want to play anymore. Wilson in Seattle, he told them he's done with them for a little bit. Now he's done that a few years where he's trying to get them to kind of, hey, do something that I like. Fix this offensive line for me. I'm tired of getting hit.
Well, they picked Dwayne Eskridge for him, and I was kind of, as good as Eskridge is, I'm kind of puzzled by that pick.
Yeah. Again, you got to fix the offensive line for him. Yeah. He can only work so much magic. Now, he works a ton of magic, but there's just a point where you got to say enough is enough. And I mean, you're seeing some teams like the Jets. They're working to fix the offensive line more so than the weapons.
Joe Douglas from the Ravens tree. He at the Eagles tree. He knows how important it is to invest in the offensive line. That's why he did what he did to get Elijah Vera Tucker after taking Zach Wilson. He's the kind of GM that I would like to work for if I were an NFL scout, because he prioritizes the right things at the right time.
Right.
That's what I like about him.
Right.
And he
and
worked
also
for the Bears too.
yeah. And you know, the big thing is usually you can still find quality wide receivers second, third, fourth round in the draft.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of offensive linemen or offensive tackles, at least, that you can find second, third, fourth round like you can in the first. And so it is one of those positions that you see the statistics show. It just drops off a cliff. Quarterback, offensive tackle, and edge are the three positions after the first round.
Yes, and the Bengals have me very worried for Joe Burrow's safety more than ever right now. Like I said, I would have been much happier with the Jamar Chase pick had they taken Dylan Radins or Sam Cosmi even, but they took a super reach. I just feel so bad for Joe Burrow. Such a great kid, great potential, showed a lot of promise last year, but the Bengals, this regime is ruining him with not investing in the offensive line. It is a crappy mistake, and the Bears actually did the right thing by prioritizing another offensive lineman first before getting another weapon for Fields, and you got to re-sign Allen Robinson first anyways. Yeah.
No, that's right. I still think probably the Jamar Chase pick was a lot to do with Joe Burrow telling him, hey, this is a guy I like. I mean, this was my number one target. This is a guy I trust that I mean, there's a lot of plays where Joe Burrow just threw it up and said, I know Jamar Chase is going to come down with it.
Yeah.
And it worked out well there for LSU, obviously winning a national championship. And so I think they did make him happy that way. But you're right. I think he's going to figure out pretty quickly, I'd rather have an offensive line than a number one target.
Wyatt Davis, another Ohio State interior offensive lineman to the Vikings. They love their Ohio State linemen in Minnesota, and George Payton might like his Buckeyes too, as we might be soon to find out. Yeah,
Baron Browning's still sitting there, so we'll see on that. But I like Wyatt Davis more than I did Josh Myers.
Yeah, why do you like? And I believe Wyatt Davis was like one of the top guard recruit in the country coming out of high school.
Yeah, no, I like him a lot, and I think he'll do well there with the Vikings. I mean, again, they're a team that's trying to fix that offensive line a little bit, and at least give their quarterback a little bit of a chance to have some success. He's got the weapons, just got to fix that offensive line. So
yeah, they have Darisaw, Wyatt Davis, another excellent job by Rick Spielman and his incredible staff there in Minnesota. Some of whom might be going to Denver soon, but George Payton gets to make decisions after the draft, I believe.
Yeah. It sounds like he kept the staff on just to kind of finish out the draft. And then, he's going to bring in his own guys. I know some guys have already been told, hey, you're not coming back. And which is honestly, it's a little bit sad. I think the Broncos have actually had some pretty good drafts the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And so to move on from that is kind of a little sting. I mean, you want people in there that you trust. I get that.
Yes. Vic, I'm sorry I'm leaving you out, man. Do you have I didn't mean to leave you out, Vic. You're my co-host this evening. Do you have any more questions for Carl?
Nah, man, not really. I like that, we're all just vibing with what the Steelers do here and just keep it pushing, man.
Yeah.
The Rams have traded back with the Niners from 88 overall to
this is gonna be the most trades in the second and third round ever.
Yeah. Like I said,
and there were only 3 trades last night, and Dan Gilman traded down twice. Get that?
Yeah, the world is I don't know. On our show, we talked about the apocalypse is happening here. So I don't get
it's just them pinpointing who they won, trading off their later rounds, and then grabbing the guys they want right now while they can.
Right. Yeah, like I said, after the top 100 picks, a lot of teams just don't have any value in this draft.
Yeah. Absolutely. Especially given how small this pool is this year with only like 600 prospects. But next year, we're going to be back to normal with like 1,000 or so.
Yeah. I think it could be 12, 13, 1,400 prospects next year. Yeah. And so that's why a lot of teams really want to hold on to those 2022 picks.
Yeah. Speaking of next year's draft looks super, super deep, but it's lacking a top quarterback at the moment. We might have to have a Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield type riser to rise up. But looking ahead to next year, is Kayvon Thibodeau out of Oregon your top prospect as of right now?
He's up there. I mean, that guy's special. I mean, he looks like he should be in the NFL right now. And so to see him just dominate what is he? I think he's only 19 right now. Man, that guy's going to be special.
Oh my
in the NFL.
God, they're trash talking. The Steelers reps are trash talking to the Browns. I love this. Kendrick Green from the University of Illinois, center guard.
Nice.
They
needed that.
Steelers. Yeah, you went Najee Harrison round one. I wasn't the biggest fan of that. But I love the Pat Fryermuth pick in round two. But it is clear they are just going all in what they believe will be Ben Roethlisberger's last year, doesn't it?
Well, and honestly, they're a year late. Big Ben's fallen off a cliff. Like he's already off the cliff. He's like 5 feet from hitting the ground. So I think these picks just are not going to work out well for them. I think they're one of those teams that you could really see just be a bottom 15 team this year.
Yes, and a major reconstructive surgery is on its way to the Steelers. And speaking of reconstructive surgery, should the Broncos consider a significant blow up after this year?
Well, it sounds like they've kind of given Vic Fangio make the playoffs or else. And so if they get Rodgers, then no, you don't blow it up. But if you don't get Rodgers and Locke doesn't perform well, then yeah, you sit there and say it's time for some new blood, and you make the change. You probably try to go get a young offensive mind to come in and lead the team, get him their quarterback, and see what you can do.
Yes, and George Payton, I believe he's playing the long game here, so to speak.
Yep.
As a draft shows, this draft is like the foundation. Here's what the Denver Broncos players under me look like and smell like. This is what he's showing now, and then he's going to build it to a point where you could get a certain quarterback if you have ammo to go develop the ammo to go get him, and you're set.
Right.
That's I think his approach. Trey Sermon to the Niners.
Okay.
Finally, we're waiting on that.
That makes a lot of sense.
Do you think he could be the lead? He could contend for being the lion's share of the carries because you can't trust Raheem Mostert to stay healthy.
Yeah, I do. I think he would be very much in play for that. I mean, the 49ers, they like to have a two-headed monster for that running game anyway. So both of them are going to get plenty of carries, but I think Trey Sermon could get the first crack at being the number one guy there.
Oh, absolutely. And Trey Lance has to be a happy man. What did you think of their pick of Aaron Banks in round two? That seemed like a reach.
It doesn't make sense for their system. He's big, he's slow.
Yeah.
And you got that zone scheme that you want your guards to be able to pull. I don't see him being that kind of guy. So that one didn't make as much sense. I mean, they've had some guards that are bigger lately that they're not going to that quite as much, but it's still not the perfect fit for me.
Yeah, the Texans have moved into the current slot at 89. And let's go back to looking ahead. Kayvon Thibodeau is what you're talking about. Who are the other hot names so far for the 2022 draft?
I'm trying to remember. There's a safety for Notre Dame. I'm trying to remember his name off the top of my head. I'm terrible with names. He looks like he's going to be that next great safety to come out of college football. You got Singletary, of course, with LSU playing that cornerback position. He looks like he could be a
that corner. Stingley, I think his name is.
Stingley, yes, sorry.
Stingley.
Yeah. Listen, I'm terrible with names, man. But he looks like he could be a true star. I'm trying to think of some of the other big ones that we're looking at. Alabama has a couple offensive linemen that look like they should be high quality starters for the NFL. Yeah.
Any new wide receivers from Bama? They've been a wide receiver factory these past couple of years.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll find plenty of replacements. None of them have been given much of a chance lately because it's just been the four-headed monster over the last 2 years.
Yeah, but if any break out and any are eligible, we could see some fast risers, so to speak.
Yeah. Any quarterbacks you're liking for 2022?
I haven't been paying attention. Like I'm more of a reporter and a host, not a scout. I haven't been paying attention to the data, but like I said, from what I heard about the quarterback class, you're going to need like another Baker Mayfield or Kyler Murray to come along and save the day. Well, Baker didn't necessarily have to save the day in 2018 because of that class, but Kyler Murray had to a couple years ago because outside of Kyler Murray, the rest of the 2019 quarterback class doesn't look good right now. Heck, Kyler Murray needs to take a major step forward this year, or else I'm not sure he could be that franchise guy. And Daniel Jones, Steely Dan, as I call him, this is a make or break year for him too. If Jones falls on his face and doesn't make the progress he needs to, and Kyler Murray doesn't take that next big step forward, the 2019 quarterback class is officially one of the worst in NFL history.
Yep, I'm with you. I'm trying to think of a couple other names that I really like. I don't know. Penn State has a good offensive tackle, Rasheed Walker.
Oh yeah, Rasheed Walker.
Mm-hmm. Man, that's a great question. Tyler Davis from Clemson, defensive tackle.
Clemson. Love those Clemson D linemen.
George Pickens, wide receiver from Georgia.
Oh yeah, next year's wide receiver class is supposed to be Chris Olave, Ohio State.
Yep, that's another one.
Justin Fields, if he falls far enough for the Bears to take it, he'll be screaming at Ryan Pace's ear, "Go get him! Go get him! Go get him!"
Yeah. No, that would be a good one. I know just because I work with Nick, Iowa, their center, Linderbaum.
Yeah,
he looks like a star.
Even better prospect than James Daniels, in his opinion.
Yep. Oh yeah, easily.
Yeah, Daniels hasn't been good for the Bears at all.
No, not at all. Sometimes those Iowa players don't quite work out, but Linderbaum looks like a true star. The Houston Texans have actually moved up, given the scarce capital. They gave up their fourth and fifth and a 2022 fourth to move all the way up from pick 109 here. I don't know what Nick Caserio's doing, but I would personally expand the darts for the Texans, given how scarce that roster is right now. I would have moved back. This pick better be a good player, though. It better be a good player. Well, I wouldn't be giving up.
Here we go. Nico Collins, a wide receiver from Michigan, very, very raw. Another Michigan wide receiver that people are like more of a trade over production kind of guy. Trading all that capital up, I don't think this was worth it. Do you think so, Carl?
No. I mean, Collins is a decent player. He has a real bad hitch in his step, like right off the bat, that always gets him off of timing wise. So he's got to fix that. He's a good player, but not worth giving up all of that capital to come get him. I'd rather throw a lot more darts, say, let's take 4 wide receivers and see if one of these guys works out than take Nico Collins. I don't get that. And especially I don't get giving up 2022 capital when you don't know what your quarterback situation is. Yeah. You don't know what's going to be happening moving forward. You just don't give away that when you might have to be trading up for somebody next year.
That said, I wouldn't be surprised if Nick Caserio did this. This might have been Jack Easterby doing this.
Yeah.
They say that Jack Easterby is the head honcho there, not Nick Caserio, and it's a shame because Nick Caserio is a brilliant mind.
Yeah, they all think they're a brilliant mind.
Well, not all Belichick disciples in the front office have turned out good. Like looking at you, Thomas Dimitroff, but I like you much better on NFL Network now as an analyst.
Yeah, no, that's part of the problem with the Patriots is so much is run through Bill Belichick, and he really does compartmentalize a lot of people, and so he doesn't really let them see behind the curtain in every other area that they need to see. And so then they get to an NFL team and they say, "Oh, now you got to run the draft." You got to run free agency. You've got to run your scouts. You got to run all these different people. And they're going, oh, I'd never had to do that before.
Kyle, Broncos pick is 8 picks away. Do you want to stay on or do you have to go back to the Mile High Huddle?
I probably got to get back.
So, right. Well, thank you. How many more minutes?
I could probably be on for a couple more minutes here.
Okay. Patrick Jones II, another edge from Pittsburgh. If you want somebody to run opposite Daniil Hunter, this is a good dart to throw.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pittsburgh had 2 very good edge rushers last year, and they weren't viewed super high. But this is the place where you got to throw those darts, as they say.
Yep. Nope. That's a good pick for them. I think this has been a somewhat underrated edge class.
Yeah.
There wasn't the top end guy, but there's been a lot of middle tier edge guys that I've really liked.
Yeah, and I loved how Buffalo double dipped there.
Yeah, they needed it. I mean, they watched how Tampa Bay beat the Chiefs with great pass rush, and they're going, we got to get that too. Yeah. I mean, they watched how Patrick Mahomes had all day to throw in their game, and just said, we can't have that happen again. So, yeah, they went and got themselves 2 great edge rushers.
He is Carl Dummler, ladies and gentlemen, of milehighhuddle.com. Follow him on Twitter at Carl Dummler, MHH. You can't, like I said, you don't necessarily just have to talk things Broncos, talk all things football with this guy. Yeah. If you have a question about needs on your team and what they should do, ask Carl those questions. He'll have you covered every step of the way. Carl, thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you get back to milehighhuddle.com for these next 2 Broncos picks on that live stream. And we definitely hope to have you back on the podcast very shortly.
Yeah, thank you guys. Slick Vic, very nice to meet you. And guys, have a great rest of the draft.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Carl. Thanks for joining us. Carl Dummler. So, Browns, what do you do here to cap it up? Man. You double dip with linebacker with Jabril Cox or Baron Browning?
Dude, Baron Browning back in Cleveland.
Myles Garrett. Love you, Myles Garrett. You're looking swaggy tonight.
Yeah, I like the turtleneck. Look how thick his neck is. It's thicker than my body. He looks like a superhero.
Punching back against the Steeler trash talk. Go get him, Myles Garrett. Here we go. I like this chant. It's like much more delicious than brownies in football. Anthony Schwartz, the high school classmate of Tyson Campbell and Pat Surtain II, who were the best 4x100 meter relay team in the country. Anthony Schwartz, another weapon for Mayfield's Bakery, so to speak. And hopefully they'll be able to develop some new sweet recipes over at Mayfield's Bakery, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Really, guy only 186, 6 foot, so thin frame. But if he was running track with those guys, he's got some burners on him.
Yes, and I think their receiving core was definitely missing that zoomy, so to speak. That 9 route. There is a place on teams for guys like that. Very good job by the Browns here to I believe close. This day of the draft. I think they don't pick anymore. They do not pick anymore right now. And
oh yeah, he's quick. He can move. He can move. He ran a 4.25, dude.
Anthony Schwartz.
4.25. You got to harness that, though. It's not just about running fast and shit. That's a great receiving core, though, for Baker. There's no excuses there. And his tight ends are stacked. And his running backs are stacked.
Yep. And the beauty of it is Baker just has to be a point guard. And that Stefanski offense allows him to do what he does best.
Yep. And he doesn't even have to be like Chris Paul. He can be like...
There's the Titans with their pick.
Here we go.
Monty Rice, a linebacker from Georgia. Interesting. Lots of well, the league has a lot of differences from draft analysts. We're seeing that galore here today.
Wow. He can move. Vrabel must have had an eye for him.
Yep. Yeah, Vrabel knows how to scout linebackers, having played the position himself. But a quarterback, former quarterback, scouting quarterbacks, that's not necessarily super predictive. The Buffalo Bills now coming back on. And I think this would be a good spot for Michael Carter. Get that running game juiced up.
There's something they really lack. They don't need Josh Allen carrying the ball like that too much, honestly.
Yeah, get your running back here, Buffalo. Get your running back here.
This right here, the teams that are picking, Baltimore twice. Denver, you guys got the last pick of tonight.
Yes, and we got 2 picks coming up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's so busted, you can't use this part of the screen. Definitely cracks every phone I phone. You broke your phone, so Verizon broke the
Cowboys still got a pick. I don't like that.
current customers can trade in their old
They've been having a pretty good draft, I'm not going to lie. Ever since they took those character guys, they actually kind of turned it around and took some solid dudes.
Who did?
The Cowboys.
After the Calvin Joseph, Micah Parsons thing. Let's see, who was their last pick? Yeah, Chauncey Golston from Iowa. Yeah, getting an Iowa Hawkeye player to play. He could at least play special teams for you, so you got at least the floor there with Iowa players. Good job there. And also Digizua too. Good pick there.
Those are a couple good picks.
Yeah.
They went all defense. Cowboys went every pick is defense. I love that.
Yep, they understand that that they can't put the whole load on Dak's shoulders despite all the money they're paying him.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they need.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, that they're undervaluing their offensive line. They need to put in more into their offensive line because I don't know if they can stay healthy.
Yeah.
What about Broncos, man? You got 2 picks left. Which 2 players do you think you would want them to get?
Jabril Cox, Elijah Molden, Baron Browning. Hang on. Let's see. Still left on my wish list here. I made day 2 wish list for both Bears and Broncos. Bears got one of mine. Broncos got one of mine. Let's see. Elijah Molden, Jabril Cox, Baron Browning, Spencer Brown are some names I'm looking at personally. And the Bears, I had Tevin Jenkins on the list, and they were able to get him.
That's good. If you get Baron Browning, that'd be pretty raw. I like him a lot, man.
Yeah, he is raw, but Vic Fangio knows how to coach linebackers up. And George Payton in Minnesota, they have eyes for linebackers too.
All right, let's see what the Bills do. The Bills are the closest team to knocking off the Chiefs, in my opinion, in the AFC.
Yeah.
What time does the draft start tomorrow?
I believe 10 or 11 o'clock Central Time, so or 11 Eastern, noon Eastern.
Okay, great.
And, but my goal next year is to do a live stream on all 3 days so I could get more familiar with all these prospects. Yeah, I intend on doing it all 3 days next year, man.
It's tough getting a hold of everybody. You really got to put a lot of time onto that.
Yeah, absolutely. Or just do research and read reports.
It takes a lot of time. It's just your time.
Here we go, the Bills. Spencer Brown, the tackle from Northern Iowa.
There we go.
Yep, played, was a high school basketball star. He's a guy to put in the incubator and potentially have him replace Darrell Williams when his contract expires in the next couple years.
He's kind of got that Lane Johnson body type. He's not like a stout, like fat guy. He's just like a big guy. Big arms. Long arms. Definitely needs some time to learn. Doug McDermott, Sean McDermott is definitely very excited about that one.
Yeah, you saw the reaction on television, I'm sure. Definitely looked that way.
He loves it. Sean McDermott's a great coach.
God, yeah, he's another coach. He loved to play for. What a touching moment. Stephon Diggs stayed on the field after the AFC Championship game, and he went out to stand beside him and say, "Man, we'll be back." That's what you want to coach. Exactly what you want to coach.
That's awesome.
All right, now the Ravens. Now with Spencer Brown off the board, the Ravens, maybe they double dip at edge with Ronnie Perkins, or take a project like James Hudson out of Cincinnati here. Or Quinn Miners.
Ronnie Perkins. Yeah.
Ronnie Perkins or Quinn Miners.
Two teams at the top of the AFC flow chart. They deal with one another, and Orlando Brown says I'm a left tackle.
Baltimore.
Ronnie Perkins would definitely be a good value at this point.
94th overall. You take this pick from the Chiefs in the Orlando Brown trade. Well, again,
What round did they draft Orlando Brown in? Wasn't he like third or fourth round or something like that?
certainly since they traded one away in order to get this selection, that would be something to do. By the way, John Harbaugh and the Ravens did, in fact, pick up the fifth-year option of Lamar Jackson today.
Down in the third round, they traded him for a first-round pick. That's great management.
Great management by the Chiefs or Ravens.
By the Ravens and the Chiefs, but the Ravens.
Yeah.
Brown.
It was a pretty. It looked like a pretty fair deal to me. Pretty fair deal.
Yeah, I mean, third round, you draft him in the third round, you trade him you end up getting a first-round pick for him, and then the Chiefs get their left tackle for for the rest of Patrick Mahomes' career.
Here we go. Yeah. Jacoby Jones. Broncos fans know that. Yeah, know him too well, but the hurt goes away with time.
The Baltimore organization can opportunity to do it. Because as a child, you want to do this. So with the 94th pick, the Baltimore Ravens select from Georgia,
Ben Cleveland, a guard from Georgia. So Ravens, after Tyree Phillips last year, they're doubling down here, get more bodies in on that interior offensive line because that's how you run the ball. And the Ravens run the ball more than any team in the league. Need more big bodies in that middle of that offensive line. They got one. Yeah, I didn't do too much research on Ben Cleveland. Now the Tampa Bay Bucks with Joe Tryon and Kyle Trask. Elijah Molden, I think, would be excellent here because you got Carlton Davis coming out of contract, and Jordan Whitehead leaves after this year. Elijah Molden would make a great pick here. It would be a potential steal here for the Bucks.
And Todd Bowles, he knows his corners very well. So if you see something in him, he'll go ahead and dig that out.
That loves to bully and run the ball and it's run dominant like Georgia to a place like Baltimore where he's going to be asked to do very similar things. So it's a great fit for him.
It's gonna be so nice to be the Bucks. You can literally take whatever you want or do whatever you want. No pressure.
Yeah, the champs on the clock until we go into the compensatory picks, the final 9 picks of the night.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select
Robert Hainsey, another Notre Dame offensive lineman.
I think offensive line, that was just a massive, massive run.
Yeah.
People are desperate. They just need somebody that try to block these crazy athletes.
Yeah. Totally. But they say Notre Dame linemen have relatively high floors, so.
Yeah, no, they're well coached.
Yep. I wonder if Harry Heastan went back there after the Bears let him go. I better double check that, but he was at Notre Dame when he coached Ronnie Stanley and Quentin Nelson and Mike McGlinchey. Very few offensive line coaches in the country are better than Harry Heastan.
Yeah.
This is the compensatory pick the Patriots get for losing Tom Brady.
Wow. They better draft a Hall of Famer.
Introducing first. Fit for me.
And then the Chargers, and then y'all, man. Uh-oh. Might get a linebacker.
You mean the Chargers might get a linebacker?
They might too. Their linebackers always getting hurt.
Yeah. Patriots. Pick is in.
Oh, the Patriots. So looking back, what do you think what picks you like in the third round, Crom?
Let's see, what picks did I like in this round here? De'Ami
I
Brown
like
to
the Jack-
Washington. De'Ami Brown to Washington. Tommy Tremble to Carolina. He was a predominantly blocking tight end at college, but has untapped potential in the receiving game. Like that pick for the Panthers, especially with Ian Thomas coming out of contract after this season. Wyatt Davis to the Vikings. That was a tremendous pick. Trey Sermon to the Niners. Potential fantasy late round gold, folks. If you want a late round flyer, your fantasy leagues, Trey Sermon on the Niners is going to be fun. It could be great value here. I like the Spencer Brown pick by Buffalo, a good tackle to marinate and eventually replace one of the two tackles you have when they come out of contract. The Chaz Surratt pick by the Vikings was also good too. But Vikings, excellent third round for the Vikings here. And Joseph Aside, the Bengals like that pick too. What about you?
I like Aaron Robinson to the Giants. They really needed a corner. I think that was a nice pick to them.
Yeah.
And the more I'm looking at Milton Williams to the Eagles, man, that dude, he can play interior defensive line. He's a beast, bro. He has
Milton
very
Williams.
violent hands.
Milton Williams. Yeah. All right, Roger and the company are keeping us waiting, as they say. Maybe they're singing Sweet Caroline again, or another theme song. By the way, two members of the Black Pumas made picks today. Do you like that song, Colors? That's been one of the songs I can't stop listening to these days.
Great.
Yeah.
That's great, man. They're very talented.
Yeah.
It was a good draft. They did a good job.
Yeah, all right. Oh, yeah. Seek celebrating with Creed Humphrey.
Creed Humphrey's a big dude.
He sure is. Wrestling background, as I said. Yeah, this is, as Rich Eisen says, the compensatory pick the Patriots got for losing Tom Brady. Oh, my God. Who will it be? Yeah, like that Barmore pick in round 2.
That was a great value for them.
Yeah.
And Bill always prioritizes a good defensive tackle. That's been a big part of his defense for a long time.
Yeah.
So the Patriots' only 2 draft picks have been Alabama players.
Correct. Belichick Saban pipeline is real and ongoing.
Cleveland, what's going on? Where's my fans? Where's my Patriots? I want to take this opportunity to thank Bob Kraft and the Kraft family for making this possible for me to be here tonight. This is great. I want to thank Bill Belichick and his staff for the great things they're doing up in New England. With the 96th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots, 21-time AFC Eastern champions, 11-time AFC champions, 6-time
John Booze.
select
Ronnie Perkins off the board at edge. Potential potential combo with Matt Judon. Wouldn't you say so? Well, they got Chase Winovich too, but he's a good third guy to have in your rotation. Wouldn't you say so? What do you like about Ronnie Perkins? Oh, Vic, you're on mute. You're on mute.
I just want to hustle. I mean, he's a guy who's always got a motor. He's always going to never give up on the play. Those are the type of guys Bill Belichick really likes, and he really thrives off of. Kind of like Vinovich too. Kind of guys who are like kind of psycho, high motor. They don't really care.
Yeah, absolutely.
He can bend the corner pretty well too. Get low to get over the tackle. Use his arms well to create separation and keep himself space so he's not getting caught up on the block.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I wonder why it took so long for him to get drafted. He was someone who
probably his lack of athleticism, maybe not athletic enough for many people's taste.
Yeah, that's fine for the Patriots to make the most out of that, though.
Yeah, like
he
Chase
looks like
Winovich.
He's ready. Like he's got a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah, Chase Winovich isn't necessarily the most freak athlete coming off the edge, but Belichick has gotten the most out of him so far, and we'll get more. And expect the pick is in for the Chargers, and they've had a very, very good draft so far with Rashad Slater, Asante Samuel Jr., and Josh Palmer from Tennessee, an underrated wide receiver. Here
and
we
Palmer
go.
gets to learn under Keenan Allen.
Here we go,
That's going to be great for
Chargers.
him.
With the 97th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Trey McKitty, tight end.
Another tight end, Trey McKitty out of Georgia.
They had to replace Hunter Henry.
Yes, absolutely. And now the Broncos with the first of two third-round draft picks they got in that trade back with New Orleans. The Saints traded up to get Paulson Adebo.
You think linebacker here for the Broncos?
I'm hoping so. Baron Browning or Jabril Cox or Elijah Molden.
Yeah.
They've been able to do a great job in developing this position for a long time. And he caught more passes at Florida
Let's
State
see.
before he transferred to Georgia. Remember, that's a big run-heavy offense. They had to go through a lot out of Stetson Bennett at quarterback before JT Daniels was able to come back from a knee injury, take over, and then throw the ball down.
Yeah, McKitty will be good for Herbert. Somewhat of a safety blanket. Do the shorter routes pretty well. He's not going to stretch the field or anything like that, but intermediate type stuff. Herbert's good at that.
Yeah, picks by school. 8 Alabama and 6 from Georgia. Missed the rest of that draft, but Alabama in the lead once again. Picks.
Georgia, kind of surprising. I mean, they're a good team, no doubt. But, I mean, Clemson, you would think there'd be more players from Clemson.
So Broncos pick is in at 98. Jabril Cox or Baron Browning?
I hope so, man. Those are two awesome players. Or like you said, Elijah.
Or Elijah Molden. And this is the pick New Orleans got from losing Teddy Bridgewater to Carolina, and they gave it to the Broncos, Teddy Bridgewater's new home.
So you got Teddy Bridgewater and the compensatory pick.
Pick that the Saints originally got for losing him.
Hilarious.
Here we go.
With the 98th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos
Quinn Miners. Wow. Interior offensive line. The football. They got a surplus of interior linemen. Dalton Reisner, Lloyd Cushenberry, Graham Glasgow, and now you add Quinn Miners. Wow. Well, Mike Munchak loves depth, apparently, and this is a good guy to groom for a couple years in case. And if you want to get rid of Graham Glasgow and keep him out, marinate him for a couple years, and turns into a starter.
And he's an athletic guy too. He can pull. He doesn't mind getting down the field. He's fast for a big guy. He runs under a 5 lap, so he's really athletic.
He stole the show of the Senior Bowl not just with his gut, but with his physicality. And he gets to learn from a Hall of Fame guard and Mike Munchak. What best situation for a young man like him? Yeah.
He's just kind of a little young beast. He can play some. Okay, look, he held his ground very well. Strong guy. Good for him. I think that's going to be a great fit for them.
Yes. Well, it's also insurance. Also, you got Natani Muti, who obviously always hurt, but you took a risk on him last year. Munchak just wants to load up, I guess. But there's nothing wrong with loading up on offensive line.
Yeah, I saw this guy in Good Morning Football. He does the outside workouts.
Yeah.
That's a great pick. I think that's going to be an
awesome great value. Deanna Jeremiah had him as the 45th best player in the class.
Yeah, that's a great pick.
Let's see. Dane Brugler had him at 54.
Yeah,
Todd McShay had him at 61. And Marcus Mosier, another underrated follow on NFL Draft Twitter, had him at 61 too. So good value here.
Yeah, you guys got my 98. That's really good.
Yeah.
That O-line's been kind of nasty right there.
Yeah, but the Broncos, why? A lot of people say Doko interior offensive line, but can you really never have enough offensive linemen, guards, or tackles?
Never. Trust me.
Yeah. Vikings value depth in the trenches. George Payton learned that from Rick Spielman.
Yep.
Nashawn Wright from Oregon State.
They needed a corner very badly. 6'4", very tall.
What would they do? They take long safeties and turn them into corners. This kid is a legit corner, and they got it that way.
Interesting. We'll see what type of scheme Dan Quinn's going to put there as a defensive coordinator, but if he ran what he ran in Atlanta, it's probably not going to work.
Look at the Broncos tweet. The gut. Welcome to Broncos country at Q Miners. Wow. About the gut.
That's great. Love it.
Tennessee Titans.
Saturday after the draft on NFL Network.
I'm going to look back on round 2 and point out some of the guys I like.
Mm-hmm.
Elijah Moore to the Jets. That's a good pick.
Like I said, I was talking with Carl. I love what the Jets have done this draft, even though I would have taken Fields or Lance ahead of Wilson personally.
Yeah, that was a great pick. Rondale Moore to the Cardinals makes me think Larry Fitz is going to be gone.
Retired, yeah. But he's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
No doubt. He's a legend, man.
Larry Legend.
I met him
One of the best. Oh, you met him where?
at the Hall of Fame game in Ohio. He signed a couple autographs. He was so nice.
Oh, yeah. What was that when they played the Cowboys in 2017 or the Saints in 2012?
And we met Drew Brees too. Drew Brees was super nice.
Yeah,
he wouldn't leave until he signed everybody's shit.
Wow, yeah. And looking forward to seeing Drew Brees in the television studio this year as an analyst. Can't wait to hear his take on everything.
That's tough shoes. People are going to compare him to Tony Romo. It's just tough shoes to fill.
Oh, absolutely. But two excellent students of the game.
No doubt, no doubt. Nick Bolton to the Chiefs. That was a great pick.
Yeah.
I like that one a lot.
Titans.
Creed Humphrey to the Chiefs. That was a steal.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, exactly what Carl said.
Davis Mills to the Texans. People are going to talk about that so much.
Check on how everybody did and how much money we could possibly raise. Let's all chip in best you can. NFL.com/RunRichRun for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. We've had a heck of a time tonight. Franco Harris, the fans coming out there, to the Buccaneers drafting a quarterback, to the Texans drafting a quarterback, to everybody on the set thinking Randy Savage was actually on the stage and not actually dead.
With the 100th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Elijah Molden.
Wow, nice pick,
Titans. There he is.
Somebody I've seen a lot of when you watch Pac-12 over the last several years. He's a nickel. Some people believe he'll be a safety. He's got some versatility there. If you ever want to know where he is on the football field.
Yep, another corner within this draft with NFL bloodlines. Another good value pick there.
That's a great
Don't
pick.
understand why the Broncos took Quinn Miners ahead of him, though. But they have the outside they have with Lloyd Cushenberry, Dalton Reisner, Graham Glasgow, the Toddy Booty, 5 deep in the interior offensive line. Is how many teams are that deep in the interior offensive line, and how is that recommended? Hopefully, the Broncos consider trading one of them.
It's never about you need to have 6 starting quality.
But it's important to know John Elway is no longer the GM. He drafted Lloyd Cushenberry. Maybe this says George Payton does not like Lloyd Cushenberry and he wants Miners to compete against him for the starting job.
Possible. It's very possible.
It's his program now. It's not Elway's program. Elway is just in semi-retirement now, acting as a sounding board until he permanently rides off.
Well, that's good, honestly. It's for the best because the direction they're going, this draft, you can see they're going in the right direction. Let's see who's getting their kneecaps bitten off here.
Yep. Let's see. Melifonwu. There you go. Fatu Melifonwu.
Yeah, that's my guy. I wanted him to get taken a long time ago. Good for him.
Yeah,
and
his new defensive coordinator, Aaron Glenn, is a former NFL corner himself, so he's going to have a pretty good teacher.
Yep. He's smooth. I like him. He needs to learn to tackle a little bit better, but he's smooth.
Yeah.
He's going to be a good player, man. I like him a lot.
Yeah, Fatu Melifonwu was the 91st, the 101st overall pick, 92nd overall on Daniel Jeremiah's board.
Traded now, the last 4 picks are part of the new rule that the league put into place, rewarding compensatory picks to teams that help develop minority coaches and executives and then lose them to another team. This pick
All right, last 4 picks. 49ers pick is in.
was hired by the New York Jets as their new head coach. So we'll see who the Niners choose. There comes the Rams, Brad Holmes, went from their organization to become the new GM of the Lions. The Ravens are on the clock.
Literally got the Trey Lance fat head. That's great.
Yeah. Okay, 49ers. Yeah, that Aaron Banks pick was a head scratcher. Definitely seems like a 4th fit, but the Trey Lance and Trey Sermon, good picks. Niners.
Yeah.
What do you do here?
Let's hear the Niners pick.
With the 102nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ambry Thomas, defensive back, Michigan.
Ambry Thomas didn't get too much work done on him.
He's at his best to me when he's inside, can't play outside. When he's in off coverage, when he can see it, play in front of it, go get it. Had a rough game against Chase Claypool. Turns out Chase Claypool's pretty good, so I wouldn't hold that against him. A little bit sticky when he's coming out of his playing drive, but his eyes are very good. He's an interesting player.
Yeah, doesn't have the best speed. We just trying to keep up down the sideline. He'll tackle, though.
This Monet Island most of his career. Oh, he missed fall camp in 2019 with some colitis. Still started, didn't have that opportunity to get himself ready for that year. They just can't quit Harbaugh. What can I say?
He opted out the 2020 season because of COVID. Rams, Ravens, and Broncos.
Yep.
Apartments.com, the most popular place. I'm Nate Burleson, and this is a phone number. All right. We're replacing fluff questions with fluffy pillows. I did not expect this at all to get to a true. Now we get to that stuff. Watch the whole series at youtube.com/progressive.
Just a silly mistake. I guess I look pretty ridiculous. And no one looks like Bob. Thanks again for rushing over.
Are you kidding? This is what 24/7 protection looks like.
Get this tweet from the Pick Six podcast on CBS. If Von Miller is the face of the Broncos franchise, Quinn Miners is the belly.
That's classic. Yeah, no, that was a great pick by you.
Yeah.
He's gonna fit in great with that culture. That's part of the game, is getting people to fit in with the locker room, with the coach, and with the mentality of the city.
Yeah.
Titans, they took both Elijah Molden and Caleb Farley. They're trying to really revamp their DBs.
Yeah, absolutely. Caleb Farley, Elijah Molden, and what was the other name?
Those are the two I had mentioned.
Yeah, I thought you mentioned another name. Yeah, good draft for the Titans, but Caleb Farley's medicals, hopefully he overcomes that. But the history is it kind of players who are often injured in college.
And the Titans still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more picks left in this draft.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Totally. Yeah, Broncos have 6 picks tomorrow because of these trade downs.
Wow,
yeah, George
that's
Payton.
crazy.
The Vikings, Rick Spielman always wanted double-digit picks, so he had more darts to throw to build the entire roster. George Payton's the same kind of guy, as he showed today.
1, 2. You guys got 7 picks left. You got 3 7th rounders.
What?
That's crazy.
6 picks, yeah. 3 7th
So you got
rounders, 2
7
fifths,
remaining.
a 6th, and 3 7ths.
Really?
Oh, Rams
That's
here.
sweet. That is sweet, dude.
What do the
And
Rams do
totally
here?
enough there.
What do the Rams do here?
The Rams are gonna go offensive line.
Yeah, but who's the best offensive lineman on the board? According to Daniel Jeremiah, the best offensive lineman on the board, Drew Dahlman from Stanford was the name that was leaked to them. Drew Dahlman, his former offensive line coach at Stanford, is now the offensive line coach for the Rams, and his father, Chris, was a guard for the 49ers.
That would make some sense.
Yes, I would say this is Drew Dahlman here.
The offensive line's getting kind of old.
Yep, no trades. All picks are in. We're just going to announce them one at a time.
With the 103rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select
Ernest Jones, linebacker out of South Carolina. Your hot stomping grounds.
Yeah, man.
Watch any Gamecocks games? Have you?
Oh, yeah.
What do you think of Ernest Jones?
All the time, man. Super athletic. The Gamecocks had a decent defense, even though they kind of suck as a team overall. It's mainly because their offense was terrible. But Jones is super athletic. He can go left and right really fast, sideline to sideline. But he's not like a fast guy, but he just moves quick on the field. He's got like a game hustle to him. He's kind of like a dog mentality linebacker, trying to like really mess you up, doesn't care about his body, throws it around. Kind of slight though, so it's kind of a bad thing for him because you want him to stay on the field. But he really is willing to just hit anybody and just be super physical, which is what people like to see in South Carolina.
Yeah. So the Ravens
closing
now.
speed right there.
What do you do, Ravens?
I'll see what they've done.
Brevin Jordan, a tight end, with Mark Andrews coming out of contract, hedge that bet that you can't re-sign him because you're going to have to pay gobs of money. Lamar Jackson, take Brevin Jordan here as a hedge.
Yeah. They don't have they got to do something there for sure. They need a tight end. They could probably use more offensive line help. They could probably use some help in the secondary. They always prioritize their safeties and corners. Let's see what it is.
With the 104th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Brandon Stevens, defensive back, SMU.
Yeah, the Ravens love their corners a lot. Not a surprise.
Yep, it can't have enough corners in this league. Just can't.
Yeah, he's 6 foot, 213 pounds. That's crazy built.
He's actually going to end up making another move. I think he's going to end up getting a safety. That to me is where he fits best. He gets a little bit grabby down the field as a corner. He can run all day long. He's a great tackler. He's tough and he's got instincts. That to me projects the position. And if nothing else, they just drafted a guy who's going to be hell on wheels on special teams for the Ravens. And I think that works.
Yeah, and Broncos with the final pick of the night.
What do you think, man? Linebacker, let's get you that Jabril Cox, man.
Yeah, linebacker or Derek Barnes or Baron Browning, or safety Tyree Gillespie from Missouri. Here we go. Final pick of the night.
I hope it's Baron Browning.
Yeah.
He's a great player.
With the 105th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Baron Browning.
Baron Browning!
Let's go.
Good job, George Payton. Well done.
That's a great pick. That's a great pick.
Yeah,
You guys had a great draft so far.
He wasn't really given a chance at Ohio State. Broncos passed Justin Fields though, but I'm glad these guys got him instead. But George Payton, as I said, he's playing the long game here.
Yeah.
And if it goes bad this year, you could blow it up. Get rid of all the older guys and look to see what other younger guys can retain. Fire Fangio if he fails, but he's been inconsistent. But this is where you roll the dice on athleticism, and he's going to have a great staff there that could coach him up.
That's awesome. You guys had a great draft.
Yeah,
I'm
and Bears
jealous.
too. Yeah.
I thought he was a safety when I first started watching the Ohio State play. I was like, wow, who's the safety? I was like, holy cow, this guy's a linebacker.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
Yeah, crazy speed.
Oh, he could also play some edge too.
Yeah. He's versatile.
Yep, and that does it. That does it for our live stream. Vic, thank you so much once again for joining us. Sports Crunch with D. Crom. I am your host, David Cromwell. Thank you so much. Hope that we can make this an annual tradition, man, and hope to have you back on the podcast as well soon, Vic. But until then, please keep wearing a mask over your nose when it's required. Wash your hands, social distance, and get vaccinated if you haven't yet. If you want to go to football games and pack the stands this year, get vaccinated right now. We can do this, America. We can have a normal football season unlike the one we had last year. Let's get it done. For Vick Singh, I'm David Cromwell. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you again this time next year for the 2022 NFL Draft, which will hopefully come live from Las Vegas. Take care, everybody.